This is with this, I would request all the geoscientific community, please, you work hard and you conceive a good project that will give something for the government of India. We are formulating several items for namesake only. But after I took over, I'm taking each and every program. Recently, as per the Ministry of Mines guidelines, G4 item, we have dropped the Deccan Trough geochemical mapping for time being. You all aware that doing a geochemical mapping in Deccan Trough or Thar Desert or Indo-Gangetic, what you are going to get? Nothing. You are wasting your human resource only. So we thought then we will go to switch over to G4 item, number of G4 item. In India, we are lacking up phosphate. Now the Bihar, they brought out lot of potash and the kulkonite in the Vindhyan, Rohtas. So we have to concentrate on the RE, particularly not the weathered profile wherever in our country where we have that, we have to concentrate for RE. Then limestone also is depleting now. Then we have to concentrate RE, potash, lithium and graphite. And wolframite. Wolframite we have Deccan, tungsten and some other places, nothing. So we have to give more emphasis where the alluvial cover is there. So now geophysical instrument is very much required. Now I thought because last time we could not spend 110 crores government of India has given, we could be able to spend very less. So then they drastically reduced the budget of 51 crore for this year for capital instrument. Then now I thought now we should move to NMT fund for gravimeter. The first time the NMT they have approved 11 gravimeter, 11 magnetometer. This is the highest in India that GSI is going to procure within a short time. So 30 crores they have allotted. So I would request, because being a geologist, being a geoscientist, you work hard, mount a project that is mostly a mineral investigation project that is need for our country. So I would thank everyone coming here, and I wish that there are several speakers in this, there are very good speakers in each technical session. I wish them all the best for their presentation, and thank you for the organization. Thank you, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we move on to our very important segment of this inauguration program, that is the releasing of abstract volume of this national seminar. For this, I am again requesting Dr. S. Raju, Dr. Ranjit Rath, Dr. D.K. Sinha, Dr. Anjan Kumar Chatterjee, and Shri Hemraj Suryavanshi sir for the release. Thank you, sir. Now we have come to an end of this inaugural program, and I am requesting Dr. Sandeep Kumar Roy, Director, National Mission 2 and Organizing Secretary of this national seminar, for the deliverance of vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Respected Chief Guest Director General GSI, Dr. S. Raju Saab, Guest of Honor CMD MECL, ex-DG GSI, Dr. Ranjit Rath Saab, Guest of Honor Director AMD Dr. D.K. Sinha sir, our honored patrons, ADG NMH2 Head, Sri Hemraj Suryavanshi Sahab, President GGS Dr. Anjan Chatterjee sir, our all distinguished guests, keynote and all speakers, participants here as well as those who joined online, my organizing team, ladies and gentlemen, a hearty welcome to Nagpur and the seminar as well. It is an honor and a privilege for any organizing secretary to propose a vote of thanks in the inaugural session. Our vote of thanks goes to Dr. S. Raju, DG GSI, for taking out time from his busy schedule to grace the event. Our special thanks and regards goes to Dr. D.K. Sinha, Director AMD, who instantly agreed to grace the occasion and address it as well. Our gratitude to Sri P.N. Sharmaji, CGM, IBN, for his wholehearted support and agreeing to deliver a very important lecture which is going to come in the afternoon. Our gratitude and respectful thanks to Dr. Ranjit Rath sir, CMD, MECL, for his constant support, and without his constant support as a backbone, this could not have been possible. In this, I may mention that the three organizations, Geological Survey of India, MECL, as well as Gondwana Geological Society, worked hands in gloves to make this event a reality. Thanks to all the three organizations. A big thank you, sir, for encouraging us. A big thank you to Sir Dr. Anjan Kumar Chatterjee, President GGS. I thank our ADG NMH2, Sri Hemraj Suryavanshi sir, for his untiring efforts to make this seminar a reality. My grateful thanks goes out to all the distinguished guests, honorable participants, each member of the organizing committee, who all are so lovable, unique, and special in many ways. Just to mention, this hall ultimately got all right. We got the hall actually around 12 o'clock, and we could set it right around 3 a.m. And we are still probably on time. So thanks a lot to every one of you. Lastly but not the least, the editorial team led by Professor Sumed Humne, RTM-NU, whose endeavor culminated in quality abstract publication, which is also having an ISBN number. Thank you all once again. The veracity of the aphorism about there being many a slip between the cup and the lip can never be realized with such a telling effect when you go about conceiving, planning, thinking, trying to make a national level seminar a reality. We hope this seminar lives up to its billing. अब हम लोग 5 मिनट के लिए 15 मिनट का एक ब्रेक लेंगे. छोटा सा नाश्ता आप लोग के लिए अरेंज किया गया है. काइंडली हैव इट. 1-2 स्टॉल है बाहर. Have a go at it, and then we assemble with the technical sessions. Thank you all once again. Thanks a lot.
So this is the end of the inaugural program, and I am requesting all of you, as sir said, all of you to join us for a short tea break, and we will be again continuing with our technical session afterwards. Thank you all. I'm announcing one card number MH31FE7168 and card number MH32Y3747. Please, who are the owners? I request them to come to the podium, please. Again requesting the car owner number MH32Y3747 to please come towards the podium.
ठीक है ठीक है.
we observe that many are going through their breakfast. May I draw your kind attention, please? May I draw your kind attention, please? I observe that many of you are not through with your breakfast. You can kindly take the plates, be seated, the tables are laid, and let the technical session begin.
Hello. Kind attention, participants. Kind attention. Kind attention, dear participants, distinguished guests. Kindly take your plates and please occupy your seats. We are here to begin our technical session 1. It's again my request that please take your plates and come to your seats. Once again, I like to request all the participants and distinguished guests to please occupy their seats. Even with their plates, they can sit. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. A very warm morning to dignitaries, distinguished speakers and participants. Myself, Dr. Samya Humne, take this opportunity to welcome you all for the first technical session on geology and metallurgy of Mahakoshal Belt, India. This session will be chaired by Honorable Director General GSI, Dr. S. Raju sir. Dr. Raju completed his MSc in Geology from University of Madras in 1986 and doctorate from University of Lucknow in 2004. He is basically an eminent igneous petrologist who worked on petrochemistry and geochemistry on granites and mafic and ultramafic rocks. Sir, I would like to invite you to kindly chair the session. Since we are a bit late to begin the session, we will directly move to keynote address by Dr. Abhinav Roy sir. Dr. Abhinav Roy is retired Senior Deputy Director General of Geological Survey of India. Dr. Abhinav Roy completed his BSc Honours, MSc and PhD from University of Kolkata. He received National Mineral Award in 1992 by Ministry of Mines, Government of India in Precambrian Geology. Also Belur Ramarao Award in 1992 and Lifetime Achievement Award by University of Jhansi in 2017. He is life member of Geological Society of India and also a life member of Gondwana Geological Society, Nagpur. He is having close association with Gondwana Geological Society and he edited 3 special volumes under the aegis of GGS on Precambrian Geology, plate tectonics, on many important committees of Department of Science and Technology. He published nearly more than 140 research papers. So I would like to invite Dr. Abhinav Roy sir to kindly give his keynote address.
Okay. Slides will be displayed. Laser is? Gotcha. And what is the pointer? Pointer. Okay, but I can't see. Let's start with it. Very good morning to all dignitaries, eminent scientists, Chairman Sir, and the young talents. It's my great privilege. So without wasting much time, because the time is very short and the topic is too huge, I'll straight come to the topic. It is little slant, it is difficult one. Anyhow, next. Okay, doesn't matter. This is the topic, I don't need to repeat. So you can see the volume of the topic. See, this is you can see in the center part, and is not this trending, transecting mobile belt, dividing India into 2, northern and southern part, that is the CITZ. Northern and southern parts are featured that will be discussed along this CITZ. This is a mobile belt, has a polyphase tectonothermal history and is an important transcontinental shear belt. So this is the map by Ramakrishnan and Vaidyanathan. You can see that each unit has different tectonic trends and of course CITZ transects them. You can see in the central part how it is oblique to the different tectonic trends. So the tectonic significance is very apparent from the map. What is the general characteristic of the CITZ? It's a Precambrian cast of central India. It's going on. See, this is the Bastar Keton, previous is not coming. Okay, time is precious. This is the Bostarketon, and you can see Bostarketon. It has, you see, both Bostarketon and Bundelkhand has an evolutionary history that is almost completed by 2,400 million years. And CITZ is automatically a Proterozoic belt which has played its role in welding them together. So that significance is there. So earlier thought of it is a rift zone is rather misnomer. It's a different tectonometamorphic belts which has different tectonothermal history, and that collage formed the entire Central Indian tectonic zone. It's not moving. Some problem. Chairman said I must be given this grace time because it's not intentional by me. It's back. Okay, this is the Bundelkhand. You see, in contrast to the Bostarketon, which has a general north-south trend, the Bundelkhand has east-northeast trend. And if you see the Bundelkhand northern part, then Vindhyan, then the green color is Mahakoshal, and further south is the Gondwana basin. So it is very clear the Mahakoshal is situated on the Bundelkhand, unlike some people thought it is in the southern Bostarketon. Importance of CITZ, a cluster scale mobile belt, and important is, as Dr. Roth also rightly emphasized, it started from the Columbian time and final amalgamation took place in the Rhodinian time. So spanning over about 1,000 million years. Usually in geological parlance we call them that is a boring billions. But no, this is a misnomer by Western scientists. It was all active, it's not boring. You can see the number of events, both Columbian assembly as well as disintegration, and again Rhodinian assembly. Rhodinian breaking is not part of the CITZ. And this is the map of the Central India, and you can see the central part, it's not visible. The southern part, CIS, the Central Indian shear, once it was thought the boundary between the northern Keton and the southern Keton, it has been challenged further by later workers. And this is important from the perspective of the global assembly of Rhodinian assembly. If you can see all over the world, this how the CITZ plays its role in assembling the supercontinent Rhodinia. You can see there are Greenvillian events, this is the last event, but prior to that, there is also pre-Greenvillian events. All have records in the CITZ. CITZ, we get dates spanning from 2.1 to up to 1 million years. So it is a collage of different tectonometamorphic belts. And there are several supracrustals within the CITZ. Northernmost is the Mahakoshal, that is the point of our topic. Then comes to the south the Bethul, then Saucer, and granite belts, BBG belt. BBG is a Balaghat Bandara Gandurite belt, RKG, Ramakona Katanga belt, Makrohar belts. They are all set in unclassified niches. A tectonic model was initially given by Edegers. They emphasize the southern subduction of the Bundelkhand Keton below the Bostarketon, and the bounding plane was the CIS, based mainly on the hypothetical ground with little geological data. Anyhow, the first model was there. But one thing, the model making is a very good thing. But once you make a model, to undo the model is a very tough thing. That's very important. So before making any model, be sure that you have ample data, ample evidences to support that tomorrow it doesn't break as a pack of cards or creates problem for the next generations to undo that one, particularly if you are a very recognized person. Today, to challenge Condi or Brian Woodley, it's a tough thing, although you may find there are certain difficulties in working them. See, problems with the Edgar's model, I will not go details about the CITZ. The BBG belt formed during the Archean, this is also now from the work of the Bhomik and others, our work, we say it is not so. The Saucer rocks were younger than the granulites, it is also not. South-directed thrusting, actually what will happen? If there is south-directed subduction, then the thrust will be directed to the north. But all the field evidence suggests thrusts are all southern directed. So it goes against, again for the new generations, the field. Field geology is a very important thing. So the Edgar's model, these are the things unexplained. RKG belt was not considered, MKG. GTSJ, it is a very important. Gavilgad-Tan shear zone. It's very close to Nagpur, particularly persons posted in Nagpur, they must give re-emphasize. Delhi University is working hard on this one. Myself is also associated about the Gavilgad-Tan shear zone. It is the new coin between the northern block and the southern block, how they have been accreted along this one or reworked. Even today it is reworked. Gavilgad-Tan shear. Now then came the Roy and Prasad's model in 2001 and 2003. It takes into account the following three attributes: all the granulite belts, their PTT data, polarity of the granite magmatism, lithoassemblage, environment deposition of supracarsal belts, structural dispositions. These are the factors we consider to be cared before making any model. Then first come from the Mahakoshal, I will be coming later Mahakoshal. First is the Betul belt. You see, Betul has the two parts, southern part, northern part. I will not go detail. Southern part is a volcano-sedimentary assemblages, the bimodal volcanics and sediments, associated mineralizations. Northern part is an igneous province. Extensive work has been done, myself, Professor Dr. Kasturi Chakraborty and others, and we have established them. They are actually derived from a metasomatized mantle. This drove us to make another model of plate tectonics. Why a metasomatized mantle contributed to the magmatism in this one. So they are definitely a subducted block which has been metasomatized and then they are again tapped during the magmatism. So continental arc, continental marginal arc we assumed for the Betul belt. And this is the rift model from the Condi. The both bimodal means acid and mapping magmatism, they can take simultaneously. As today you all know, the magma mingling mixings, these are the things very common in the field we find. So field geology, again, once again I say, you must carefully see. They have a long bearing about the making models or anything. This is the Betul belt, some of the photographs, and these are the characteristics. I will not go detail. There are polyphase deformations. Metamorphism is again the low pressure, medium temperature metamorphism. Sandeep Rai also worked in these areas. Tectonic setting of the Betul belt. This is a calc-alkaline granite magmatism, bimodal volcanism, mapping ultramapping magmatism, continental arc setting, post-dating Mahakoshal belt. This is the saucer belt showing a convexity to the south. For the south I am coming, and details beyond the past view. These are some of the features of the saucer belt. It is a polyphase deformation and polymetamorphic. So look at each belt has its own tectonometamorphic history. It is not a single tectonometamorphic history which has covered the entire CITZ. So they are all individual tectonometamorphic terrain. They have been joined by some shear zones. This shear zones also a very important thing. We must take into account. Unless we give them importance to the shear zones, we'll be missing the very essence of understanding the geology. And This is for the Balaghat-Bhandara granulite belt. Bhomik and us, we have given the model. On the left side, you can see saucer, ITD path, and Balaghat-Bhandara is a very complicated path, which Edgar and others, they assume a plate subduction in one direction, but it is not so. There might have been a plate subduction there, but again there is a rollback on which the saucer was deposited. Saucer was never migmatite. Before saucer deposition, there was migmatization which produced the Tirodi biotite gneiss, on which saucers were deposited. So a long history. Later, when this northern block and southern block, they accreted, that time there was a northern subduction. So this is a prolonged history. The Ryan process models, this is the summaries we have found, and we have given a model that northern subduction starting from 2.4 to 1.8, then come to 1.8 to 1.5, the Betul belt is, you can see, evolved. Mahakoshal belt first opened, then they closed. Because any basin they open, maybe due to the partly rifting, but rifting does not persist or continues till the end. It has to be closed. How can it be closed? Closed by deformation, and deformation is a contractional features. And what is the happening during deformation, closed side folding? So there may be some shear zones developing by strain partitioning. Young generations must be careful while starting in a terrain about the strain partitioning. How a fold and shears, they develop simultaneously or one over the other. That's very pertinent. Look at the northern subduction is continuing. Further, when they have accreted along the along the Ramakola-Katangi belt, this saucer was yet to develop. It is our model. Later we have modified, myself, Chattopadhyay and Bhomik, we have further modified on this model. I will not go detail about the plate tectonics model. And this is ultimate amalgamation is this 0.9 when we find the total picture. Now look at the saucer, they are all south directed thrusting. Apparently people visiting the saucer, they find very low dipping bed and they believe that, oh, this is a very low dipping horizon. Actually they are not. They are actually all thrust planes. All are thrust planes. This is structural studies, is very important. Metamorphic grade is upper amphibolite, and at places to the north, Ramakola-Katangi, they have attained to the granulite facies. So you get a continuum. You have to work out. Now this is the model, upper part, we have given myself, Chattopadhyay and others. The second one, that Gabilgarh Tanshir is the main one, where now the final amalgamation taken place. Though the suturing may be little south, but there was adjustment. Just like in Himalayas, if you see, the final suturing and the strike slip faults, they are a little apart. Strike slip fault on the hinterland side. Now coming to the Mahakoshal, our topic, this is the part, you can see the northern block and southern block. This is the Mahakoshal belt in between, narrow belt. You see, the pointer is not working. And this is the map of the Mahakoshal belt, and different colors shows the different formations. I was just heard that stratigraphy or structure may not have any relevance to the mineralization. I strongly defer this point, because unless I work out the geology and the stratigraphy, my exploration strategy will be total failure. Because what are the horizon? What is the depositional conditions that initiated the depositions or further, reworking of the deposits is very important. Sometimes we may get a stratigraphic control of mineralization or structural stratigraphic control of mineralization. So the classification of the Mahakoshal stratigraphy, myself and Dr. Devarajan, we took special initiative. And you can see the rock types. If you see the rock types of the Mahakoshal for the north and south, they are bound by the Son-Narmada North Fault and Son-Narmada South Fault. They are pericratonic or continental margin to the Bundelkhand Craton, dominated by metasediments with subordinate metavolcanics, metatubes, ultramafics. These mafics and ultramafics, they are co-genetic and co-magmatic with the basic volcanics. But first the crust was stretched, shallow water intertidal sediments were deposited, then there were limited rifting. This limited, not total rifting, that causes the outpouring of the mapping magma, and along with that one, mafic ultramafic rocks were emplaced. They were later deformed and metamorphosed, dominated by metasediments. Further, as the basin axis shifted towards south, we get the sediments are dominating gradually. And Amsi Geon fault is a very important one. Okay, sir, I am coming shortly. I must be given 5 minutes rest time. So, volcanic tholiites, soda enrichment, geophysical, as somebody was telling, yes, very essential. From the geophysics, we could work out the Son Narmada North and Son Narmada South faults. And in between, the pillow structures, pillow means they are basic rocks at depth. This is stratigraphy. As I was telling, the earlier one, they classified as Agori group as a separate one. We have put Agori within the Slimanabad formation. So we have again introduced a new term, the Dudibaniya formation, because of its assembly of the BIF, too much of BIF. It is chemogenic sediment exceeding the clastic sediment. So that is exploration purposes are very important. This is our classification, and these are some of the Mahakoshal belt depositional environments. Slimanabad, Parsoi, Dudbania, they are little different. So stratigraphy is built up mainly based on the and order of superposition plus the depositional environments. Deformation characteristics detail doesn't need to go, 3 deformations, but the first 2 deformations are mainly controlling the east-west orientations and the elongation of these belts. Most of the belt, that's why the terminology is used belt. It is not a basin, it's a belt. That means they are the result of the deformations. Subhorizontal compression, horizontal tectonics, that's very important. So it is no longer a vertical tectonics. Columbian orogeny, that's very important. Mahakoshal is showing a Columbian orogeny. Sheath folds are also seen near the shear zone. These are some of the fold features you can see. As we come in the south, we can see the, I will come to the, you see, very important point is, you see, you can see the southern margin, there are abundant emplacement of the granite plutonism. These granite plutons, you can see as a field geologist, from a typical magmatic stage to the mineralitic stages of deformations. So you can work out, they are the syntectonically emplaced. You can see the magmatic stage, they are deformed also partly, and next stage you can see the shearing. The same rock has been sheared and produced a myelinite or a phylonite. So in the field, they are not 2 different rock types. Same rock has undergone the different state of strain. Metamorphism, detail will be talked by Dr. Chakraborty, but I will tell you one thing, that both D1 deformation, D1 and D2 is covered by a single metamorphism. It is a low pressure, medium to high temperature, and it shows a clockwise PTT path. As you all aware, clockwise PTT path usually indicate a collisional tectonics. So Mahakoshal southern margin actually indicate a collisional tectonics. And further south there is a Macrohar belt, is a granulite. Is there tomorrow workers will be worked out whether there is a relationship between the Macrohar granulite belt and the Mahakoshal southern part metamorphic belts. These are the granites. You know, all these granites in the Mahakoshal, they try to show, they show a date from 1.5 to 1.8. But 1.7 to 1.8 is very dominant. And this coincides with the timing of metamorphism and timing of deformations. So they amply demonstrate this deformation, metamorphism and igneous emplacement may have a time significance of co-genetic or co-eval in nature. So these are the different Dudi part with, and further south the Macrohar belt, some of the photographs you can see. In conclusion, CITZ is an ensemble of several supracrustal belts, gneisses, granites, SIB of the southern Indian belt and Bosser Keton. They have welded in the CITZ. Mahakoshal belt is the beginning of the CITZ activity. Mahakoshal bound by the Sonarbada south and north faults. Sedimentation initiated in response to crustal stretching in shallow water self to slope faces environment. Crustal extension, limited rifting, asthenospheric upwelling, volcanism along the self-faces sedimentations. That's in the early part. And rifting led to accelerated basin subsidence, seam depositional faulting, MCGN fault, very important thing. Formation of, and Dudhmania formation, this is very exploration strategy, Dudhmania is very important. Polyphase deformations, granite plutonicism, ductile shearing. These are important aspects of the Mahakoshal belt, particularly in the southern part. So, in the limited time, I could not do justice to my talk. I am little unhappy, but still I am thankful to the chairman for giving me this long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. As usual, your presentation is authoritative and full of information. 15-20 minutes are very less for Professor Rai. I understand. But even then, I am very thankful for giving in a very lucid manner whatever you had, northward subduction and related granitic intrusions. Thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much, sir.
My only emphasis is, sir, I have done both geology as well as exploration. But as a geologist, from the formative stage to this final stage, as now I am on the verge of leaving this country, world. Fundamental science is the prerequisite for any exploration. We cannot ignore the fundamental science. We have to continue with it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Abhinav Roy, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. S.P. Singh from Bundelkhand University, and he will be speaking on metamorphic evolution of the contact aureole of the Jirgandi Pluton, Sonbhadra district, Mahakoshal Mobile Belt, Central India.
Good afternoon to all of you. We had a very meaningful and interesting aspect on the central tectonic zone and the Mahakoshal by Dr. Abhinav Roy. My talk is not so, but I will try my best to show you some little bit done in the Bundelkhand, where in the Bundelkhand as well as on the Jirgandi granite. The Jirgandi granite are intrusive into the Mahakoshal group. Not only that, there are many granites. They are intrusive into the Mahakoshal group. Slide please. Yeah, this is a tectonic metamorphic evolution of contact areole. Contact areoles, you must be aware that they are very limited in the country. Mahakoshal is one of them. Yeah. So this is a regional map of the central India. Bundelkhand Ketan, which is usually shown by a monotonous color, it is not so. It has been divided into two greenstone belts. One is in the central part and another is in the southern part. If we move further from the Bundelkhand Ketan to the southward, the Mahakoshals are there. In between that, the Great Vindhyan basins are there. The Mahakoshal is about 500 to 600 kilometers in the length, right from Harda to the Rohtas and further east. this belt has been divided into two-fold division or the three-fold division, it has no matter. But the lowermost part dominated by the mafic and ultramafic rocks. The middle portion dominated by the volcano-sedimentary rock with the iron formation, and the upper part that is known as the Parsoi, that is the metamorphic rock, low grade to medium grade metamorphic rocks. They are exposed in a such way that in the eastern part we have the phyllite, moving to the west we have the schist rocks, and further to the Mahakoshal we have the Chota Nagpurs and the enclaves of the granulite facies rocks within that. And series of the granite rocks are there. This is a tectonic zone. Dr. Rai has discussed in detail. So next slide please. Yeah, a closer view of the Parsoi, where we have the Jharikatandi, we have the Bagisati, we have Tumia, Rohania, Kambakhurd, Harkachnar and many other. They are the small bodies intrusive into the Mahakoshal Parsoi group of the Parsoi formation of the Mahakoshal group. Among all these bodies, a beautiful areole has been found in the southern part of the Jharikatandi. And not much, the contact areole also has been recorded from the Bagasati, but that was not a uniform. Let us see what is happening over there. You see the Jharikatandi granite in the southern part. We have the contact areoles of the three zones. Hornfasic texture, well exposed near to the Nigai. And Parach and south of the Jharikatandi, the inner, outer and the middle parts are available. The chlorite, muscovite, biotite schist plus minus coderite and andalusites, they are in the middle part, middle areole and the inner areole. So what is the architect of the Jharikatandi? Country rock is the phyllite of Mahakoshal. In this areole, the areole is 600 to 800 meter thickness. Inner areole characterized by the mineral sillimanite, fibrolyte, biotite, coderite, garnet. That is the Paraxene hornfels facies. The middle areole is of the amphibolite facies, andalusite, biotite, muscovite and coderites, and the outer areole is albite epitode hornfels facies of the chlorite, andalusite, biotite zone. We also recorded the enclaves, peltic enclaves within the margin of the granites. You can see the characteristic minerals in the inner areole, middle areole and the outer areole. In the outer areole, we have a lot of tourmaline also. As far as the geochronology is concerned, 1553 plus minus 9 is a shrimp data available by the Sita Bora and Santosh Kumar in 2012 that indicate the late Proterozoic intrusion event for the Jharikatandi pluton. You can see the granite Zirconium granite and the areole that is superimposed. In the last deep part, you can see how the contact metamorphism is going on. Phyllite are there and some thermal episodes. Superimposed metamorphism is there, and some in the second and the third we have the different variety of the rocks. That is definitely not the phyllite or the schist. There is no any foliation has been recorded over there. So they are the hornfelsic rocks available over there. You see here the granites are there, and this is the middle contact areole is available. Yeah, lot of garnet, cordierite, sillimanites are there. Andalusites along with the biotite, that is also over there. And in the third slide, we have the andalusites, fibrolites, cordierite and biotite. The biotites are tan in color. And in the outer areole, we have the andalusite chloride and biotite. So a distinct variation in the texture has been recorded from the different zones. Fibrolites are there, the garnet, cordierite, biotites are there. You can see the fibrolites, there is no garnet, biotite, and these are the different association. You can see the fibrolite and the biotite, cordierite. This is not found into the metaphylites of the Mahakoshal group. They are supposed to be the phyllite. So definitely it is something else. The andalusite is transforming into the fibrolites. What is the phase relationship in the inner zone and middle zone and the outer zone? The metamorphic reactions has been recorded based on the texture relationship and the mineral chemistry. In the outer zone, we have the muscovite chloride, biotite and andalusite quartz is there. That is a albite without hornfeld species. Then in the middle zone, we have the muscovite chloride quartz giving the cordierite biotite plus water, and the muscovite plus biotite plus quartz giving you cordierite plus K feldspar plus H2. While in the inner zone, we have the three important reactions are over there. Muscovite plus quartz, that is no more stable, it is changing into the K feldspar plus fibrolite. Andalusite also changing into the fibrolite, and aluminosilicate biotite quartz giving you garnet plus cordierite. The chemistry of the garnet, muscovite, biotite and corderites showing a very distinct role. If you see the temperature estimation by the different methods, it is coming 600 in the garnet cordierite and the garnet biotite models. In the inner zone, we do have the temperature of 680 degrees Celsius, and in the middle areole, we have the temperature of 580 degrees Celsius, and in the outer zone, we have the temperature of 487 plus minus 30, and internally consistent thermometers giving some other. In the enclaves also showing the 650 degrees Celsius plus minus 25 degrees Celsius. As far as the pressure is to concern, it is showing a low pressure. The internally consistent geothermobarometry by thermocal and Dwivedi et al. Both are showing the highest pressure is 3 kilobar and 690 degrees Celsius. If you plot in terms of the pressure and temperature, the outer zone middle zone, inner, Jirgatandi granite and the Mahakoshal group, a very distinct variation has been obtained, and in the triangular diagram the different phases are shown. Conclusion, sir. Jirgatandi Pluton, it is a amphibole biotite granite emplaced around 1850 million year into the low-grade regional metamorphism in Persoi formation. The contact metamorphism M2 at Jirgatandi is superimposed occur as a result of the higher geothermal gradient produced around the magma. The width of the areole is between 600 to 800 meters across the Jirgatandi Pluton. The metabolite most abundant in the contact areole metamorphism characterized by the development of the andalusite, chlorite, muscovite, coderite, andalusite, garnet and fibrolites. It has been divided into the areole, outer, middle and inner. The temperature is 487 to 661 degrees Celsius and pressure is 1.6 to 2.5. So, means to say, there is two events. Why this is important? Why the areole has developed over there? Really, what is the relationship between the Mahakoshal group and the granite emplacement? Definitely, after the deformation, some event has happened in the Persoi area, in the eastern part of the Persoi formation, where this contact areole has developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Srivastav, with very good information, 3 areole and the age data. Now this presentation is open for questions, 1 or 2 questions, if somebody would like to have. If it is very clear, then probably question will not be there, but it is there. Yes. Please ask. Sir, you will be second. First let him ask, then you will be the second. Yeah, please.
Sir, you said that some event has happened in the last statement.
Yeah.
What is that event you are expecting?
Of course, granite is there in the tectonic configuration. One side is Chota Nagpur gneissic complex is over there. Mahakoshal orogeny is happening. Different thrust, fault, all has developed. After this, 1850 million year, or if we say precisely, 1750 million year is the right term, plus minus 5 million year. That is the uranium-lead dating. That was the last event in that area.
So, what are the economic mineral we can expect from this?
I think this question will be answered in many presentations.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Srivastav. I think second question from Professor.
Thank you, sir.
It is related with the tectonics and the superimposed metamorphism.
It is going, so the whole day is there for economics. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes.
Hey, question, somebody can give the mic.
Hello. Sir, in Jirgatandi granite, we are getting some carbonate patches within the granite. So, that carbonate is from Vindhyan or it is from the Mahakoshal granite, Mahakoshal marble?
Calc silicates are there. We have to see the mineralogy, what is the temperature of there. In my view, they are the part of the Mahakoshal group, which has a low-grade metamorphose, because in the Mahakoshal, already starolite garnet kyanite assemblies has been recorded from the Badhan, east of the Badhan area. This indicates some additional picture of the metamorphism.
Professor Singh, question is very clear. Whether it is from Vindhyan or from the metamorphic carbonate.
Yeah, that is occurring within the Mahakoshal.
It is not from Vindhyan.
No.
Okay, fine. You gave the answer. Fine. Thank you. I think we can clap the presentation for the presentation. Thank you very much. Now, luckily, third presentation is not there. Professor Harel Thomas, because of certain reasons, he could not come here. So now we are moving to the next presentation, Sri Hemant Kumar from Mahakoshal Belt, Central India, in light of intrusive granites.
Respected Chairman, sir, and distinguished guests in the gathering, I am Hemant Kumar from Geological Survey of India, Northern Region, to present the topic on the Mahakoshal Belt in light of intrusive granites. As Abhinav Rai sir, my guru in my OCG, during my OCG, has said a lot about this Mahakoshal tectonic zone. It is a fault-controlled asymmetrical rift basin in the northern part of CITZ, and it has experienced so many polyphase tectonothermal events in the which involve the volcanosedimentary deposition, deformation, and metamorphism, as well as the magmatism. I am taking this magmatism as my topic of today's discussion. So, as we all know that this Mahakoshal belt is bounded in north by Son-Narmada North Fault. Besides it is having Vindhyan sedimentaries, and in the southern part it is marked by Son-Narmada South Fault, along the Dudhi Gneissic complex or Siddhi Gneissic complex. Many intrusive granites have intruded within this Mahakoshals, as well as the Dudhi or Siddhi Gneissic complexes both. They have termed as grey granite, pink granite, porphyritic granite, leucocratic granite, tourmaline-bearing granites, so many. As in this, based on the MISPUB by Geological Survey of India of Northern Region, we will be having the so many granites categorized on, but we will be having this intrusive relationship. As Professor S.P. Singh said, sir has described this thermal aureole, but in some of the publications, many workers defined these granites in different terms. Many have considered these granites as the basement, as part of the Dudhi Gneissic complex, and these papers have got published and recognized or referred very well. But in my opinion, as as Dr. Singh has said, that this Jirgadandi granite has developed a good thermal aureole. We will be having 7-8 granite bodies within this Mahakoshals, and 2 or 3 have developed as Bagishwati, this Jirgadandi granite, and Tumya granites have developed a very good thermal aureole, which is the northern contact of these granites have developed, intruded along a faulted contact, while the southern part, it is having the thermal aureole around it. So, this is the generalized order of superposition of the as Abhinav Roy sir said, one has to understand the geology first, then structure. So, Dudhi Gneissic complexes are considered to be as the basement for Mahakoshals, in which 3 formations, volcanosedimentary, and then Semitic and Paletic rocks are divided into 3 formations. Followed up in the sequence, we will be having intrusive granites named as Jirgadandi, Bagishwati, Dumar, Asnadohar, Tumya, etc. So these are mainly 2 mica granites, and these are the characteristics. All these granites are considered to be having the characteristics of per-aluminous to meta-aluminous, but one or two granites are showing strongly meta-aluminous characteristics with a lot of MME, mafic microgranular enclaves within it. So let us continue with this. There are a few photographs. The studies of MMEs suggest these we have zoned CPX in the MMEs and it shows this replacement of clinopyroxenes by calc amphiboles. Sorry, sir. Ji. Yeah. So, no, because the takeaway, I am going to discuss the takeaway. So, either you can go directly to the last slide. How these granites are important, as it has been considered as mixed type, hybrid. The chemical characteristics suggest it is meta-aluminous belonging to the subalkaline to calc-alkaline rocks, dominantly granitic, but some of them are quartzinite. This is the MME, mafic microgranular enclaves. Within it, we will be having this acicular apatite with zone pyroxene. Both these features indicate the magma undercooling, because there was considered to be a mixing of two magmas, felsic with the mafic, which give rise this Jirgarandi granitoid as a contact aureole around it. These are the developments of andalusite within the along the fabric of this foliation fabric, relict structures, and we have sericite development around the andalusite porphyry. It is a chiastolite variety of andalusite within the drill core, as well as we have estimated value of andalusite as a refractory around in 3 blocks of approximately 80 million tons. Sir, the takeaway, what we have to look for, that it is based on the NAGMP data in block 13, it is showing high magnetic anomaly around this Jirgarandi aureole. Sorry, Jirgarandi granite. It is important to look for the closed space magnetic surveys to look for the mineral deposits, mainly uranium, lead, zinc, and chromium at the depth of around 750 meters. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Hemant Kumar. And you, in last sentence, you have given the answer of, I think, Director Technical has not here. Probably the question is answered.
Sir, I tried.
So, it is a very nice presentation. Many aspects you have discussed. And now the question is, session is open for.
Sir.
Whether this is a basement or this is an intrusive is a field-related problem. If
Sir,
it
is very well.
Let me finish.
Yes, sure.
If it is a basement, you should get some shallow water sediments overlying that one. Whether you are getting any conglomeratic rock overlying that one, it's a direct field evidence. One. Secondly, for the contact aureole somebody was taking, any Andalusite occurrences or earlier this was considered if it is adjacent to any granitic body is the result of contact aureoles. This myth has been broken long back when we study the SISC tectonites. And it has been shown that it is only low pressure assemblages. If you see the petrogenetic grid or also from the combining petrography as well as the pseudo sections, they are all regional metamorphic products. Fine. Question is whether these features are confined to the contact zone. So a field geology along with the petrography is very essential rather than just bifilling against pure field. This is for the new generation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's always a controversial when granite is there, whether it is a basement or it's a intrusive. It is always there, but we have to resolve the controversies.
Thank you very much.
Right direction given by Professor, and it is certainly will be available for younger generation to find out the clear-cut answer where we can get the convinced with the idea, whatever has been proposed. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. And then next presentation is by now Dr. Kasturi Chakravarti, Mahakoshal Group, a tectonometamorphic perspective.
Well, very good day to all. I'll try to keep this as short as possible. It is mainly on the whatever we know about the metamorphism and the relevant tectonics of Mahakoshal and what are the gap areas that should be covered. So can we switch to the presentation? So, yeah. So the Mahakoshal belt, as my predecessors have already amply, they have discussed that it is a long belt. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's quite a long belt and almost 500 kilometers and a narrow belt as that. The exposures are not continuous, they occur as lenses of varying dimensions. And only from the tectonometamorphic point of view, a very short or a very small segment of this belt has been covered for study. So this map has been compiled by Central Region and Northern Region. You can see the gray part, that is the Slimanabad Formation as discussed by Dr. Roy. And most of the high grade or so-called amphibolite facies assemblages are available in the Slimanabad Formation. And the green and blue are the Dudmania Formation, the Pasoi Formation. So my discussion today will be confined to the Slimanabad Formation. And now if you look at the locations or the areas where real work has been carried out in Mahakoshal, in the Slimanabad Formations are those with the stars. Now in the extreme southwest, you will see near Jabalpur there is one star. That was the work carried out in 2016, it was published. And then other works have recently been carried out near Siddhi. One is Dr. Roy again to the east of Siddhi, and then there are recent works in the west of Siddhi, the red star there. So this is the work that was carried out in 2016 by Chakravarti et al. These are amphibolite facies, metapelites and calcsilicates. What I'll talk about is mostly the metapelites. The main part of metamorphic petrology is to find out the relation between deformation and metamorphism. So whatever Dr. Roy and Dr. Debrajan and later Dr. Roy and Dr. Prasad has concluded that the first two deformations were the first two deformations had only one metamorphism to go with it, and the peak of metamorphism was during the D2 or the late D1. Late D1 to early D2 was the peak of metamorphism, and that's exactly what Chakravarti et al. 2016 deduced from Jabalpur area. They had a detailed work carried out on the porphyroblast sequence and their relation to the tectonism. It was found that while the porphyroblast formation Yeah, this is the sequence of porphyroblast development. As you can see, during D1, the garnet has started forming, and there are different generations of garnet. The first during D1 and the second started after D1, pre-D2, continued through D2. The staurolite, at least in Jabalpur part of Mahakoshal, is a post-D1, pre-D2 thing, whereas the Andalusite growth started definitely in the post-D1 stage, but continued through a phase of D2. However, the Andalusite growth stopped and D2 continued. The folds got tightly crenulated against the Andalusite. So that is the porphyroblast growth sequence. And since Andalusite is the highest of the metamorphic grade achieved in Mahakoshal, that is somewhere around 540 to 550 degrees centigrade. So, according to Chakravarti et al., the peak of metamorphism in Mahakoshal is early D2 stage. Now, if you look at the PT paths that have been derived by different groups, there are controversies, considerable controversies regarding timing of metamorphism, the timing of the peak. So, the blue one is the Chakravarti et al. Path. It has peaked somewhere around 540 degrees centigrade, around 3 to 3.5 kilowatt pressure, well within the Andalusite stability field. And this was during, as I said, during early SIN D2 stage. Now later, in 2017, Deshmukh et al. Have also worked. Well, the first part is definitely a clockwise PT path. Now, according to Deshmukh et al., the green one, that is in 2020s, in fact, this is also quite a clockwise PT path, although with a loop. But if you can look at the path, the pressure involved is considerably higher. So this particular pressure is beyond Andalusite stability field. And then there is another path also by Deshmukh et al. In 2017 that was based on Andalusite and Muscovite compositional contours in while the diagram they have used, it is a pseudo-section based in Poplex. So according to this, the initial pressure was very high, in fact 8 kilobar. And then to explain the Andalusite, they have introduced a very sharp drop in pressure and ultimately brought it in Andalusite stability field. And as per this theory, as per this model, the Andalusite is a second episode of metamorphism. So there is considerable controversy. The earlier workers up to 2016, for them Andalusite is the peak metamorphism of the first episode, and if there is a second episode, that is mainly retrograde. Whereas as per Deshmukh et al. 2017 and their later work in 2021, the peak of metamorphism comes with the second episode of metamorphism. Whereas for the first group, the second episode is largely a low-grade one. So that is one part. As for the dates, the monazite date, the early workers have not carried out. At that time, monazite dating was not so common also. Later, Deshmukh et al., they have carried out monazite dating. And once again, there are two distinct episodes, as they suggested from their metamorphic study. The first is a 1.7, 1.8 roughly, let us take it as 1.75, and the second is 0.95. Now, if we check that what are the monazites they have used, the monazites, it's a bad luck for them or for us or for all people who are interested in Mahakoshal. The monazites are not confined to porphyroblasts, so we really cannot say definitely that this particular monazite date pertains to this particular porphyroblast development. The first set of monazite they got is within some quartz. The second set of monazite is interfolial monazite found within the muscovite. So on the basis of this second set of monazite, it has been concluded that there must be two distinct episodes and the peak must be with the second episode. I think the data suggests there is scope for work because it's not conclusively proved. Now, as my first point, I would like to say that tectonometamorphic study on the Mahakoshal belt has been carried out in the central sector, whereas the Mahakoshal itself is a huge belt starting from in the west somewhere near Narsinghpur, whereas in the east it extends to Palamau in Bihar. So all the work, all the 3 or 4 works that have been carried out is either near Jabalpur or Sindhi or Slimanabad. So as yet, even within that work, there is huge controversy and much to be resolved. Second, not much has been carried out either in the west, in Narsingpur. It has been reported. It has not been worked upon from the metamorphic point of view. And once again, if you come to Palamau, people have reported the same assemblage. There is once again staurolite, andalusite, garnet, but no tectonothermal data. So on what basis we say that this is really one same belt? We have based it only on the basis of mineral assemblage, and of course there is some structural data. Recently there is some geochronological data as well from Bihar, coming from Bihar, and it conforms. But there is no real tectonometamorphic study. So this leaves us with a huge gap. We have some data. The data is controversial because none of the models match. Even the 2 models of Deshmukh et al., they don't match. And then their structural data do not match with the structural data presented by Chakravarti et al., neither with the structural data that is presented by Roy and Prasad in 2002. So this is a gap area. The gap area is that we do not know anything about the metamorphic pattern in Narsingpur to the west or in Palamau area in Bihar to the east. And finally, if you find the global correlation, it has been variably correlated to Koa, that is a Capricorn orogeny of Australia, or to the trans-North China orogen. Now, on what basis have it been done? Not much, only some scattered geochronological data, granite data, and that's all. So we are left yet to establish the proper PT path. Let us first find out whether the entire Mahakoshal belt gives us a relevant data, whether everything can be correlated from Narsingpur to Palamau. So we really need to focus on some selected stretches of work, focused R&D, to find out whether the data match throughout Mahakoshal, to establish the proper tectonics vis-a-vis metamorphism of Mahakoshal. This is point 1. Only then we shall be in a position at least to begin to say that whether it can be related to Koa, it can be related to trans-North China orogen, and then what is the significance of this part of the Indian plate to the rest of the world. So first we need to solve Mahakoshal itself. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Kasturi. You have beautifully brought out the problem. Conclusion is, it is non-conclusive. So, of course, the session is open, the presentation is open for question. I want, because your name is there, so you have to ask the question. Yes, please. Supplement. Right.
Very important thing, as you rightly said it, that he is leaving the job for the posterity, because science never ends.
Right, sir.
It gives a new vista of opportunities for the search. Madam, I just like to learn one thing, because I am not a great metamorphic petrologist like you all. This high pressure, low pressures in the same bed, in the same area, if we find, whether from the petrographic evidence or anything, that means they indicate the 2 different crustal levels. These 2 crustal levels, they have been metamorphosed. So there is some processes which has caused their movement from up to down or down to up through some shear zones. Or normal folding cannot bring them to such changes in the rapid time. Are we getting in the field such shear zones to demonstrate or to corroborate? Yes, high pressure, as this book has rightly put it. I read it also. I was very skeptical because his field data was very scanty, rightly pointed out by this thing. So this is a very important point for the field geologists, that whenever we get a petrographic evidences, you must justify with the field evidences. Second point is, very rightly you have said it, madam, that east to west, because basin evolved in patches that they ultimately coalesced. So metamorphic pattern in one place may differ in another place. And third point is stoichiometry. Rock's composition has a lot of bearing about the minerals formation. For example, cordierite is very limited in growth. Gopadravat section is a very famous place where you get the cordierite almost exclusively. No other places I could find the cordierite. How? And we found that a mineralogy, I mean chemistry and mineralogy is little different. And we suspected that could be any acid too. So there are ample scope, as Madam rightly said it, for the future generations to work on this line. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Professor Singh.
Ma'am, I would like to congratulate you first.
Thank you, sir.
That you have pointed out a very right thing. We must have to analyze the entire metamorphic belt available in the Mahakoshal. Mahakoshal has two parts. Whatever we are saying is the lower, Chitrangi and the Agori, they are not metamorphosed. The younger one is metamorphosed. Younger one is metamorphosed, that is the Parsoi, and the lower one is not metamorphosed. Right?
Not
There is no metamorphism at all, or very little metamorphism in the Chitrangi and the Agori. All the pillow lavas are as such, deformation signatures are very less. Why? In the Parsoi, we have a lot of deformation. So, a study is required from Jabalpur also. Jabalpur, we have the garnet, andalusite, anthophilites, and fibrilites are there. A small hillock, many people has gone in the Tila area. That is a part of that. Tabaghat is another part where we have the andalusite and some kyanites. So that is a section exposed. Metamorphism is of one episode, but because of the section, we are getting the different variety of the assemblies at different places. That has to be analyzed clearly. In the eastern part, we have the low grade, only the phyllite and all things. The second, what I have raised, that is, in what condition this thermal metamorphism has happened. What is its relationship with the regional framework of the Mahakoshal, or the central tectonic zone? Because the contact areoles, why not it has developed? Different variety of the granites are there. When Jhirgadandi granite is 1761 million year, it means all these activities has happened before that. And the Agori age is 21 to 2200 million year. Agori and
Thank you, Professor Singh. I think you are explaining, you are not asking the question.
Yeah. So, sir, the question, I would like to congratulate because he has read this
that discussion
right
can
questions.
continue. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
By Khanna et al., Khanna did the work and he found the
Thank you, ma'am.
date
Yeah.
2200 million year
See
for
the
the
time limit.
Philo's research.
Discussion can continue. This is a very live discussion and fruitful discussion. It should continue. Thank you. Thank you both of you.
Thank you all the speakers. Before moving to technical session 2, I would like to request Dr. D.K. Sinha sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Abhinav Roy sir with floral bouquet and memento. You have to felicitate Roy sir. Dr. Abhinav Roy sir, please. Again, I would like to request Dr. D.K. Sinha sir to felicitate Dr. S.P. Singh sir. Again, I would like to request Sinha sir to felicitate Shri Hemant Kumar with floral bouquet and memento. I would like to invite Dr. Kasturi Chakrabarti, please come up, and request Dr. Sinha sir to felicitate her. Now I invite Ms. Paramita to compare technical session 2.
Okay, sir, please sit here. I only.
Very good afternoon to all of you. After the first technical session, I again welcome you all to the second technical session of the seminar, namely Exploration Trends in Mahakoshal Belt, CITZ, India. After the first technical session on geology and metallurgy of Mahakoshal Belt, CITZ, India, that has enlightened us to the brim, we are now arrived at the second technical session of the seminar. We have 4 lectures, including 1 keynote address, that focuses on the exploration trends of the Mahakoshal belt. We all know that Mahakoshal is among the 3 mobile belts that defines the very basic architecture of the CITZ. As a result, the belt has immense potential for metallogenic point of view. With the advent of modern exploration technique, the belt has been immensely searched for mineralization such as gold, RE, base metal, PGE, etc. However, many of the pioneering work remained hidden from the geological fraternity. With this session, we would like to bring out some key aspects of the mineral exploration activities carried out in the Mahakoshal belt and truly hope to deliver some well-focused glimpses into the wealth of information gathered over the past. So, without further ado, let us begin the session itself. I request the session chair, Dr. D.K. Sinha, to please chair this session as well. I also request Dr. Harbans Singh, retired DG GSI, to felicitate Dr. D.K. Sinha with a memento and floral bouquet. Thank you, Dr. Singh. I request Dr. Savita Chorpagar to come upon the dais as the reporter of the session. Thank you, sir. With this, we will directly proceed to the lecture session. Our first speaker of this technical session is none other than Dr. D.K. Sinha himself, Director AMD. Dr. Sinha, an eminent alumnus of Sagar University MP and Nagpur University Maharashtra, is a well-known figure in the atomic mineral exploration landscape of India. I would like to invite Dr. Sinha to the podium to share his views on the geological environment and ellery potential of the Mahakoshal group of rocks, Central India. Sir, please.
Namaskar. The first session has given very good background of the geology of Mahakoshal, many controversies, solution, availability of data, as well as the way forward. The question was pertinent when Director Technical MECL has asked what is the economic significance. Of course, we should look for economic significance, viability of economic mineral deposit, and that becomes our main aim. Ultimately, that is the bread and butter. Ultimately, okay, it can be Andalusite, it can be metamorphic, it can be 1800, 1700. That is all is good for discussion. But ultimately, when we should give something to the country or something to the society, that is our main aim. With that idea, probably this second session has been framed and rightly given the speaker, as well as many people are there who are going to discuss. We know that Mahakoshal has many things, and with that idea, most of the geological observations what I am going to share has already been explained. They are going to help me to look forward further. And the controversy, granite related controversy, is well-known controversy, and that will continue. Again, many people are seeing many things, but at the same time, in AMD, we have lot of data which gives inside the earth. I am talking to magnetic data, aeromagnetic data, I am talking to interpreted map based on satellite imagery. All those things I have brought here, and they ultimately give you the vision for understanding of this Mahakoshal group. Rightly pointed out by many eminent speakers that many things are there. Lower is non-metamorphosed, upper is metamorphosed, metabasics, granite, all those things, whether areole is there or areole is not there. That data will speak, and again, the wisdom is there. How you are seeing that data, how you are perceiving that data, and what is your interpretation. So with that background, I start my presentation. These are some glimpses, topic, well-known topic. Geological environment already given in the first session. Now I will be trying to focus upon RE potentiality. And you know that these are the minerals. Probably a few are there, and a few we have to find out. That is our job. We know that monazite is there. We know that apatite is there. But where is genotype? Where is bastanesite in Mahakoshal? Can they be? Yes, they should be. That is our job. So with that note, I switch over to my next slide, and this is already explained, but to bring to again back to the subject, I'll say this. It's a very long belt, already told, and closure of basin marked by sin to post. It is already explained. So I'm again going to this. This is again map which gives you fairly good idea of the Mahakoshal. North side, so Narmada fault, north fault, south side, and then blue color rocks, they are the Mahakoshals. Not to be discussed, already we have a lot of things we have discussed. Two things are very, very important which has emerged from the first session. Basically, this keynote speaker is giving me opportunity to express my views on the presentations made in the first session, two things are emerging. If you see the various slides given by the presenters, the Silimnawad area or the Jabalpur area and the area, Jharkhand area, and further north, that is Gaya area, where the rocks are there. So basically, Silimnawad formation, Parsori formations, Dudmania formation, and intrusive. What we are looking for? We are looking for younger granites. Ultimately, younger granites are the things which can bring mineralization. Everything is okay, fine. Metamorphism, all those things are there, but they may give you iron ore formations and all those things. But when younger granites are available or lamproids are available, that type of rocks may give you something. What that could be something? That is my next slide. Again, everybody knows that cyanite and alkaline rocks of 16 to 1800. Okay, this bracket is quite good, 16 to 1800. Everybody is conclusive that yes, within that time, some granitization has taken place. Whether it is a sediment-related granitization or it is a I-type granitization, that is again a topic of discussion, and that will continue. And we know that Bari and Eti, there are Bari, Eti and Kusumar and Satori are the areas where some cyanitic bodies have been reported by the GSI. Well known, this is a well-established fact. But have we explored those RE? Probably when these things were located, that time RE was not that much important as it is today. Last 10 years, we have started looking back the data of those alkali rocks or cyanitic rocks, whether they, when we worked that time that way cyanite, but now they have become the rich source of RE. Cyanite and alkali rocks are the rocks where we can find REs. So with that perception, we will be talking to and will be giving the perception of AMD and what we are thinking. Rightly pointed out by Hemant Kumar that when you have areole, you may have 2 mica granites are always fertile granites, and in 2 mica granite we have biotite and muscovite, and they release the uranium for further mobilization. Similar type of situations are available in Nagpur Mandla area, and we have that type of occurrences. Similar views have already been put by Hemant Kumar. Yes, Hemant Kumar. And yes, if it is like that, we know that 2 mica granites are persisting, they could be very good source. So we have some anomalies related to uranium, and that is up to 1%, but they are very meager, only significant occurrence point of view. Then geochemistry, already told, they are perlmanous, granitic to cyanitic in composition, showing character of A-type granite. And this is the map, which is an exhaustive map. Probably this map contains everything, whatever data we have in AMD, and we have integrated into it. It is a very huge data-packed map which has been compiled based on geological survey of data as well as the satellite imagery as well as the ground checking data. This type of map hardly you see where whatever things are known, they have been put up without having any legend, and these are the rock types. Rightly pointed out by Raisab that rock types are important, whether you are grouping in 1, 2, 3, upper, lower, all those things are subsequent. But rock type will remain rock type, but Parsori can be upper, can be lower, all those controversies continue in geology. Coming back to this, you can see 27 types of rocks available in the environment of Mahakoshal as well as in the surrounding area. That is a very great thing. So many variety of rocks, talking from basalt, Deccan basalt, to the oldest one, that is the Chota Nagpur granite complex. And we know that Chota Nagpur granite complex is a huge thing. It is very difficult to interpret CGGC unless you see the subsurface radiometric data, subsurface magnetic data, subsurface electromagnetic data, and that we are collecting for the first time, and we are viewing, and we are getting lot of surprises. The surface map probably may not hold good for subsurface geology, what is now available. Now the data is being viewed with the help of various technologies, that is the geophysical technologies, and geophysics give you the contrast. And that contrast is making you to answer certain things which are available on surface, may not be available in the subsurface. I am coming back to this beautiful map, and the red spots, what you are seeing, they are the anomalous spots. When we say anomalous, we talk to radio elements. Radio elements, that means uranium, thorium and potassium, because they are naturally radioactive. They give alpha, beta, gamma radiations, and then we pick them. And they are the basically source of thermal heat in the thermal energy in the earth crust, directly, indirectly. And on surface, red spots one can see. In addition to that, we have 3 granitic bodies, alkaline bodies. They have been marked here. They have been marked, you can see in that area where barycyanite and anthocyanite, all those things are, as these rocks are there, and some 3. They are in the linear belts, and linear belt is again marked in these very beautifully in that formation only. Whatever formation, whatever rock you say, I will say that is a member. In that member they are confined. North fault, north southern fault, south southern fault. And all those things are aligned in that particular direction. Certainly it is a fault bound basin, certainly it is a rift-genic basin, all rift related evidences are there, rock types are there, and related probably cyanite rocks. Cyanite, we know that cyanites are emplaced in the rift-genic basins. Considering all those ideas, whatever things are there, they have been evaluated. This Bari and cyanite, we worked some 35 years back, but we left like that, could not get anything because of, we went that time for uranium exploration point of view. We could not get, we left it, still it is left it, but the rejuvenated RE interest has made us to relook that data. Again, when I got the opportunity to come to Mahakoshal, we thought that we should look back that data, and this paper is an outcome of really looking of those data. We collected some data immediately and we analyzed also. So that data, that is a very fresh data what we could get, that I will share. That will be a, I can say that will be a direction for taking up further. Again, in a little better picture, this is the area where we have rocks available, and various things are there. Red spots are there where we are finding anomalous spots. Anomalous spots, uranium, thorium, potassium. So these are the things. And barycyanite is very beautifully brought out in a cyan color, you can say. Very number of patches have been shown. So these are the patches which are attracting us. Whole Mahakoshal, if you concentrate, you are not getting this type of evidences. This is the only place where you have. So where you can find mineralization, obviously in this place. So this is the concentration, or this is the place of interest if we are working for economic mineral related exploration for Mahakoshal. So some 3 to 6 points are there where the exploration should be oriented. This is our thinking. How the rock types looks, field outcrop, this type of rocks we are finding, and probably those who have visited Bari and cyanite, Bari and area, they might have seen. This is a common rock, but we should see this type of linear Bari cyanite is exposed, and this type of malachite stains we are getting. Certainly copper is there, that's why malachite stain is coming. Chalcopyrite is also there, and we don't know whether copper is there economically, but certainly copper presence is there, that's why the color is there. And then ferruginous stain, all those things are there. So this is to feel you that this is this type of rocks when we go, and what it looks like when we see the thin section. Mostly alkali feldspar, they are altering, and this type of textures we are getting. Rutile, spin, all those things, minerals are present in those cyanitic rock I am talking, and that is our interest. And if you plot them geochemically, they are falling in the cyanitic rock. This is a very fresh data. Last week only we have collected some samples, and we have plotted them, and this is the data what I am going to share. This is very, very recently collected data when we have the interest on this. Broadly they are varying, they are touching to 72 degrees. So again question comes whether they are cyanide. But okay, to some extent they are falling, may not be true cyanide, but nearing to cyanide bodies. And what are the other elements that makes them important? What are the rare earth content, lithium content, lanthanum content, cerium content, all those things. So basically the average is very low, 709 ppm in Bari cyanite we are getting in 10 sample. Of course, its sample density is very low, but it is showing this much ppm. And we know that 709 ppm RE is not going to help you to create a deposit. It cannot give you. It has to have at least 2000 or 5000 ppm. So it is not qualifying to that category, which can be a source rock for cyanide, a source rock for RE. But certainly it is a raised ppm. I cannot say that we should ignore such data. If this much you are getting, you may get 3 times, 4 times higher concentration, which can turn out to be a RE deposit. So having this idea, this area has to be viewed, this has to be explored. Again, RE plot, just one can see, shows higher concentration TRE compared to ATE, but this is not very, as I said, 700, 800 is not very encouraging. This is a normal thing. And again, this data also is available with us, which is matching with the present discussion, but we got 1400 for Bari, and of course in granite, as morning we were discussing, 1640. But 1400 approximately, I can say it is very meager data, 4 points only, but even then it gives some hint that younger phase than granitic rock, cyanide rocks are there. Cyanide has to be younger in the sequence. So this type of data is emerging, and this data may be strengthened by more observations. I am not saying that this is a conclusive evidences or conclusive data. It is only giving you the flavor of Mahakoshal, what is available in Mahakoshal, and what is going to be explored in the coming future for RE related assignments in the Mahakoshal. Again, this is a well-known data, and RE data, same thing is repeated here. Now I am showing you something which is has been interpreted, collected by us, and airborne geophysical data, Bari cyanide. You can see the left side, this is a potash image. Only potash data is given. Aeroradiometric potash channel is given here. So wherever higher potash is there, they are reflected. And wherever total uranium, thorium, potassium is there, in the right hand side, one can see. When this color, potash color is red, uranium color is blue, green is your thorium. When all the three mix, they give white color. And where is the white color? One can see the spots, and they are beautifully picked up in the data. And this is the thing which which attracts you. This is additional data. Not going to feel you are getting data and you are getting a vision before going to field. You go to that with that vision, and you should try to locate such type of bodies, what is giving you this type of restrictive white color in the ATE area, in the Umaria area, as well as in the south where Kundabhati and Sonavani is there. So this is the clue. Otherwise, if you see, you are not getting this type of distinct, sharp, white color, small patches. They are intrusive bodies probably. Otherwise, this type of data you cannot get. If they are not intrusive, you will not get sharp boundary. This is geophysical data, unbiased data, no controversy in this. Only vision is required to understand such type of data. The left side data is again potash data. So, left side data is again giving you low potash zone. Blue color is low potash zone. And low potash zone, that means that has to be interpreted. Why this low potash? Whether potash has moved away? Yes, probability is there. So such type of data also has got one trend, northeast, southwest trend also. It is showing various informations, and these informations are ultimately helpful for the interpretation point of view. Again, that Kundabhati, Sonavani area, which I said in addition to Bari cyanide, all those things we are finding something good elliptical bodies. ground validation is also done, and we could get alkali granite and we could get syenite at Kundavati. That is additional information. And then east-west trending ridge like body was traced over 1500 meter length with average width of 20 meter. On the surface grab samples from the area, acid, uranium also, confirming the data, white color patch. So subsurface exploration of these alkaline body recorded low order mineralization that we have already proved. We got the data earlier and we have proved it that yes, whatever is found in that data, it is true. Petrographic study says that it is alkali granite, rich in thorite, uranethorite, allanite. When allanite comes into picture, Re also comes into picture. Allanite is nothing but Re mineral. When zircon comes into picture, when stannite also comes into picture, then niobium mineral comes into picture. And when niobium is there, certainly you can think of some deep-seated relationship. Mental related activity has brought this niobium, otherwise you are not going to get essentialite mineral. And wherever you are finding all those uranium related minerals. So probability of mobilization of such type of solution around 1400, 1500 mega annum is the probability. Now another data set I have brought here. This is the magnetic body. Magnetic body also gives you some picture, and those pictures are shown here. Again, you can see in that with left is the Umaria area where we are finding high magnetism, very high magnetic signatures in elliptical format. And in the Sillimanite, in the Silimnabad area, again in the right hand side, we are finding some higher concentrations of, say, potash. K is higher. So why these K are higher? They must be having some granitic related material or some potash related alteration, maybe potassium oxomutism, something like that. So all such data ultimately is pointing, yes, something younger phenomena or younger dated events have taken place post deposition of Mahakoshal, post metamorphism of Mahakoshal, which is giving this type of good and new signatures. All these things will require to be interpreted, and a lot of things are there to be done on Mahakoshal. What could they be? Demand of RE, as already told, in last 2 decades has revived RE exploration, so we should look for RE. Effort crystallized in form of proving substantial RE deposit, and Ambadongar, Gujarat and Shivana ring complex will certainly give us the experience to explore this area. This Ambadongar is nothing but in the western part, but we are looking in the maybe younger phenomena may not be there related to Deccan, but related to Mahakoshal rift, yes, chances are fair. Again, reprocessing, reinterpretation of airborne geophysical data have brought to plug-like bodies in Mahakoshal, as I explained. So the data, whatever is with the organization, maybe GSI must be having a lot of data related to this. It has to be relooked as we are looking. Our data and your own data, we both can sit and we can interpret, integrate, and we can come out with good recommendation which can be taken up based on that. So certainly I would like to conclude at this moment for this talk that survey exploration and exploitation of RE is necessity for sustaining uninterrupted growth of national economy. Everybody will agree for this conclusion. No ambiguity on this. Then in this respect, Mahakoshal group of Central India may emerge as a new target for RE exploration, of course with joint effort from AMD and GSI and other agencies. So this is the second conclusion. I think both will be accepted by everybody. Nobody will ask question on these 2 points. So my conclusion is conclusively concluded. Thank you. Next. I will take this opportunity. Next, please. Sorry, it is with me. I will take this opportunity to again invite you in another episode of similar live discussions which we are going to plan on 5th and 6th August on Chhattisgarh Basin. Chhattisgarh Basin has given a lot of data. Probably somebody says tuffs are there, somebody says diamonds are there, somebody says limestone is there, we say that uranium is there. So many things are there. Maybe iron may also be there. So we have already planned this event. Everybody is invited to this event. Please contribute, please attend 5th, 6th in the Nagpur University. It is going to coincide with the Nagpur University 100th years of event. That is on 4th of August and 5th, 6th we have planned. It is also going to be mega event just like this event. And I take this opportunity to Geological Survey of India Central Region that they should come together and they should co-host along with Nagpur University and Atomic Minerals Directorate. We'll be very happy to get associated with Geological Survey of India. This is my next request, and with this I say thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you. Sir, for you, exceptions are always welcome.
I was dreaming. What a great talk. Second point, sir, you have rightly emphasized the importance of the geology. If you see the location of the alkaline rocks, if you see the Eastern Ghats, just adjacent to the Eastern Ghat in the western part of the Bastar Craton, all along with the cyanide bodies. That with mobile belt and the cratonic contact zone, the cratonic part, there is profuse emplacement of the alkaline rocks, and the date is, I think, mid-Proterozoic, as you said. Okay. Sit is, I think, mid-Proterozoic, as you said. Okay. Similarly, in the Bundelkhand crater, we find northern part of the Mahakoshal, Barisar and I visited also, and the main Bundelkhand crater, that is also very potential site. So this is the thing. Gujarat also you are referring. So for the geologist, it's a very important task to look for the contact zone, not only the mobile belt or the craton, but the contact zone, particularly sedimentary cover on it, is a very potential sites for finding out these Proterozoic sediments which may host these RE and other things. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. As Dr. Roy mentioned, it is really a mesmerizing talk, and thank you again for your invitation. Our next speaker, Sri A.M.A. Khan, an avid explorer, has been instrumental in shaping the gold exploration scenario of India. It is indeed a moment of great pleasure to have him among us today. He will be sharing his views on gold mineralization in Gurhar Pahar Gold Prospect, Eastern Mahakoshal Belt, Siddhi District, MP, India. Sir, I request you to please come to the podium and enlighten us with your scientific thoughts. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. I will tell you brief history about the Mahakoshal gold, how we find this gold mineralization in Mahakoshal group. We were working under Project Karman Sonata in 1985, and we have located some old working, one place is Sonkodwa. Sonkodwa means Sona Khodna, to dig the gold. So in the topo sheet they have written Sonkodwa. So when we were working on the Project Karman Sonata, we find the linear gold workings in that particular hill, and some oxidations, lemon, yellow, green color oxidations, and we collected about 11 samples. And those samples, we went to headquarters and asked to our director, he kindly analyzed these samples for gold. So everybody was in our division, when the division was DORIS, Division of Regional Indicator Survey, at that time. My senior and junior colleagues, they everywhere laughing us, "Arey where yaar ye kahan gold wahan milna hai tumhe jo hai." Anyhow, we requested our director, Mr. Arvind Pant, was kind enough, he sent our samples. At that time, the Shivalik gold item was going on through our division. So he requested one senior colleague. Anyhow, he sent 11 samples to BGML. And in the month of March we have collected, and in the month of May we got the result, and all 11 samples analyzes very high assay value of gold from 3 gram per ton to 15 or 16 gram per ton. So after getting these results, BGML chairman P.D. Gupta and Durba Rao, chief geologist BGML, and MN Cycles of DDG Central Region, our DDG Northern Region Chintamani Tripathi, they are all visited in our camp in the month of November, and finally the work started from there. And in Sonkorva, actually we planned the drilling, first drilling, no work, nothing, only on the basis of world working, we planned our boreholes and started the drilling and side by side trenching and mapping work. And at that time, northern region, people not knowing how to explore the gold basically, because we are not knowing gold, occur is a native gold or in tellurium or which far we are getting the gold. So we were going in collecting the samples, and we put the trenches and taking the samples from the trench, but we are not knowing which part is mineralized. No doubt quartz veins was there. So even arsenopyrite was oxidized at that time. We are not able to find this fresh arsenopyrite. So we are not able to identify. This arsenopyrite has become this arsenate mineral, scrodite, FeS, 2 molecule of water, which in fact I recorded first time in India in association with the gold, this scrodite mineral. And in Canadian seals, this scrodite is very common, and it is formed after the arsenopyrite. So finally the work started from there until 2010. Almost in every field season, people are coming and working this for the gold. So in the eastern part, we have located around, in 85, actually this Mahakoshal belt, Sonkorva Hill is 2.5 kilometer, south of Sudha village. Sudha is part of Chitrangi Tahsil in Sindhi district MP. And since then, the GSI has been engaged in gold investigation in Sonbhadra district, Uttar Pradesh, and adjoining Sindhi district MP. So from Jabalpur, people are also working, and the northern region people, they are doing the investigations in that area. Next. अच्छा 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 सब बताओ यार कहाँ से चले गए अच्छा अच्छा हाँ 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 this one, the rocks of Mahakoshal belt, as everybody told, this is about 500 kilometer linear belt. And earlier it was considered to be devoid of the gold mineralization, but the koi mineralization gold ka nahi hai. And from the work of the GSI, northern region and central region, this Jabalpur people, we have identified about 32 gold occurrences in the area, and in which the Gurhar Pahad is one of them, which is the low-grade gold prospect. And this is the map of the Mahakoshals, where the dots, green dots, they are occurrences of the gold mineralization, which we have identified. And the triangle, red triangle, that are the area where we have explored by the drilling. And G2 and G3 stages exploration we have done. Gurhar Pahad actually a linear ridge, about 3.5 kilometers. On either side bounded by two major rivers flowing, going to join finally the Stone River. In the west, this Bijul River, and the east is Durbar River. So in between, this hill is bounded. And mineralized zone is trending northwest, north 65 west, south 65 east, and occur by strike length of 3 kilometers. In 3 kilometers, we are getting number of old workings. And this is the regional map of the Mahakoshals, as this earlier twofold classification. Now Devarajan Sahab and Abhinur Rao Sahab, they have classified as Gondwana formation in southern part. So in Mahakoshals, actually we are getting in two domains in gold mineralization. One is BIF hosted gold mineralization, and another is mainly metallurgite type, which in Parsoi formations. In Agodi as well as in Dudhwania, they are this BIF hosted gold mineralization. And finally, they are controlled by the shears. Mahakoshal belt is training easy to bata. Agori dunia parsoy for litho units in the prospect area comprises variegated phyllite, carbonaceous phyllite, thin band trough carbonaceous phyllite, quartzites of parsoy formation of Mahakoshal group. Structures, the general trend of the litho units not 65 base of is having vertical to steep dips southerly. The litho units have the three phases of deformation. F1 and F2 are coaxial, F3 are major broad bars. B2 to ductile shears that are seen to post D2 deformation. Minority foliation is parallel to the trend of the S2 foliation. Evidence of shears in Gurhar Pahad, stretching and bulging of the quartz veins, and the symmetrical, asymmetrical wing inclusions, SC fabrics, ascendage drive flexor force, sheath force, along the micro fractures, as far as number of very small force hinges are coming in close at outcrop level, stress sense of shear movement. These are asymmetrical tails of in the mineralized shear zone. These are the small hinges coming in the close with the fractures. Under thin section, we are getting mortar texture and loose extension, polygonization of quartz grains, partial to complete recovery crystallization, myelinite, proto and blastomyelinite, and cataclasis of in arsenopyrite. These are the mortar texture in the quartz grains, polygonization in the quartz grains. These are the samples from Gurhar Pahad. This is the blastomyelinite. These are the arsenopyrite showing the ribbon quartz as well as fractures in the arsenopyrite. Mineralization, surface manifestations of mineralizations in the area is marked by number of old workings. Old workings, they are mostly linear trenches, two shafts and one inclines are there. And in the outcrop level, we are identifying this multicolored stains of sulfides, lemon, yellow, and green oxidations. The green oxidation material identified as arsenate mineral sclerite. Brown color siderite veins, millimeter to 1 centimeter seen in the outcrop, and these siderite veins are restricted within the mineralized zone. Even you can mark the contact of the mineralized hanging and footwall of the mineralized zone on the basis of these siderite veins. And quartz veins more than 1 meter are fractured, highly oxidized in outcrop level, but in the drill course, we have not intersected a single quartz vein thick. They are mostly 10 centimeter to 50 centimeter. But at the outcrop level, we are getting more than 1 meter thick outcrops on the surface. Another one is the quartz carbonate sulfide veins, millimeter size to 1 centimeter size. They are making acute angle fractures. These are the old workings, and on either side you are seeing this fractured quartz veins, highly oxidized. And the ancient miners, they have picked up these types of quartz veins where they are getting some native gold. This is the inclines in Gurhar Pahad in the eastern part. This is the sclerite mineral we are getting. And this is, you can put a thumb rule for this Mahakoshal. Wherever you are getting this sclerite, we will get some value of gold. And this sclerite is formed after this arsenopyrite. This carbonate vein, siderite vein in Gurhar Pahad is very important. And I have seen almost complete Mahakoshals, but nowhere we are getting this type of veins in the gold mineralized area. Only Gurhar Pahad, I don't know why we are getting so much this carbonate veins in this area. Fine disseminated arsenopyrite layers and bands parallel to the mineralistic formation. They are in centimeter to 50 centimeter, oxidized in outcrop levels, showing asymmetrical fourth and ribbon quartz. This is the exposure of Gurhar Pahad. The arsenopyrite totally oxidized, lemon yellow, and this brown color oxidations we are getting within the phyllite. This type of disseminated arsenopyrite getting in the phyllite. This is the fresh arsenopyrite we are getting in the core samples of Gurhar Pahad. And here there are two types of arsenopyrite. One is the slightly bigger disseminated arsenopyrite, which is cutting the foliation plane as well as uplifting. Another is parallel to this foliation, we are getting this arsenopyrite. And quartz being oxidized, quartz being the trenches exposed here, we are getting the very good gold value. The thickness is 1 meter to 1.5 meter. But in the boreholes, we are not getting a single quartz vein, thick quartz vein. I don't know what is the area. And this arsenopyrite, younger arsenopyrite related to the fourth streak of arsenopyrite population plane. Sorry, pyrrhotite. And these are the adjacent to the quartz vein, fine grain arsenopyrite, pyrite in the drill core samples. These are white arsenopyrite grain within the quartz vein. These are the native gold in the core samples within the quartz we have identified during logging the samples. This is the native gold within the core. We got this in Gurhar Pahad. And this acute angle fractures, thin coordinates, millimeter to 1 centimeter size. We are getting this gold value with the associated with the sulfide. In the core, we are getting these minute fractures. They are occupied by the quartz carbonate sulfide veins. So this type of fractures and mineralization is developed about 1 kilometer in the eastern part of the area. In the Gurhar Pahad, actually, we have identified 5 mineralized zones. 5 zones which are mineralized in Gurhar Pahad. This blue one is the eastern part of the blue one is the eastern part of the zone 4 we have named as zone 4, where we are getting this acute angle fractures occupied by quartz carbonate sulfide veins. And this violet color, what I am showing, in that area, adjacent to the quartz vein, we are getting this arsenopyrite outcrop, brown and green to black oxidations. They are not within the quartz vein, but adjacent to the country rock, we are getting this disseminated arsenopyrite zones. So this type of vein is exposed to only 1 kilometer area, not 3 kilometer, not occupied by these fractures. And here we are getting a very good gold values, and thickness is also more in this area. These are basically, in borehole we are getting this black to brown color, but on the exposure we are getting this kaolinite, this phylonite. People are digging this white material for their whitewashing purpose. This is the main area where we are getting very good mineralization. So gold occurs in 3 modes. One is the fine, associated with fine arsenopyrite rich layer or bands, and other one is the quartz veins, thicker, 50 centimeter to 40 centimeter, and another one is this quartz carbonate sulfide veins, millimeter to 130. So in 3 modes we are getting the gold. One is associated with arsenopyrite, another is quartz veins, and other is quartz carbonate sulfide veins. आगे चलेंगे ना? Sorry, sir. Hydrothermal alteration in this area, we are getting this carbonatization, corrotization, cystization, sulfidation, and this silicifications from the carbonation. Sulfidation, we are getting this magnetite crystals that are this changing in the pyrite and pyrrhotite in our area. Exploration, the 3 phases में exploration we have done. Phase 1, 1990 to 1994, Sharma et al. And phase 2, 1994-1998, Dhir, and this phase 3, 2001-2004, Khan et al. 5 mineralized zones have been identified over a strike length of 3,000 meters. These zones are arranged in echelon patterns over a width of 100 meters. Mineralized zones are explored in different section lines. Zone 1, 341 meter. इसमें हमने 10 सेक्शन लाइन्स के अलॉन्ग जो है वर्क किया था, ट्रेंचेज एंड बोरहोल्स. जोन 2 523 है, एंड दिस जोन 4 इज ऑलमोस्ट 1 किलोमीटर दिस सेक्शन लाइन्स. Zone 5 is these mineralized zones have been intersected at 2 levels, 50 meter and 100 meter, and 4 boreholes we have intersected the deeper level, 300 meter from the surface. Exploration work involved the detailed mapping, pitting, trenching, and drilling. These are the 5 zones we have identified. On the basis of put the trenches as well as boreholes, we have identified these 5 zones. These are the mineralized zone 3 in the borehole GS. We are getting 7.23 meter thick, zone 1.3 gram per ton. In zone number, in borehole 7, we are getting 8.4 meter mein 1.33 gram per ton. Zone number 4 mein we are getting 6.69 meter, 1.7 gram per ton. These are the borehole cross sections, and they are well correlating on the surface data with the subsurface data in the area. These are mineralized zones, 5 mineralized zones identified on these basis. In this borehole number GS31 and GS24, we are getting 15.03 meter, 2.42 gram per ton, and GS24 just below, we are getting 6.91 gram per ton. This 2.42 gram per ton and 15.03, we have tried to intersect the next borehole, but we are not able to intersect this particular zone. These are the cross sections we have in the zone. Ore petrography reveals in the variety of mineral association the sulfides oxide along the native ore. Sulfides are pyrrhotite, arsenopyrite, pyrite, chalcopyrite, and galena. Oxides, magnetite, ilmenite, and spudite. Marcasite found after pyrite, gangs, quartz, chlorite, tricite, and carbonates. Arsenopyrite and pyrrhotite occur as hydroblastics, showing the mutual grain boundary structure, and other oxides and silicates gang mineral inclusions. Cataclasis characterize the fracture ore, and gang minerals yield the chalcopyrite. These are the arsenopyrite, and adjacent to this, we are getting the pyrrhotite. Here we are getting this pyrrhotite is changing in the arsenopyrite. Arsenopyritization has taken place in this area. This is the polished sections where we are getting this arsenopyrite, this gold within the arsenopyrite. These are the occluded, fine, dusty gold within the arsenopyrite we are getting in the area. Paragenetic station of the pyrrhotite is the first mineral in the area which transformed to or replaced by arsenopyrite. Breakdown of pyrrhotite to pyrite plus marcasite is frequently noted. Formation of unoblastic grains and triple junctions in arsenopyrite and pyrite is seen. Sulfidation is very existing, pre-existing magnetite that has changed in the pyrite and pyrrhotite. Fluid inclusion study have also done, and this carbonic and aqueous inclusions में जो है, we are getting 261 to 402, means 3 and 18. The lower in temperature corresponds to carbonite geothermometer, whereas the higher temperature corresponds to this arsenopyrite thermometer. 3.3 kilobar infrared carbonic fluid is responsible for the gold mineralization in the area. Gold mineralization is shear control. Shears are brittle ductile, seen to post F24. Drill holes data have shown the gold mineralization continued vertically up to depth of 300 meters.
The total 7.2 million tons of reserves with the average grade of 1.04 gram per ton gold, in which 3.91 million tons of 1.37 and 1.05 million tons of 2.4 gram per ton have been estimated. Beneficiation studies have been established. The samples are amenable to this cyanidation and carbon in pulp technique. And 4 boreholes, deep boreholes we have put. These mineralizations, the surface, there is no exposure, nothing, but in the intersection of this borehole, almost mineralization is continued at a 300 meter depth. And in one borehole, we are getting almost surface to subsurface. The mineralization is getting, we are getting up to 300 meters in the area. And these are the native golds after panning I collected from the Gurhar Pahad. These are the artifacts we are getting in the area. This type of artifacts even you can get in this Hatti and other places. Geological मतलब open cast mining के लिए favorable क्यों है? Deposit is oxidized down to 50 meters below the surface. Deposit is exposed to the surface, so the development and stripping cost will be minimum होगा. Ore is amenable to cyanidation है. Carbon in pulp method. Further gold and other oxides can be extracted by the heap leaching methods. And this silver and cadmium is also increased, associated with this area, so you can increase the profit. Okay, sir. Thank you. Any queries, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Ansab. And now the session is open, because if somebody is interested to know, sir, if somebody is not interested, I have some query. You said that northwest southeast fractures are shears are mineralized, but Mahakoshal has northeast trend. So what is the relation?
Actually, sir, ये जो सोन नर्मदा साउथ फॉल्स है ना,
उसको क्रॉस कट के निकलते हैं. This is a cross cutting relationship.
But this type of acute angle fractures is developed with localized. They are not going the shear zone that secondary shears we are getting. They are restricted in that area.
That has the key of answer. Why आपने ये बोला कि उसी जगह पे मिल रहा है.
हाँ, ये उसी जगह पे मिल रहा है.
कहीं नहीं मिल रहा है. पूरे महाकोशल में.
ना नहीं देखा सर. और वो कार्बोनेट का जो.
So that is the challenge which is available for GSI to find out why that shears are cross-cutting, northwesterly shears, which are having this evidences.
और those carbonate veins, why we are not getting in other places? Right.
Good. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for enlightening us with a lot of knowledge and gold.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker probably needs no introduction. He is the recipient of the prestigious National Geoscience Award and is considered one of the most versatile exploration geologists in our country. His significant contribution in the wide gamut of research fields such as the ore petrography, igneous geochemistry, fluid chemistry, and stable isotope geochemistry made him a true harbinger in the exploration of IOCG, gold, VMS, PG, and concealed mineral deposits of our country. I welcome Dr. M.L. Dora to the podium to deliver his lecture on multiple fluid sources and geochemical constraints on genesis of gold mineralization in the Mahakoshal belt within Central Indian Tectonic Zone. Sir, please.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Respected dignitaries, invited speakers, delegates, my senior and junior colleagues. Next slide. इसी में होगा. Okay. I am going to present the multiple fluid source and geochemical constants on genesis of gold mineralization in the Mahakoshal belt within CITZ. The objective of my presentation is to to describe the gold metallurgy in Mahakoshal using mineral system approach, source, fluid, pathway and deposition. Then to describe about the ore genetic model using state-of-art technology of from field mapping, structural mapping, then followed by detailed petrography, ore geochemistry, fluid geochemistry, isotope geochemistry. Then way forward, exploration implication where we have to look for. This Mahakoshal belt is the important segment of Central Indian tectonic zone, which witnessed multiple accretion collision belt extending from around more than 500 kilometer extent southwest of Jabalpur up to Palamau in the Bihar. Extensively studied in the part of MP side, UP side, as well as the extension part in Bihar side. From MP side, we have taken a small area for a research purpose, because though enough work has done, but still lot of scope is there to work on fluid chemistry, fluid genesis, as well as ore genesis. So the pointer कैसा होगा? Where is the pointer? Pointer का system का नहीं, ठीक है, okay. The block which is marked in the MP site, that part we have taken. Okay, sir. Sorry. That part we have taken as a research project. This part of the belt is exposed with metasediments like BIF, carbonates, variants of phyllites, chalk, intruded by granite, in turn intruded by quartz vein of different generation, of different dimension. So, due to time constraints, I will first explain my graphical presentation, how based on this detailed petrography studies, fluid geochemistry and isotope studies, we have conceptualized a model, how this fluid has generated, based on the 4M concept, that fluid has generated from the mantle, based on concrete evidence, the presence of methane, then how this granite has emplaced, generated the fluid, as well as the metal, the bismuth, because here I will show the gold grain associated with bismuth. This bismuth is supplied by the granite. In Mahakoshal belt, alkaline rocks like lamprophire, these are well documented, around 1.8 GA, that also played the role in the mineralization, we cannot rule out of that. Then when this fluid has upward migrated, then during this process, this granite has supplied the heat, and that is coeval with the emplacement of granite. Emplacement of the granite is coeval with one set of metamorphism, which devolatilized the metasediments. As a result, lot of carbon dioxide has generated, as well as methane also partly. This carbon dioxide mixed with this magmatic fluid and this metamorphic fluid, ultimately when it come up above the transition of your brittle ductile transition, it has met with meteoric fluid. Then under reducing condition, this bismuth fluid has come from might be another set of granite. Then lot of interaction has happened. Along the secondary fractures, microfractures, this mineralization has taken place. These are the evidences I will show in the bigger picture, subsequent slides. These are the field evidence. Area is exposed with variants of phyllites, BIFs, already told, then metabasalts, intruded by 3 generations of quartz vein, whereas the second generation of quartz vein, which is associated with the due-to deformation, that carries the mineralization at places. Only surface evidence is very faint, except some malachite stains at places. Some arsenopyrite is altered to scorodite, that in the form of some peacock green color, very light peacock green color, and the arsenopyrite at places you will come across, and at places some old working also there. As I rightly told that this metasediment package has witnessed at least 3 stages of deformation. The second stage is a dominant one, which is also coeval with the emplacement of one phase of granite rather. This mineralized quartz vein is studied under petrographics. This shows microstructure like laminated, this undulation extension associated with this carbonate and chlorite. that shows the lower grain schist amphibole facies package. Then under ore petrography, this arsenopyrite. Sir, let me finish, then I will come to you, sir. Okay, sir. Then this ore petrography, under ore petrography, detailed petrography study has carried out. Arsenopyrite, first mineral is arsenopyrite, we have observed, which occurs as independent grain. Then it has undergone deformation, showing cataclysmic deformation. Then subsequent arsenopyrite is showing beautiful mutual boundary texture with sphalerite. Then pyrrhotite at places we have seen in the dissemination form, as well as chalcopyrite. This is the high temperature mineral assemblage. Gold might have gold as independent grain we have not observed, might have entered the crystal lattice of arsenopyrite. That is why we have put a question mark. Now, this is one of the classical example of the evidence of metamorphism. The chalcopyrite disease formed from a sphalerite. This is nothing but a replacement texture. Enough literature has published on this, especially this texture. So the D2 deformation and the M2 metamorphism is almost, they play a vital role in gold metallurgy in Mahakoshal belt. The another classical example of metamorphism and mineralization evidence is arsenopyrite showing mutual boundary texture with pyrite, whereas the pyrrhotite is forming pyrite. Pyrite is a low temperature mineral, pyrrhotite is the high temperature mineral. This is the classical example of prograde metamorphism, and it might have happened during peak metamorphism, and already a lot of publication has on this. This metamorphism, granite emplacement, alkali magmatism, these all are interlinked process. The third set of arsenopyrite, which has deformed and break down to scorodite, and scorodite in turn to be one of the indicator mineral for a gold exploration in Mahakoshal belt. Beautiful gold grains are forming in form of stringers, in form of veins, as well as the relict of the gold grain in the arsenopyrite also we'll see. I think इसमें देखना बहुत मुश्किल है, ठीक है. And I think here gold occur as fast so fast, okay. Here gold is occurring as a replacing to arsenopyrite. That means one set of gold has also formed in a multiple pulse, because based on the textures, I think at least three phase of gold has come with a different assemblage of minerals. Gold with bismuth, gold with arsenic, gold with native gold, and the textural assemblage as well as the other associated sulfide, they are all different. So we think at least three phases of gold mineralization occur in the Mahakoshal belt. These are the beautiful gold grains replacing arsenopyrite, as well as the galaxy of gold, cluster of gold grains. Hundreds of gold grains are there only, but we have put only representative gold grains here. How they are fracture filling, but everywhere occurring when the arsenopyrite is breaking down to scorodite. Here, all whites are not gold. The pure white is gold. The patchy white is bismuth. Gold is intimately associated with bismuth. This bismuth source is none other than one phase of the granite. And this indicate in a grain scale how this gold genesis occurred in a grain scale. We went up to grain scale studies. This arsenopyrite breaking down to scorodite. During that process, this bismuth and gold amalgam is forming. That is maybe the stage 1. During the stage 2, the bismuth and arsenic is making a compound. Then gold is slightly crystallizing as an independent mineral. In third phase, this bismuth solution, liquid bismuth, is transporting gold, because gold melting point is 271, bismuth melting point is 241. So it cannot melt, but it can transport it. This bismuth is acting as a transporting agent here. And that is also linked with the another phase of the granite. Here gold understanding for explorers and geologists, composition is a very most important. Whether gold is with arsenic, or gold is with bismuth, or gold is with telluride, or gold is with cadmium. Just now Khan sir has explained, gold is associated with cadmium. That means very upper level, gold is associated in Gurarpar. That means everything is preserved. But here gold is associated with bismuth, little bit down. Then if you will go further below, then gold will associate with lead. If you go further below, then gold will associate with copper. That is how zonation, understanding over petrography is very important for exploration geologists to establish the zonation. Once you know the zonation, then that will help you planning your exploration strategy. Here, the gold, we have analyzed, the gold is nothing but electrum. That is nothing but arsenic, gold with silver. It is an alloy. Alum, that is called electrum. At places, 2% of gold, means only 2-3 grains I have seen. That is nothing but a melondite, gold and bismuth. And 1% gold we have seen as the native. Here, I have already explained how this bismuth fluid, late bismuth fluid, acted as a carrier for transporting these gold grains along the microfractures. As rightly told, that gold is not having any, containing except 1 or 2 grains any bismuth. That is why bismuth gold showing negative correlation. Whereas the Ag and Au, they are showing the positive correlation. Here, everything is fractured, is filled with gold and bismuth. This is the alloy. This is the alloy. This is the one set, one form of a gold. Apart from gold occurring in 3 forms, native form, as well as the refractory gold, as well as free mill gold. All type of golds are available here. And here, the important thing is that the pyrite is forming. It is due to sulfidation. The late phase one pyrite is forming. That also transporting gold. As sir, इसी में मीन्स दिखाने के कुछ ये नहीं हो पा रहा है. Otherwise, point. Yes, okay. The late phase is that is a cadmium-rich fluid, which has come, that altered the sphalerite mineral. That new mineral is formed, that is called greenockite. It is one of the indicator of a orogenic gold deposit type. So paragenic, we have established 3 stages: pre-mineralization, syn-mineralization, post-mineralization. Post-mineralization evidence is the only your greenockite formation of greenockite. Even a gold is also formed in 3 stages, and it is almost all phases linked with the granite emplacement because of their assembly. Here gold occur in 3 mode. One is a free mill that we can easily extract. Second is in the form of amalgam, bismuth, arsenic, that also easily can extract. Third is entered in the arsenopyrite crystal lattice, that is called refractory gold. But that has a very low implication here because the maximum gold is in the form of amalgam, that is a alloy with bismuth and arsenic. That is one interesting thing regarding the gold genesis is concerned of the Mahakoshal belt. So we went further down to understand how much gold contains this arsenopyrite, how much gold contains this choroidite. When arsenopyrite is breaking down to choroidite, this choroidite is a 50 times gold concentration more than the same host arsenopyrite. That we went up to this scale by in situ trace element geochemistry by laser ICP-MS technology. This is one of the, now my topic starts here. The topic of is a fluid, multiple fluid source, how it is responsible for the gold mineralization in Mahakoshal belt. Here, Khan sir has also rightly told, there are 3 type of fluids: aqueous, carbon aqueous, and as well as the carbonic. These all are there. And there are 2 trends showing fluid mixing trends, and low salinity trends, they are metamorphic fluid, and moderate salinity, they are hydrothermal fluids. And there are also 2 density, contrasting density, and the homogenization temperature is 200 degree to 344. Then, beside fluid inclusion thermometry, homogeneous temperature, we adapted almost all empirical thermometries, thermodynamic thermometry, and calculated by phase diagram also, based on the equilibrium texture of arsenopyrite, sphalerite, and pyrite arsenopyrite. And fluid inclusion temperature, arsenopyrite thermometry, sphalerite thermometry, as well as chloride thermometry, the average temperature is 330 degree. That is ideal for any orogenic gold deposit elsewhere reported in the world. Fluid inclusion has, besides this fluid, what is this volatile content, which plays the vital role not only for transportation but also for the deposition of this gold. Here, the fluids are dominantly carbon dioxide, the volatiles are dominantly carbon dioxide as well as the methane. But this carbon dioxide and methane interacting to form a graphite, the graphite acting as the reducing agent for the deposition of this gold under reducing condition in this system. That's where, again, though in Mahakoshal, more than 30, Khan sir was showing more than 30 occurrences there, some are prospect, some are deposit. But all deposits in the UP side, they are hosted in a BIF, they are syngenetic. In MP side, they are hosted in phyllite, they are epigenetic. Near to Jabalpur, they are hosted associated with carbonate, they are also epigenetic. When gold is associated with epigenetic deposit, it's very difficult to trace out its original source of fluid. It's very difficult unless until some isotope study is done. So, Raman spectroscopy one of the best study to understand the volatile composition. So here graphite we are getting, N2 we are getting, N2 the fluid while coming up, migrating up, it interacted with the micas in the wall rock. That is how N2 has entered in the system. But the interesting question is that how CH4 come into the, not by only by metamorph process, there are other processes are involved in this CH4, coming to CH4 in the system. As the Mahakoshal belt is in the rift zone, deep faults are there, this CH4 might come from the mantle. We cannot rule out because so dominantly, so clear peaks are there, so definitely come from the mantle, absolutely. And then this interaction of this methane as well as the carbon dioxide, and there are 4 sources are there: mantle source, water rock interaction source, biogenic source. But biogenic as such we have not observed, as well as the metamorphic source. But here water rock interaction, mantle source are the dominant one. So source of carbonized study is one of the important for understanding where this carbon has come, as well as it will give the trace about the fluid source, where is the fluid come. So around 15, population is less, but around 15 to 20 analysis carbon isotope studies we have carried out. When we plotted in the established carbon isotope 13 isotope delta 13 by delta 18 oxygen diagrams, it is showing a linear trend. Again, it is a mixed trend. The blue one is a Precambrian marine carbonate, few are touching that boundary, and one is touching with mantle boundary, and rest all are showing a linear trend. That means it is an evolved hydrothermal system associated with multiple geological process. The values are, I have already given in a bracket, less than mantle values, but this values, carbon isotope values of 0 to minus 10.2 is coming. These are nothing but due to decarbonization process or dissolution of this during the metamorph process. It has elsewhere reported, so we have only correlated. And though sulfur isotope we have not done, we have adapted from concepts, and these are MISPOP 30 in GSR publication, because sulfur isotope is the X factor in understanding gold metallurgy. Why so? Because this isotope diagram will give the source of metal as well as the source of sulfur. That is why the associated sulfides are coming with gold. It will give, may not directly give out the gold, but it will give about the idea about the associated sulfide. That is how the sulfur isotope is important. Here, we have taken from two deposits we have compiled. One is from Guladi and Gurar, I think last slide, two more slides are there. Gurar Pahar and Guladi. One is coming toward the negative side, other side is coming from positive side, only few are on the zero. Zero margin means sulfur is come from mantle. -2 side means they are oxidized hydrothermal fluid, and from a positive side they are from a reducing fluid. And moreover, they are in the 0 to plus or minus 5, they are from a magmatic. And that's why fluid source is from multiple source here. That is why we have put our title as a multiple source. And even isotope diagram as well as the multi-phase gold assembly is also supporting. This is how we have assumed the diagrams based on all published literature so far up to date, starting from Roy Bandapadhyay sir 1990, then up to latest by Giri et al. 2021 and Misra et al. 2021. We have compiled all available, but conceptualized granite activity has there are multi-phase granite activity from 1.8 to up to 1.5. Abhinav Rai sir has already shown in his PPT. It is already in published domain also. There are a lot of literature there on regarding granite. Even Singh sir also shown, but metamorphic episode also there. Here, emplacement of granite, metamorphic episode as well as the fluid. The most important thing is that for any gold metallurgy, understand gold metallurgy, understanding fluid is a very important factor, because that will give you idea about the process, how this process I think, way forward, this is the last slide. Then I think, thank you, slide. Okay, this is the last slide. This is the last slide I am going to discuss. Way forward, because as the rightly seminar has conceptualized for, we have to show the how. In my presentation, I have shown the gold assemblage. The dominant gold assemblage is bismuth gold. Bismuth gold or arsenic bismuth gold. This is amalgam, this is electrum. This is some sort is eroded, it is in the central part. Still lot is preserved because we have not yet encountered gold is associated with any base metal. That will give you the one criteria for further exploration. Two new areas we have identified. For everybody's surprise, gold is reported up to 300 ppm. Not once, we have checked 9 times. And the minimum cutoff is 300. Every time it is coming 300, 350, 375 like that. Though it is MIBK method, but it is equally proven thousands of grain in one slide. Even one can do modal analysis. That much gold grains are there. So it is supporting to 300 ppm values. It is a new place that is called Navanagar. It is a Gurarpahar is in the extreme east, maybe 15 kilometer profile distance exactly east. It is west of Gurarpahar. This is the how, sir, as a research project we have taken in the year 2018 to 20. We have contributed from this research project under the able guidance of Asit Shah, sir. Thank you, sir. Any queries or any suggestions?
Thank you. Yes, now presentation is open for question. Quick questions because 1:45 is there. One more presentation will go. I think, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No question.
Thank you, Dr. Dora, for enlightening us with your wonderful presentation. Our last speaker of this session is none other than Dr. V.V. Sheshasai. Dr. Sheshasai is a renowned exploration geologist of GSI. He has immense contributions in demarcation of two major events of Precambrian felsic crustal growth and accretion along the eastern margin of Dharwar Craton. He was conferred with JGSI Radhakrishna Award 2014 and Dr. M. Ramakrishnan Gold Medal Award 2019 by Geological Society of India. I welcome Dr. Sheshasai to the podium to deliver his lecture. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I have gone through all the presentations, and because Mahakoshal has also volcanic rocks in them, and there are mafic lavas in Mahakoshal. So I'll be speaking on the petrogenesis of Agori basalts, 2.1 Ga in the Mahakoshal supracrustal belt. Actually, there are two papers published by Dr. Tarun Khanna of National Geophysical Research Institute, in which my contribution was mainly on the petrography. But isotope studies as well as detailed geochemistry was done by Dr. Khanna. He is the leading author. So he couldn't come because of certain reasons. And actually he was the first author. He's kind enough. He told, sir, you are there. You please present and you be the first author. So with this background, I'll start my presentation. So the presentation will be structured like this. Those are the two publications, that is 2.1 Ga intraoceanic magmatism in CITZ, constant from the petrogenesis of ferropycrites in Mahakoshal belt by Khanna et al. 2017 in Precambrian research, and again 2.1 Ga Mahakoshal supra and alloctonous terrain in CITZ by Dr. Khanna in 2020, published in Lithos. So this particular presentation is structured mainly to highlight whatever findings that have been presented in these two publications. So introduction and map and some field photographs, petrography of Agori basalts, geochemistry of Agori basalts, petrography of Chitrangi ferropycrites, they are also lavas, and then geochemical characteristic of Chitrangi ferropycrites, and then implications of these particular studies. This is how it will go. Next slide. So, morning, Dr. Abhinav Rai has already given a very nice overview about the Central Indian Tectonic Zone. He has told that it preserves about 1 billion years of history, from almost 2 billion years to 1 billion years. That is a very extremely important point. He has also told that there will be events of rifting and asthenosphere upwelling. So, and he has also indicated the subduction zone processes in this particular CITZ. So that was a very important talk in the morning because of time constraint. Each slide had a lot of information in it. Because of time constraint, he could not give all those details. So this is the CITZ, and these are some of the important works carried out by researchers from GSI, AMD and universities. And these works and so many other works have been referred in these publications. So now coming to the Mahakoshal belt, as all of you know that it is in the northern part, it's a linear belt, it's in the northern part of the CITZ, and southern part we have the saucer belt, and in the middle you have the Bethel belt. So this particular presentation is mainly on the basaltic rocks in the lower Chitrangi formation and in the overlying Agori formation. So this is the area, Slimanabad area. Already Dr. Roy and all have actually given a revised stratigraphy considering it as a Slimanabad formation. To the right you can see the exposures of the metabasalt. There is weak development of foliation in that, sir. You can see the development of planar fabric the right side. So this is the geological map and the study area mainly around the Dinari Kamanu area and Slimanabad area, from where the volcanic rocks, the samples of the basic lavas have been collected and studied. So I'll go to the petrography of the Agori basalts. Some of the micrographs which will be followed, they are in the very high magnification. So these are all fine-grained rock. So when we see under high magnification, to only highlight the important features, I have captured some photomicrographs under high magnification. So this is definitely a fine-grained rock, Agori basalt. But yes, the clinopyroxene is mostly now actinolite and also chloride, sir. So there is green schist assemblage there in that. Petrography tells that there is a green schist assemblage. So this is another photomicrograph of the Agori basalt. You can see the development of the, feeble development of the planar fabric. And now this is another photomicrograph of Agori basalts, collapses slightly in higher magnification. In the left side one is in 10x and the right side one is in 20x. 20x just to show the plagioclase is there. Plagioclase is clouded in nature. So these are actually mainly these particular photomicrographs which are in a 2x or 5x, they will be very fine grained. So to just highlight the mineral assemblage, I am showing under 10x and 20x, the plagioclase and actinolite in that. So again, after scanning many sections, because youngsters are there, basalts are fine-grained rocks. When they are subjected to low-grade metamorphism, there will be chances that you can find the evidence of preservation of primary igneous textures. So this particular photomicrograph is very innate in 20x. You can see that the plagioclase phenocryst is there, and it also shows the lamellar texture, indicating that the presence of a primary volcanic texture in this particular rock. Now, in some of the basalts, usually, see, you can see latch-shaped plagioclase, and there is definitely some planar fabric developed. Some places they are also randomly oriented, and you can see the matrix is mostly extremely fine-grained here. Now, later on I will come to the geochemistry of this. In some of these basalts I found zircon, so which is not usual in arc basalts. So these zircons can be inherited zircons also, because we have found them, and just I am showing the photomicrographs of the zircon within the altered clinopyroxene. Titanite is another important accessory mineral we found in this basalt. And then again, evidences of primary igneous texture, latch-shaped plagioclase showing characteristic lamellar twinning. These are all the photomicrographs of the Agori basalts under different magnifications. I summarize the petrography of the Agori basalt. They are fine-grained rocks, and you can see the presence of actinolite. Plagioclase is seen. Phenocryst of plagioclase showing porphyritic texture. euhedral titanites and zircon, actinolite and chlorite indicating low-grade green schist facies, and presence of plagioclase phenocryst and euhedral titanite indicates the preservation of the primary volcanic textures in these Aghori basalts. Salient geochemical aspects, many people have worked on the geochemical aspects, but this particular paper has brought out some interesting things. So, of course, the major oxides I am not going to tell. You can see the chondrite normalized RE pattern, very slight enrichment of light radiant elements and almost flat heavy radiant element patterns in the Aghori arc basalts. And in the incompatible spider diagram, you can see negative niobium anomaly of relatively better magnitude and a very low magnitude negative titanium anomaly. So, which are again characteristics of the arc basalts. Now, because I clubbed the second lavas, the lavas which are found in the lowermost Chitrangi formation, so they have been studied. So, actually geochemically they have been classified as ferropicrites. Why they have been classified as ferropicrites, I will come to that. So, clinopyroxene phenocryst, you can see absolutely almost euhedral clinopyroxene phenocryst. In cross nickels, you can see the clinopyroxene. And the clinopyroxene is set in an altered matrix composed of aggregates of amphibole and altered clinopyroxene and chlorite. So, electron probe studies also revealed the presence of iron-rich chrome spinel as disseminated grains in this particular lower Chitrangi ferropicrite rocks. These are also basalt fine grained rocks. Now, the MgO and iron contents in the Chitrangi lavas and their geochemical implications. Most of the ferropicrites from the Chitrangi formation have more than 12% MgO, while the iron content ranges from 13 to 19%. So, you can at the lower part you can see Lebas 2000 IUGS classification of high Mg volcanic rocks. Volcanic rocks with more than 12% of MgO are classified as picrites. So, since these picritic rocks with high MgO more than 12%, they also have high Fe contents on the basis of their high iron concentrations that range from 13 to 18%. These Chitrangi lavas qualify as ferropicrites. The reference is Hansky and Smolsky in 1989. So, you can also see on the right side, you can see the chondrite normalized RE patterns for the Chitrangi lavas, and you can also see they are matching with the global average RE patterns of the ferropicrites. And the lower part also you can see the blue one are the global average patterns for the incompatible elements diagram showing niobium positive anomaly. So, based on the basis of their high Mg, more than 12% of NGO in the mafic rocks, and because these picritic rocks, they have very high concentration of iron up to 18%, they have been classified as the ferropicrites. Now, mineralogically, now ferropicrite, augite phenocryst, amphibole and chlorite in the ground mass, accessories are titanite, FET oxides and Fe spinel. The most importantly, absence of plagioclase. Usually basaltic rocks, plagioclase is a very important mineral, clinopyroxene plagioclase, but in this particular rock, the absence of plagioclase is an important aspect. So, contrasting geochemical characters of the Chitrangi lavas and the Aghori basalts and their implications. So, previously I have shown on the left side you have the geochemical LRE, the chondrite normalized RE patterns for the Aghori basalts. Already I have shown them slight enrichment of LRE and flat HRE, and the lower incompatible element trace element diagram showing negative niobium and titanium anomaly. In contrast to this Aghori basalts, to the right side, Chitrangi ferropicrites, which are also lavas in which there was no plagioclase, MgO was very high, FeO was very high. Now you can see the enriched LRE patterns and depleted HRE patterns in the Chitrangi, and you can also see they match with the average global ferropicrites. So these two mafic lavas which are present in the Mahakoshal group in the lower formation and the middle formation, that is Aghori and Chitrangi formation, they show contrasting geochemical characters, trace element and RE geochemical characters. So again this particular diagram, now Dr. Khanna has Now, compared with the modern day Mariana Arc and the ocean island basalts with this, now you can see that all the Agori basalts, they fall in the arc field of the modern day Mariana, whereas the Chitrangi ferropicrites, they fall in the ocean island basaltic field. Morning already Dr. Raya has told, we have also seen mantle upwelling phenomenon in this. So the position of the arc basalts and Chitrangi ferropicrites of the Mahakoshal, in these two diagrams, they fall in the same area. They are showing that the arc basalt characters of the Agori basalts and the ocean island basalt characters for the ferropicrites in the lower Chitrangi formation. So this is one important observation. So actually the point was the volcanic rocks, because basalts, mafic lavas, they are very important to fingerprint the tectonics, because mafic lavas, they can be erupted in varying tectonic, right from the mob, ocean island basalt to the subduction, and even in the rift arc, and even within the continent also. So these basalts, the trace element geochemical characters of these basalts, which are incompatible and immobile elements, they show that the Agori basalts show arc nature, whereas the Chitrangi ferropicrites, the ocean island, they fall in the OIB field. So these contrasting paleoprotrudic terrains that are part of the Mahakoshal group, one is the plume originated OIBs of the Chitrangi, and the arc basalts are accreted in the CITZ. Just I will conclude now. Morning already, because this particular time control should have been given to Dr. Rai. They are not using the bell here in this particular session, whereas for his time was very less. So these chronological events, the lowermost, the hapnium neodymium isotope modelage for the Chitrangi ferropicrites is 2.1 GA. Khanna et al. 2017. He has also reported arc basalts with the same age, showing negative niobium and titanium anomaly. Yesterday, when discussing with Dr. Dora, he has pointed out a very recent publication in Dr. Chelapati Rao's lab, giving the rubidium strontium isocon for the Siddhi lamp profiles around 22 million years, plus or minus 230, corroborating with the paleoproterozoic emplacement ages reported in the CITZ. Srivastava, of course, reported paleoproterozoic ultramafic lamp profiles. Acharya indicated the closure of the Mahakoshal belt and intrusive granites in Agori and Parsoi formation dated 1.86 almost by Bandyopadhyay et al. And Bora et al. 2016. And all this, the major tectonic event that resulted in formation of CITZ is around 1 billion years, Bhaumik et al. So the paleoproterozoic, that is almost 2.1 GA, sir was asking, it's a model age, this can have plus or minus 200 million years. This paleoproterozoic Mahakoshal belt of rocks are accreted in the CITZ during the late Mesoproterozoic. So on the basis of the study, volcanic rocks also are very important, and because basalts particularly, basalts, they are very useful in fingerprinting the tectonic environment in which they were placed. So these two publications have actually highlighted those particular aspects, and they also presented the tectonomagmatic regime in which these basalts have erupted. They are presenting their geochemical aspects and petrographic aspects. So this is a presentation. Yeah, thank you very much for the patience hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Sisasai, for giving your presentation within 15 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, now paper is open for discussions. Any clarification? Raj Sahab has taken more than his time. 20 minutes was given, and more than 20 minutes he has asked the question. Now again plus 40 minutes is going. Please go ahead, sir.
Siddhi Lampropair date is 2.1 or 2.2.
Yes, sir. It is published in 21.
Yeah, published doesn't mean that it is all
very correct.
right thing.
It's a model age.
2.1, what is the location of that Lampropair?
2.2. Sir,
Is it in the city town, that one?
I'll share that particular. Yesterday only with Dr. Dura I discussed.
Because Dalimpal and others, they did it in the Cretaceous.
Sir.
And secondly, 2.1 or 2.2 date of that Lampropair, particularly location and the geology, I'm very suspicious.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very rightly said, sir. Very rightly said.
Publication of a paper doesn't give the guarantee that is the final.
Yes, sir. I've included that yesterday after coming to know about that publication in Dr. Chalapati Rao's labs.
Thank you, sir. It can continue. Such type of queries has to be generated.
Yes.
Heat has to be generated. Then only 2.2 will be
Yeah.
accepted. Yeah. Please. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, anything? Sir.
Amplifier in the city,
Exactly.
we have dated, not published. It is 1.7 to
1.8, sir. Yes. Srivastav and all also they indicated.
1.8.
1.8. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your elaborative lecture. With this presentation, we have come to an end of a very intriguing technical discussion. I request Sri M.A. Khan, Dr. M.L. Dora, and Dr. V.V. Sheshasai to kindly come upon the dais. Sri M.A. Khan. And I request the chair to felicitate Sri M.A. Khan. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. M.L. Dura to kindly come upon the dais. Dr. Sinha, kindly felicitate him. Now I request Dr. V.V. Sesasai to kindly come upon the dais. Dr. Sinha, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sinha, for chairing the two major technical sessions of the seminar. And thank you all the audience for your gracious presence. Now I request you all to kindly proceed for the lunch. We will have a quick lunch of half an hour, and we will meet again at 2:45 for the technical session 3. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Kind attention to all. Kind attention to all. I request you, all of you, that kindly occupy the seats so that we can start the third technical session.
मैम जीए सर को अपने शेड्यूल में ही बुलाएंगे.
Good afternoon to everyone. Kind attention to all. I request you, all of you, occupy the seats so that we can start the third technical session. Good afternoon to everyone. After the enlightening second session, we have now arrived at the third technical session of the today's seminar. We will now have 6 lectures, including one keynote that will address the focuses on the exploration strategies and way forward. As we all know that out of many mobile greenstone belts, Mahakoshal belt, situated in the central Indian tectonic zone, is still one of the most intriguing geological mosaics within the CITZ. This belt has structural complexities and hosts some of the important minerals such as gold, copper, base metal, banded iron formation, etc. With the cutting edge techniques in modern exploration, it is now high time to reevaluate the economic perspectives both in brown and green field areas. With this session, we would like to bring out some key aspects of the exploration strategies and way forward to converge together with ideas, data set, and resource potential of Mahakoshal belt, along with high hopes to open up new horizons for torch bearers in the exploration landscape. Now, I would like to invite Shri Hemaraj Suryavanshi Sir, ADG and Head National Mission 2 and ADG HOD NER to chair this technical session. Thank you, sir. Shri Hemra Suryavanshi sir is an eminent geoscientist and an expert in mineral exploration. Apart from this, he has carried out various geological studies in different parts of the country. He is the recipient of the prestigious National Geoscience Award for his immense contribution to the graphite exploration in Betul Belt. Now, I would like to request Shri Tanay Datta Gupta sir to come and to felicitate Shri Hemraj Suryavanshi sir with a flower and memento. Now, I would like to request Dr. Savita Chaur Pagar to come upon the dais as reporter of the session. Now, our first speaker of this third technical session is Shri P. Tarafdar sir. He was retired Deputy Director General of GSI and his all-round performance is known to many. He was mostly working and associated with mineral exploration programs. Post-retirement, he served as an advisor to DG GSI and expert member in technical cast committee of NMET as well, working as a guest faculty in Calcutta University. With this overview, we welcome Shri P. Tarafdar to podium to share his views on present challenges for search of commodities to the geoscientists. Sir, please.
respected Chairman, sir, and all my senior colleagues, dignitaries present in this house, ladies and my friends. The day organizing secretary of this seminar, Dr. Sandeep Roy, contacted me and told that you have to come and you have to submit an abstract for this seminar. Immediately, my reply was that I have never worked through or Mahakoshal group of rocks. How can I send a paper on Mahakoshals? What do you expect from me? Then he told, no, sir, you just see the title. The second half of the title you take care of. And accordingly you submit one abstract. So now, one problem is that when you are a retired man, you won't get much of literature what is available when you are at headquarters, you are in office. But naturally, when you are passing through an idle phase, it is very difficult to get the, sometimes, lot many literatures. Though net is there, internet is there, but sometimes some of the documents are very much difficult to make available to yourself. But anyway, in this presentation I have taken help of 5 documents. The documents are all latest documents. With those documents, I have tried to speak that possibly now days have come that I or we, I mean the geoscientific community, nowadays cannot work for the commodities which so long we were handling very comfortably. You know that if I talk about GSI and MECL, that since publishing of MMDR Act in 1957, under first schedule, there are 3 categories. Category A, B, C. In category A, there are fuel, and out of those fuels, if you just leave petroleum, coal and lignite, explorations were being taken care of by Geological Survey of India. And definitely after formation of MECL, they were doing the follow-up detailed exploration work. And under section 1C, there we have seen in the first schedule that there are 10 commodities, mineral commodities. Those were iron ore, manganese chromite, copper, lead, zinc, gold, diamond, bauxite, and asbestos. Now, naturally, asbestos, as it was health hazardous, gradually we have left. Exploration as well as mining is also not there in the country. Now, it was the prime responsibility of Geological Survey of India, and as well as to go or to take up the follow-up program by MECL, to go for the mineral explorations, basically for the first schedule 1C category minerals, along with some strategic ones like tungsten, molybdenum, nickel. But nowadays, whenever I interact with some of our officers, I have seen they are little bit, they will express their unhappiness that as there are a lot of prospects still for iron ore in the eastern sector of India. So jolly well, they can comfortably, they can launch the programs on iron ore exploration, but ministry is not giving them the signal. Ministry is telling, better not to go for iron ore exploration. Definitely. Sometimes people are telling, sir, ministry is discouraging for taking up the programs in bauxite exploration. Definitely. Same scenario is happened in the NMT also, as because till last December I was there in the technical and cost committee of NMT. There also we have seen that this type of projects we used to discourage. Limestone, if I give free hand to the people of central India and people particularly in the Chhattisgarh or people for the northeastern region, they will be happy to launch a number of programs in limestone. But ministry again is telling, no. Why? So definitely, you must remember, I am telling to my friends, that when you are carrying out the exploration, you keep it in your mind. You have to keep yourself relevant when society is in need of some metals. Society is changing, industries are changing, so requirement is changing. So accordingly, if we want to keep ourselves relevant, we have to shift our focus. Now just to start with, the first slide, I will tell you that why ministry is giving that kind of signal. First slide, please. You see, this is the document, this is the latest document of Ministry of Mines. What happened? Latest document of Ministry of Mines, that is annual report of 2020-21. There it is told, India is self-sufficient in iron ore, bauxite, limestone, chromite and sillimanite. And the second part, it is being told that India is deficient in manganese, rock phosphate, magnesite and kyanite. Now, the degree of self-sufficiency. The degree of self-sufficiency is the parameter. It is measured by the domestic consumption vis-a-vis the domestic supply. Latest annual report of Ministry of Mines tells, you see the table below, that this in degree of self-sufficiency, India is in bauxite, the last data of 2021, 100%. Iron ore, 100%. Limestone, 100%. And chromite, 100%. That means the commodities which were taken under fourth schedule, the bulk minerals, that is iron ore, bauxite, manganese and limestone, out of these four, in three, India is self-sufficient right now. So, ministry thinks very rightly that immediately you need not go for searching further the mineral prospects of bauxite, iron ore or limestone. Better you shift your focus somewhere else where possibly we are not paying attention. Manganese is one of the commodity of this fourth schedule, but there you see the manganese is being met 51%. So we need to carry out the manganese exploration. And in chromite, though it is shown here that our self-sufficiency, degree of self-sufficiency is 100%. But I will come to the chromite in a different document. And to the right hand side, regarding the metals, if you see, the aluminium is 100%, for zinc is 89%, so we are comfortable enough. But for copper, we must run after 39%. So now come to the next document, that is the National Steel Policy. You see, normally we are conversant with the National Mineral Policy. But you see, this is National Steel Policy of India, and it is published in 2017. In the perspective of 2017, if we see the aspiration of the steel industry, which is the backbone industry of our society, in 2016-17, the production of steel in all over India by all our steel plants was 100 million ton. But the steel policy aspires to reach 300 million ton steel making capacity by 2030. Steel Authority of India Limited will enhance its production capacity of hot metal, which will place SAIL top amongst the steel companies globally. That is their aspiration. And right now I can tell you, for that, all the steel plants and the Steel Authority of India Limited, they have taken the modernization programs. And by this time, some of the plants, they have already completed modernization, and some of the plants are on the way of modernization. As because otherwise they cannot fulfill the requirement or the aspiration which is for 2030. Now, to augment the production of steel, the policy measures will ensure availability of the materials like iron ore. We know that right now we have seen we do have enough of iron ore, so there is no issue with the iron ore, the raw material, basic raw material. And coking coal, of course, India doesn't have coking coal almost. We have to import. We are import dependent always for coking coal. Now come to manganese. Manganese ore is important raw material in iron and steel metallurgy, and 90 to 95% of the world production of manganese is used in steel production. It is going to steel production, and major steel making countries, very unfortunate part, those countries do not have much of manganese. They are import dependent. And right now we are also import dependent. Indigenous production is hardly 1.9 million ton per year. Not more than that. I am telling you that picture of today. So India is at present major importer of manganese. Now, keeping in view the target of steel production, that is 300 million ton per year, steel production, 300 million ton per year, in 2030, the production of manganese is to be augmented, and that is earmarked as 10 million ton. Now, you think of it, right now we are able to produce only 1.9 million ton, but we need to produce 10 million ton, of which MOIL has committed that they will enhance their target up to 3 million ton, and the rest part are to be given by other companies in India, or if any deficiency is there, we have to import. So definitely, I must search for manganese, I must launch programs for manganese as many as possible. Now come to chromite. They are in annual report, you have seen that they are telling that chromite right now, we are self-sufficient, possibly whatever is the requirement by the industry, we are able to meet the 100%. But still policy says more deposits of chromite are to be identified. Suitable technology needs to be developed for beneficiation of low-grade ores, and restriction on export of chromite is needed. We know also, chromite is there, but it is only in the eastern part, mostly in Orissa. So that will not run for a long time. So we need to focus on chromite search continuously. Though we are doing it, and we need to continue it. Nickel. This is also needed by the steel industry. Now regarding nickel, the steel policy says that suitable technology is needed for the extraction of nickel from chromite overburden of Sukinda area. In Sukinda area, there is one area that is Kansa, you know. So there, earlier GSI has worked for nickel, and follow-up program was taken up by MECL, but naturally, that extraction of nickel so far has not been done from that deposit. Now indigenous production of nickel is coming as a byproduct from the smelter of copper from ICC Ghatshila, from Indian Copper Complex Ghatshila. There we are getting a little bit of amount of nickel, and that is coming as a byproduct from the copper smelter. So from steel policy, we can come to this, that yes, क्या हो रहा है?
ठीक है ना सर ये?
हाँ ठीक है?
कोई स्लाइड थी प्रीवियस बैक
नहीं बैक हाँ. So that we need to continue for search of manganese, chromite, and nickel. Manganese, chromite coming under that first schedule. We need to continue it. Manganese is coming under now fourth schedule, but chromite is remaining there. Now, regarding REE, already D.K. Sinha Sahab has told you frequently that yes, nowadays we cannot think of without the REE metals. And we are yet to extract the REE elements in the country from the primaries. We are successful with some of the deposits, and we are expecting that definitely one or another day we will come out with number of good prospects. For that, I have not dealt much, as because Geological Survey of India and AMD, they have carried out a series of meetings, and a number of seminars also that took place, that I can remember. In one or two meetings, I was also present in 2017 and 18. So after that, one document is already there in the portal of Geological Survey of India that describes itself that so far where Geological Survey of India has been successful and where AMD has been successful, and after that the areas to be scanned or searched for REE, those are given also exhaustively. So that is one document. Now, some other commodities, if we see that these are also occurring as byproducts only when raw materials are going to the industry. If I think that as when I go for the exploration of copper, or if I go for exploration of gold, something like that, so I will be getting these metals in larger concentration. Never. All these, if I show you that the 7 or 8 metals are there, which are necessary for the industries. Nowadays the industries, we must see that the industries which are coming up, and you have to be part of it, that is space science, nuclear industry, automobile industry, telecommunication industry, medicine industry. So to support these industries, all these metals are very much required, and at the same time, I cannot expect that these will be occurring in larger concentration. For that, you see some metals. One is molybdenum, and normally molybdenum we expect that it will be associated with copper, though immediately people will say, but sir, in Harur-Uttangarai belt, in Tamil Nadu, Dharmapuri district, we have reported molybdenum, and these molybdenum deposits we do not claim to be that they are associated with copper. They are in larger concentration, at least so far as the molybdenum deposits are concerned. That is Manadipatti, Marudipatti, Velampatti South, these are there. Now, gallium, if you see, gallium is one of the metals that Hindalco Industries Limited at Renukut, UP, and Nalco at Damanjudi, Odisha, they are getting gallium in the Bears process, liquor and alumina waste red mud. It is associated with bauxite. Same way the selenium and tellurium, these do not occur in concentration which can justify mining solely for their content. So they are recovered as byproducts mostly from the anode mud obtained during electrolytic refining of copper. Rhenium, very much needed, occurs in traces with the ores of copper, molybdenum and uranium. Total world production is very, very less, only dozens of tons. So its use in the nuclear industry and the engines of fighter jets. And cobalt is occurring with nickelliferous limonite laterite in Sukinda area, Odisha, and it is associated with copper slag of HCl, but it is not produced in India. It is already studied that it is associated with the copper slags of HCl, but it is not being extracted. Vanadium, we know that vanadium, either it is occurring with the bauxite or it is occurring with the titaniferous, vanadiferous magnetite bodies. So NALCO has completed the lab-scale studies to recover vanadium from various Bears liquors. And Vedanta's Lanjigar Aluminium Refinery has developed a process for extraction of V2O5 from the bauxite, which is cost-effective and environment-friendly. So now, which metals right now I have shown? For that, just I do have a request to Geological Survey of India officers. Please, so far, whatever explorations, I mean the positive explorations, finally with the help of explorations, whatever prospects of bauxite and copper GSI has identified, all those old reports, if we study very keenly, we must see that we might have missed something somewhere. When I am going for the exploration of bauxite, I am taking care of bauxite. Though you will be telling that the associated elements, we are not leaving, we are sending the samples to the laboratory and we are getting the list with full of analysis. But sir, please have a look with those analysis, as because there are two things. Either we have missed, we have not paid attention with the associated elements, or analytical constraints. In the 70s, in the 60s, in the 80s, which analytical instruments were being used? Those had limitations. Right now you are updated. Your chemical laboratory, you know that you do have now ICP-MS. You do have the ICP-OES. So with the help of these instruments, you may get some signature of those associated elements which are occurring as the byproducts. Possibly that is the only alternative now, and definitely for the new programs you can launch. Now this is the last document I am mentioning. This document is in the proposal stage. You might have seen, so many of you have seen, that another phase of amendment of this MMDR Act is in the offing. In this month, up to last 16th, that reaction of the people were invited by Ministry of Mines. And in the MMDR Act, there is the proposal, if it is executed in toto without any alteration, or some alteration may come also. There you will see there is one point, that is the 5th point, that says that commodities which were categorized in 1957 under B of the first schedule, then those are the commodities normally the people of GSI and MECL never used to touch, or even if they touch, very cautiously after consultation with AMD. That was the domain of AMD. All uranium, thorium bearing minerals are there. Now Ministry has given a proposal that 12 mineral groups are there in the MMDR Act in the first schedule. From there, 8 mineral groups will be taken out if it is possible. And those 8 mineral groups will be kept under the category, one new category, it will be 1D. And keep it in mind, when it is being kept in 1, that means under first schedule and a category D, this is your primary duty to search for these minerals. That is getting the top priority. And not only that, in addition to that, some other commodities, these are the commodities in the list you can see in the slide. These are the 8 mineral groups which will be taken from 1B to 1D, and in addition to that, these are the metals, that is molybdenum, rhenium, tungsten, cadmium, indium, gallium, graphite, vanadium, tellurium, selenium, nickel, cobalt, tin, PGE, and fertilizer group of minerals like phosphorite without uranium, potash, and glauconite. So if this is happening, and if it comes in the final form without any change, I think now it will be the top priority of the geologists of Geological Survey of India and MECL and other organizations whosoever are interested in these mineral groups or metals, they have to search for these things. Now with this, one thing we must remember, this cannot be the job of only the exploration wings. No. Sir, for this, continuously, not only that, in GSI, like mission 2 people are engaged in mineral exploration, so this will be the job of mineral exploration team. No, sir. These require a lot of research work. So there is one R&D division sort of thing in different regions and central headquarters of Geological Survey of India under Mission 4. So they are to be also associated with those programs very seriously, sir. So we need not run after only quantity, sir. We should run after the quality of work. That is the need of the hour. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, sir. So, any questions from audience sides?
Hello. Sir, thank you very much. I want to compliment because this is a topic apart of other what we were discussing since morning. But I would like to add one thing here. It's not a question, to just sharing my thoughts to the audience in this house. as you told that the iron ore, there is a 100% self-sufficiency is there. But I want to bird a cautious because as the 300 million ton of the steel is there, so we required about 460 million ton of the iron ore as a raw material. But what are the total resources of the iron ore as on date, as on 1/4/2015 is 33 billion. So if we take a ratio of the reserve and resources, it is hardly 20% or 25%. So until unless we are not serious about that, okay, what is the further down the iron ore availability, low grade, beneficiation, pelletization, that to be taken as a seriousness. Otherwise, the time will come, okay, we will not, though we are having a target for the steel, but we will not have a sufficient feed grade iron ore in the country. And it will be applicable for all other mineral also.
No, definitely, sir. What I have told you, that annual report of ministry is speaking like this, and at the same time we can see that ministry is discouraging to go for these search. But to Geological Survey of India and MECL and in NMET also this type of directives are there. So positive reason is this. Now definitely, maybe this is a temporary phase, sir. For 10 years we need not look at those things. Rather you do have lot of these things to support the industry. So please shift your focus here, and afterwards, again after 10 years or something like that, people will be telling you, sir, again we need iron ore. Okay, then you run after iron ore. And you need, that is the thing. And one more thing is, iron ore, so 2.2 billion years of hematite, 2 billion tons of hematite, and more than 1 million ton of magnetite, though it is there, but you will agree with me, everywhere the resource figures we are giving with that 45% Fe above. But till today, all your steel plants, they are not ready to go below 58% Fe. So questions are there, definitely. But the point is that everything is temporary phase, and right now we must take seriously the other metals. That was my point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anyone, sir?
Sir, can I come in if you allow?
Pradeep Singh sir. Sir, boli. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Sir, I am Director Technical from Ministry of Mines. As Tarafdar Sahab has said that there is some restriction on exploration of iron ore, limestone, etc. because initially we found that in NMET only iron ore, limestone proposals were coming. But subsequently, this in the general body meetings, several state governments have raised the demand that particularly in Tamil Nadu, like they have a lot of requirement for limestone exploration. So now it has been decided that any commodity, if any exploration agency comes with a proposal to NMET with endorsement from the state government, that will be taken up by NMET, and similarly for GSI also restricted iron ore, limestone and other bulk minerals exploration programs GSI is taking up. In this field season also, I don't think there is any restriction because all national agencies have to work as per the national requirement and as per the demand and request from the state governments. So we are taking up all commodities. There is no restriction.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pradeep sir. Thank you. That means for all these things, there is, now rider is there. If state governments, they show the interest and they come to the exploration agencies, they can go for these commodities. That is his reply. Thank you, Pradeep sir.
So, sir, your presentation is eye-opener for exploration geologists and research scholars of Geological Survey of India and other organization and other IBM also. Beneficiation is very much required for trace element analysis. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to request Dr. Jire Bharti.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your presentation. Now, our next speaker of the session is Shri D.S. Jire, Director, RSAS, Bangalore. He is an expert in mineral exploration, especially for concealed and deep-seated minerals. He made an excellent contribution in mapping of Ajanta and Ellora caves. He was involved in formulation of various exploration and mining-related rules and relations. With this overview, we welcome Shri D.S. Jire virtually to share his views on geoscience research, opportunities for mineral targeting by the application of geophysical data sets in the Mahakoshal supracrustal greenstone belt. Sir, please.
Jire sahab, only 15 minutes, please.
We'll discuss this.
Just a minute, I am trying to share the presentation. Before that, our Abhishek is trying to share the general.
आपके पास है क्या?
Maybe from your side, we need permission to share our presentation. We are here as a participants. That's the reason unable to do it.
Sir, permission is already given to you. Please check. Please share your screen.
Just we are getting the video permission, not getting any other permission. Let me know. Maybe I have to. Maybe what can be done? Should I send you immediately the PPT? You can show it from there, or what can be done?
Sir, नीचे there is an option called share. Can you click on this?
Sir, actually we are accessing this device from a Mac system, and when we are clicking that share option, there is one option that to allow WebEx to share the content. So when we are clicking that one, it is not highlighting. The relevant app, Cisco WebEx, is not getting highlighted. So I think we are restricted in terms of any security permissions.
Okay, just hold on a second. Let us check from your side.
Give permission to Tech Mom, to my
Director Tech Mom.
Director Tech Mom.
Give permission to dirtech.mom@nic.in.
Personally,
मेल भेजा है क्या? उस मेल से कर लेते हैं.
Sir, is it possible to send that in WhatsApp, your presentation, or by mail? We will share it from here.
Other presenter Dr. M.K. Devarajan. So, M.K. Devarajan is online.
Sir, Dr. Devarajan, are you online? Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am able to hear you.
Okay, can you share your presentation from there? And in the meantime, Jire sir, please wait. We will take the presentation from your side and share it from here.
Okay, let me see whether I am able to.
Yeah, sir, there is an option of sharing, just left of. Yeah. Please share. Yeah, we are able to see your screen, sir.
Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So, you read, sir, for 1 minute, sir. For 1 minute, sir, please. Jaldi karo.
So, I'm requesting, due to some lack of technical problem, now I'm inviting our next speaker, Dr. M.K. Devarajan, who commenced his professional career in 1989 with the Geological Survey of India. He served as an exploration manager in Australian Indian Resources in Bangalore and headed GeoWell services in Kolkata, and made an excellent contribution in gold exploration in India as well as in Tanzania. He is currently the Vice President of Exploration in Supreme Gold Corporation, an exploration company with its registered office in Toronto, engaged in developing gold projects in West Africa. With this, we would like to invite Dr. M.K. Devarajan virtually to present his findings on a comparative study of the stratigraphy, structure, and gold mineralization of the Paleoproterozoic Mahakoshal belt, India, with the Birimian belt of West African Craton. Thank you. And sir, please.
Good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais, as well as my former senior colleagues of GSI. Friends, I have chosen this topic with a specific reason that GSI and other organizations have been working in Mahakoshal belt for more than now, say, 60, 70 years, even before the name Mahakoshal was coined for this Prakoshal belt. And but the reality is that even now we have noted progress from the prospect scale exploration, from the inventory level of exploration, or the resources have not been identified resources have not been progressed to feasibility stage in the modern sense of feasibility, and to mining stage. So this should compel us to ask questions on what is happening in similar Paleoproterozoic belts elsewhere in the world, and what is the issue with Mahakoshal? Why there is no single gold mine developed yet in Mahakoshal? So with this background, I thought that the Birimian belt of West African Craton, which is one of the most prolific gold exploration areas and mining areas in the world as of now, let us have a look at what is happening here, so that perhaps there could be a comparison possible, and we may get some insights on in future assessment of the prospectivity of the Mahakoshal belt in terms of orogenic gold deposits. So for those who are not very familiar with the Birimian belt and its geographic distribution, I have shown here up to maps and the section. I would like your attention to the political map of West Africa. I am joining this meeting from Guinea. The central part is the red color area is Mali. To the northwest is Mauritania, Senegal. Southwest is Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and southern side you have Cote d'Ivoire, that is known as Ivory Coast also. Then you have the Burkina Faso, Ghana. So these are the countries where the Paleoproterozoic Birimian belt occurs. To the southwestern side, we have this Leo-Man shield, an Archean shield that is mostly in the countries of Liberia and Sierra Leone, and a part of Ivory Coast. And the north, we have this Reguiabat shield, which is mostly in part of Algeria and also in Mauritania. And there is also a schematic cross-section shown where the younger sediments are shown, which are essentially Neoproterozoic cover sediments, which is known as Taudiani Basin. So coming to this map on the left side, you can see the Leo-Man shield in the purple color and the Reguiabat shield on the northern side. A vast area in the central part, which is covered by the younger cover sediments, which are essentially Neoproterozoic, and the yellow and green and pink colored area in the middle is the Birimian belt. And there are a lot of white colored dots, which circles you can see there. These are all the major gold deposits in the Birimian belt. Now, Birimian is the largest paleoproterozoic gold producing region in the world as of now. You can see on this map, it covers part of Ivory Coast, western side of Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Mali, and southeastern side of Senegal, eastern part of Guinea, all those gray-colored areas. And this paleoproterozoic belt produces nearly 322 tons of gold in a year. That is about more than 10% of the total production of gold in the world. And the maximum production comes from Ghana, which contributes about 130 tons per year, if you go by the 2021 production status, then followed by Burkina Faso, 93.4 tons, Mali, 93.8 tons, Guinea. So all those numbers are given here. And you just compare that with what we produce in India as of now, hardly less than 2 tons. And some of the major mines which produce this gold are listed on the lower right side. The top 10 gold mines by production: Lolo in Mali, Tarkwa in Ghana, Essakane in Burkina Faso, Fekola in Mali, Akim and Ahafa in Ghana. Then you have this Houndé in Burkina Faso, Bissau-Boli. So number of mines and their production rates are shown here. Now, coming to the geology of the belt, I have shown a part of the belt in the southeastern side, that is in the Ghana part. You can see a number of green belts. These green colored belts, actually they call them as belts. There is no concept or no well-established lithostratigraphy in this area. The belts are essentially the volcanosedimentary domains with intrusive granites. These are essentially constituted by basalt. Essentially, the mafic rock is basalt with andesitic flows, interbedded with gravitic phyllites, and some volcanic clastics and gravacies. And when we say these belts, you just keep it in mind. Try to compare this with the Agori in Mahakoshal. Almost similar, like that type of stratigraphic sequence, lithostratigraphic assemblage, what is here. But the major difference is these are emplaced by a number of granitic bodies. These granitic bodies they call as belt-type granitoids, and geochemically they are more like eye-type granites. And then intervening these belts, there are basins. These basins are essentially sedimentary sequences, mostly gravaceae, potswaceae, phyllites, carbonaceous phyllite, essentially a turbidite sequence, and with some subordinate volcanics. A lithostratigraphic assemblage which is almost similar to Pasoi formation. And coming to the deformation, this is the orogeny, the orogeny which has affected this Birimian belt is known as Eburnean orogeny in West Africa. And the deformation is interpreted to have started by southeast to northwest directed crustal shortening, and then consequent metamorphism and intrusion of granites. So the granites which are intruded into the basins, into those sediments, are essentially S-type granites. So this is the major difference, essentially greenstone belts, and there are higher grade of metamorphism, especially around those intrusive granite bodies. And interestingly, on the map on the left side, you see a light blue patch which is written as Tarkavian group. These Tarkavian sediments actually overlay the Birimians. These are constituted by highly angular conglomerates and a progressively hanging upward sequence, but essentially a clastic sequence. And you see them only over the only over the volcano-sedimentary belt. That is the lower part of the sequence, not on the upper part. Now, these are also, the studies have shown that these Tarkavian sediments were actually deposited during a process of synorogenic sedimentation, and almost similar to the lower Vindhyan outliers, which we see over the Mahakoshals, mostly along the synclinal axis. So the late stage of the deformation of Mahakoshal belt has affected the lower Vindhyans, which in earlier literature, which was called as the Jungle group in some places or in some of the literature, this is what the Tarkavian sediments are almost like. So here is a section where you can see a series of thrust belts, the earlier syntectonic granites, which they call as the discog type granitoids, which are foliated, which are emplaced early into the system. And then there are the younger granites, and there is a northwest southeast in terms of the current orientation thrust belts, and which has led to the deposition of syn orogenic sediments over the evolving orogenic belt of Birimian, and a clastic sequence was deposited, and the whole thing has eventually deformed together, and that is what the Birimian as of now. And this is the relation between the Birimians and the Tarkavian is almost like what we have today between, say, Himalayas and the Sivaliks, or between Mahakoshals and the lower part of the Vindhyans. So now I have also given here a small diagram showing where exactly India was located with respect to West Africa in about, say, 1.5 diagonum. You can see this is the map of the supercontinent Colombia, where India's position is shown as very close to West Africa. So this is a broad type of broad correlation. Maybe as we work, or as if someone is interested in these issues, and if they work, maybe it further refinement or further understanding is possible. But overall, this is my preliminary understanding between the lithostratigraphy of Mahakoshal and the Birimians. Now, coming to gold mineralization, if you look at the map, this is a map which is showing most of the working mines in Birimian belt. The green areas are the volcanoes, the dark green areas are the volcanic dominated belts, the light green are the sedimentary belts, and also you see the yellow color is the Tarkavian sediments. And what is striking here is the presence of large-scale emplacement of granitic rocks. The pink colored area are essentially intrusive granites, younger, and an anastomosing presence of shear zones. And most of the gold mineralization are located on the subsidiary structures of these shear zones, as it is expected or as it was demonstrated by Gross and others for orogenic style of gold mineralization. There is some primary syngenetic or sulfide hosted disseminated mineralization also, but bulk of the mineralization comes from the second order or the lode type of mineralization emplaced during slightly late kinematic in the deformation history of the belt. So this is what most of the orogenic style gold mineralization are, like the early stage of shortening, followed by most cases there is a transpersonal case, as was clearly demonstrated in case of Mahakoshal. So this is here also, most of the gold mineralization have developed during a late kinematic stage, and these are very clearly orogenic style of gold mineralization, as Dr. Dora has very clearly shown the characteristics of orogenic style gold mineralization in the earlier session. So there is naturally, there is a strong structural, give me 2 minutes. There is a strong structural connotation in terms of their location at the regional scale as well as at the local scale. So you can see especially that there are some of the major gold mines are all located along the major shear zones or their splays. And there are challenges in this area because the entire area is covered by laterite. You don't, in kilometers together, you don't see any any outcrops. It is completely lateritized, and some of these laterites are very old as late Cretaceous, and they form the famous African surface of lustrous king. So this also will have challenges in exploration, especially if you look at the conventional methods of geochemical mapping or stream sediment. Some of the anomalies may be actually over the transported laterite. And how the success is made by the exploration companies here. It is essentially by an integration of a lot of data, including specifically the ground magnetic data, the structures interpreted from the ground magnetic, along with integrating with a lot of ground geochem, regional structures, and all artisanal and other data. So this is how they try to identify the targets in this entirely covered areas, and they have been successful. With this, we come back to Mahakoshal. The next level of target generation in Mahakoshal, how we need to approach that. If for gold, we understand that it is the target should be, our targeting is essentially oriented at orogenic style of gold mineralization, and it has to be a mineral system based predictive analysis. That is something which has not been tried yet, and we need to have a more clarity on what is the prospectivity of Mahakoshal belt. Does it have really the prospectivity to hold any major orogenic style gold deposit? Because the factors which contribute or which control orogenic style gold mineralization are now fairly well understood. So we in India, we have quite a good data sets now. We know what is the style of mineralization we are looking at. There is good quality aeromagnetic data generated recently, and we know the locations of most of the mineral deposits. Good quality geological maps and the potential host rocks are known. Regional geochemical data is there, legacy geophysics is there, and some of the intrusive bodies and their effect on controlling the stress around them, that is known. Alteration mapping is quite possible. And then regional structural data, these are available. And the closest to a predictive analysis, what we have done in India is the interpretation of the aeromagnetic data, which probably Jire will be presenting. And so here, most of these data were used, but in a very conventional way of using them one above other as in a GIS format. But I think the time has come now for going for a more systematic predictive analysis, where a group of structural geologists look at the structures and see whether there are the type of second order plays which were likely to host orogenic style of gold mineralization are there or not, or what are the type of structures available, what is an overall a combined a collaborative or an integrated approach from a predictive analysis mode or predictive analysis pattern may give us a real picture or a more reasonable assessment of the prospectivity of Mahakoshal to host orogenic style gold mineralization. So this is my submission. Thank you for listening, and thanks to the organizers for the invitation.
Okay. Thank you, Devarajan sir.
Allowing me to participate online. So, thank you. Any questions?
So, any question from audience side, sir? So, Devarajan sir, one question from my side, sir. Can deep seismic data and magnetic telluride data can also help us for gold mineralization, search for gold mineralization?
Sir, exploration always, the end product of exploration is mining, and we need to understand two aspects. One is target generation is the earliest phase of an exploration program, but a deep-seated mineral occurrence, if it cannot be economically mined, if it cannot go in progress to a feasibility stage where, a modern feasibility study is essentially a multidisciplinary study where the mining parameters are all taken into consideration, and the life of mine production is taken into consideration. The cost factors involved in developing the project is taken into consideration. And if target generation, yes, it is possible, but exploring deep-seated deposits without a clear plan of bringing them into production, that may have its own risk. We have seen what has happened to Polar.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for nice presentation. So, Jire
thank
sir,
you.
Jire sir, are you comfortable, sir? Hello.
Hello. Sir, are you able to hear, sir? Jire sir? Hello.
आप यहाँ से देखिए, जीरे सर हम लोग प्रेजेंटेशन देख पा रहे हैं, लेकिन आप सुन पा रहे हैं सर? आप वहाँ से बोलिए.
हाँ.
Hello.
हाँ sir, अभी.
Are you able to hear, sir?
Yeah, I am able to hear, and maybe am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I request Shri Jire sir to share his views on virtually. Sir, please.
Okay, yeah, fine. Thank you, Devarajan. Sir's presentation was really one of the finest presentation. Lots of science, and he worked here a lot. Roy Saab, Abhinav Roy Saab, Devarajan Saab, they all have worked. Dora and Hanuman Prasad. The greenstone belts are the very special and catchy areas for geologists all over the world. Structural geologists, economic geologists, everyone. And the fertile greenstone belts, we are supposed to get a deposit there. The more and more we explore, more and more data we gather, more and more we understand and apply the mineral system concepts, we are likely to go very close to the deposit. As we have sufficient data acquired on the surface, and also 2017-19 from GSI side, RSAS acquired high resolution magnetic data about 80 meter flying height and 300 meter line spacing with 3 kilometer tie lines. And the PIA, Project Implementation Agency, from that side, there were geoscientists of GSI. Earlier, they were in GSI, and there are commendable information, and most of the things they have suggested to go for exploration. I would be sharing the information. Just recently I joined RSS, and the information I picked up from these reports and some more information about my own experience in greenstone belts in this presentation. This is the area, the total area. Erosion physical mapping has been done under NAGMP in 2017-19. The northern part, Indians, the Mahakoshals in the center, east-west trending. In the southern area, Nagpur Nasik complex, and some portions, there is a common contact with Gondwana sediments. So, for greenstone belts, magnetics are very powerful tools to map the structures, the lithological units. So, it offers a new area, and it offers a new place where and what are the opportunities that we need to look for the Mahakoshals. So the lower Agori and Parsoi Engar, the geological setup, we see there is a termination due to the Engar sediments on the northeastern portion, the eastern part of Agori, and the Parsoi it continues, the upper Mahakoshal continues. If we look at the prospects and deposits of gold, the gold prospects are in square, yellow square, and the occurrences are in small circles, yellow circles. and the green squares are nickel PG prospects, and the other ones are iron and base metal. The red ones are the iron prospects, and the base metal prospects and occurrences are there in the light pink circles. So this is the overall distribution. If we look at the gold prospects and occurrences, in the eastern part of the Mahakoshal, they are quite frequent. And also, in the eastern part of the Mahakoshal, the entire width of the greenstone belt is wide. If we look at it in the magnetics, it's quite interesting. Definitely the greenstones are supposed to give a high magnetic in the total analytical signal, but in the eastern part where we have the greenstone belt, the magnetics are quite low. As we know, there are younger granitoids they have intruded into the greenstone belt, and also from the point of mineral system approach, the sources of metals, they are the metavolcanic and sedimentary rocks. Fluid flow, the heat source is our granitoids, fluid flow pathway, and depositional sites. If we look from that angle, so the fabric developed within the Mahakoshal and later affected by the younger granitoid intrusions and swirling and the scavenging and with the ligands movement of gold and deposition, it is all mostly concentrated more in the eastern part of the greenstone belt where the wider areas are there. If we look at these are the areas suggested by the PIA to look for varieties of minerals. And most important thing what we see here is the magnetics, first vertical derivative magnetics, they continue, especially the Agori formation magnetics, they continue below younger sediments, unclassified transported sediments. So it clearly says that the northern part of the greenstone belt, it continues and it closes far eastern side with the southern Persoi formation. What we need to do is we need to look for these high magnetic signals, and the greenstone belts we need to map because they are not exposed. Although lots of G4 stage exploration has been done, but because they are buried, we are unable to do it. So with the depth slices, we need to map them. We need to look for some more structural fabric analysis so that we can come out with the exploration model very close to that. So when we do our overlay analysis with the geology and the first vertical derivative map, clearly we can make out some of the portions, they are there with the Gondwanas. Some of the portions we can see very close to Vindhyans, and some portions they get inside. The Vindhyans are covering them, and some areas absolutely they are below cover, below transported cover material in parts of Uttar Pradesh. And the entire Mahakoshal thins out towards east in the Jharkhand, and maybe some part it enters into Bihar. So the areas which are totally covered, that is one important area, and second important area, the greenstones are not completely exposed on the surface. So lots of areas are covered by soil, and maybe we are unable to do acquire lots of fabric data and try to see the structures of the area. So this new data acquired in 2017-19 offers another work to make out magnetic trend lines and also reinterpret these structures based on the field intensive and laboratory intensive work. Again, to plot the younger granitoids and their interactions with the greenstones, and maybe we can shortlist some more areas to intensify the exploration program. When we look at the intermediate wavelength filters, that is, it speaks about an intermediate depth, 200 to 300 meter depth. So the magnetics, they dominate. The magnetics are there and it gives the strike continuity on the eastern portion. And the tapering areas are also very important. We are having cluster of prospects and occurrences on one portion of a wide area in the eastern part, but we expect the same on the other side. The reason is there are some sections I'll be showing in the subsequent slides how actually we can look for. So these are the PIA suggested blocks, and yeah, of course, structural trend lines and reinterpretation, transpirational zone. We need to, yes, there is one more new area that we need to work on it. The important point is that almost 80 to 90% of the area has been mapped with large-scale geological mapping. This is the area we have already covered by northern region as well as by central region. And it shows the gap areas, these 20. We are supposed to complete the entire greenstone belt large-scale geological mapping. So it offers another 50 to 20% area. These gap areas can be taken up. But the covered terrains, it is quite challenging to go for the mapping. There we need to do a predictive mapping, and we need to redefine and improvise our mapping. There are so many parallel east-west trending zones slightly north of Mahakoshals within the Vindhyans. These are the, I don't know exactly, because they are going very close with the greenstone belts. Maybe there is a connectivity between the greenstones or fluid flow pathways in respect of some Enger network emplacements. So with the model that if there are granite cores situated, some of granite cores might have come up, or maybe some of them are at the base in typical orogenic system. These granite cores might have supplied heat and the fluid to the greenstone belts in the mostly in the eastern part of the Mahakoshal, where the gold localization along the reflective layers, which we can see in the section. One example I took it from Australian example, Victory Defense gold mine. There can be remobilization and the gold mineralization. We might not have hit it rightly, maybe covered with soil or regolith, some transported sediments that we don't know exactly. We need to look for it by application of mineral system approach, knowledge and data-driven models. So there are some more hopes that we need to understand the depth models of eastern sector and to look for more areas. And this is the end slide. Definitely what I believe is some small depth sections across the interpretation of structures again, and mapping the mineral system components, fluid flow pathways, possible structural traps can be taken up in Mahakoshals. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jire Saab. Thank you. So, any question from audience? D. जी सर वो दो अरे वो दो ना
हो गया
माइक दो ना माइक दो सर को अरे जीरे साहब क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम डॉक्टर रे सर रे साइड
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm not getting any response. I can see
जीरे
here
साहब
all.
सुन पा रहे हैं जीरे साहब हेलो आप सुन पा रहे हैं जीरे साहब नहीं यहाँ क्या प्रॉब्लम है
Sir, now it's okay. I can hear, sir.
Okay, thank you. Jira Saab, excellent. Just I like to make some clarification. One thing is usage of the term greenstone greenstone terminology has been abolished long back, and greenstone terminology was introduced first in South Africa based on a belt which is very, very dominated by volcanics, more than 70 to 80%. But in that comparison, only Eastern Dharwar Keton, some of the belts can be compared. Other than none of the belts in India, particularly Mahakoshal, where volcanics comprises less than 30%, cannot be called a greenstone belt. Because to put gold, we first introduced the term greenstone, then try to say, yes, gold is here, and can be compared with the greenstone belt, gold mineralization. It's not, it should not be, I think it should be avoided, one thing. It is all individuals, okay. Second thing is your magnetic maps, it will be nice if you always superimpose the existing geological map to see the magnetic anomaly and its corresponding geological features. Because some of the anomalies I see, they do not fall within the Mahakoshal in the eastern part. Secondly, the terrain, you know, that Bundelkhand terrain from the Mahakoshal onward, all are showing east-northeast trend, whether Vindhyans or anything. So a trend, structural trend doesn't see there is any question of the similar in the structures. They show these things. And so these are the points I just wanted to say for future generation, that some of the terminologies sometimes create a lot of problem. That's the thing. Rather, in Karnataka, we always use the term supracrustal belts or the schist belt, as simple as the schist belt, because schist is a structural term, structural come metamorphic term. When the rock is deformed to produce a cleavage, if it is not metamorphosed, then we say cleavage, okay? But if it is metamorphosed, it is schist. So schistose belt, instead of telling greenstone belt. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful insights. Okay.
I am Arvind Kumar, Director Technical from MECL. It appears to me from the papers, Mr. Devrajan and Mr. Jire, that this Mahakoshal belt having a great potential for gold deposits, and which may be lying at quite depth. So my submission is to the House is, some proposals shall be mooted by the GSI under NMET funding, which identify the potential area where we can submit some proposal for deep sea investigation and come to a mining proposal. This is a thought to be given on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our
Thank
next.
you, Jire Saab. Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Shri P. Ravindran Nair. He is a General Manager under Exploration Wing of MECL Nagpur. He is an expert in base metal exploration and has been prominent in this field since 30 years, which is truly praiseworthy. Today he will be sharing his views on fertilizer mineral exploration in India by MECL, status and perspective. Sir, we request you to please come to the podium and enlighten us with your scientific thoughts. Sir, please.
Good afternoon all. My presentation on fertilizer mineral exploration in India by MECL, a status and a perspective. Actually, this seminar is on Mahakoshal, but I am presenting on my presentation on this fertilizer mineral. But in Mahakoshal, in that Vindhyan region, there are fertilizer mineral occurrences also mentioned in the paper. This is the overview of my presentation. First, background information. Then I will come to this Indian scenario on fertilizer mineral. and exploration scenario. Discussion on fertilizer mineral, that is potash, gluconite, apatite and rock phosphate is geological aspect, deposit occurrences, exploration target, and exploration carried out by MECL, and a special reference on the present exploration. Present exploration we are taking in rock phosphate in Jamar Kotra mine, RSMML. Agriculture continued to be the mainstay for livelihood of rural people of India. Availability of fertilizer is critical in Indian agriculture industry for the rising population. India ranks third in the nitrogenous fertilizer production after China and USA. Nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium are the key chemical elements used for manufacture of fertilizers. Phosphorus is obtained from rock phosphate bearing rock, that is apatite and rock phosphate, while potassium obtained from the potash mineral like sylvite, sylvanite, lambinite, carnallite and polyhalite and associated marine deposits. MECL is actively engaged for the exploration of fertilizer mineral like potash, rock phosphate in India. India is deficient in apatite, but we are having some rock phosphate availability. For apatite, we are fully dependent on imports. Rock phosphate production is mainly coming from the two states, that is Rajasthan and MP, which meet our requirement about 10 to 15%. Potash in India still depend on the imports. Gluconite sandstone, green sand deposit can be used as an alternative indigenous resource for potash. In India, gluconite commonly associated with sand, sandstone, shale, marl and occasionally with limestone. Major part of the resources, about 91% are in Nagpur Basin, district Rajasthan, followed by Panna district, Madhya Pradesh, which contribute 5%, and balance, that is 4%, coming from Sonbandra, Chitragut district of Uttar Pradesh. This is the distribution of fertilizer mineral geological potential area in India. These four states, that is Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, contribute maximum out of 17,220 square kilometer of total this fertilizer mineral distribution in geological potential area. These are in the map, it is showing in this western part, that is in Nagpur Basin, most of the potash occurrences are there, and in Aravalli Basin, and in in the Vindhyan Basin, then in Kadapa Basin, and in the Himalayan region, it is in Mussoorie phosphorite belt, and some phosphorites are, this fertilizer are occurring in Meghalaya also. Exploration scenario, fertilizer mineral, that is location and fertilizer mineral occurrences that I have already discussed. In the geological milieu, these fertilizer minerals are occurring in Neoproterozoic and Paleozoic basins. They are occurring mainly evaporate in biogenic conditions. Geological occurrences are in marine evaporate sediments of Hansarine evaporates in Mewar supergroup of Rajasthan, Aravallis, Vindhyans, Kadapa supergroup. Phosphorite also occur in the Kadapa basin and also in Himalayan region and some in Meghalaya also. Potash refers to a variety of mined and manufactured salt. All of which contain element potash in water soluble form. Potash occurs as a potassium chloride, potassium nitrate and sulfides. Potassium is present in igneous, sedimentary and metamorphic rocks, but commercial recovery is coming from the sedimentary basin, that is mainly from deeply buried marine evaporate deposit, which occur mostly around 400 to 1000 meter depths, and also from surface brine deposit within the saline water bodies, such Dead Sea, Great Salt Lake, China's Korthan Lake. In India, Nagaur Ganganagar basin of Rajasthan holding maximum potash potential in the area. In the map, you can see the potash occurrence in the Rajasthan, that is blue color in the Rajasthan area, and along the coastal area, the gluconite occur in the Quaternary and Pleistocene ages. This exploration target, the fundamental process of targeting potash bearing bedded salt is evaporating bearing sedimentary basin that contain halide dominated areas and evidence that evaporation reached at the bittern stage. Evidence of potash mineralization include presence of sylvite, carnallite, polyhalite, other potassium mineral, saline minerals. That is indirect evidence we can also identify through the downhole geophysical survey with gamma ray count. Potash bearing salt deposit found in basin that are Neoproterozoic age or younger. These are the, in India, deposit occurrence. In India, potash mineralization mostly occur in sylvanite, sylvite, polyhalite, carnallite and langbonite in all the 7 halide cycle of the Indo-Cratonic Nagar-Ganganagar basin, falling in parts of Churu, Bikaner and Ganganagar district belonging to Hansar and evaporite group of early Cambrian age, and which covers an area of about 55,000 square kilometer, and GSA has carried out drilling in the around 28,500 square kilometer and drilled around 70 borehole. Out of the 68 boreholes are positive and 2 premature borehole. Based on the 2% cutoff, they have identified the potash polycycles and demarcated the sub-basins on 2% cutoff for KTO5, that is Sadipura Basin, Barisari, Jetpur, Arjunsar, Harsinsar, Hansar and Lakasar and Bikaner basins. And MECL is carrying out detailed exploration based on the previous exploration of GSI in 3 basins, that is in Lakasar, Jetpura and Barisari basin. Few deposits of potash mineral are reported from Siddhi district of Madhya Pradesh, Sonbhadra district of Uttar Pradesh and Kainur district of Bihar, Savai Mahadevpur and Kiroli district of Rajasthan. It is in the form of gluconite. And MECL has carried active exploration in potash. In Jaipur basin, MECL carried out around in that earlier explored GSI block, some 7 boreholes are drilled with 5,270 meter drilling with associated geological work and established a resources of 74.2 million tons in 1% potash cutoff at 1.84%. In Lekasar, MECL conducted 2 phases of exploration. That is, in first phase 7 boreholes in 13 square kilometer and drilled about 4,700 meter drilling and established resources of 200 million tons at 1% cutoff of an average grade 3%. In the second phase, MECL has drilled 15 boreholes and that exploration, the report preparation is in progress. In Lekasar basin, MECL has calculated resources of 3% cutoff around 70 million tons of average grade is of 5% K2O. And this is the correlation of borehole drill in the Lekasar basin. In Lekasar basin, there are 2 halide cycles, H1 of a total halide column of 120, that is H1 and H2. The H2 cycle, halide cycle are prominent, which contain around 4 potassium cycles, K2O cycles, that is K2A, B, C, D, out of which K2B and K2D are prominent, which continued in the throughout the basin as a very good thickness as well as around average 5% grade. In Barisari, in the Barisari subbasin, MECL has carried out detailed geophysical survey, a ground geophysical survey around 1,100 square kilometer. In the potential areas drilled afterwards, drilled by MECL in 12 boreholes, and that report preparation is in progress. And this is the graphic correlation of the boreholes drilled by MECL and GSI in the Barisari basin. There are 7 halide cycles, H1 to H7, in which H1, H2 and H4 cycles are giving potash. That H2 cycle is more prominent and which contain around 4 major correlatable potash zones. Gluconite. Gluconite can be an alternative indigenous resources of potash. Glauconite having a complex hydrosilicate of iron and potassium with aluminum and manganese. Glauconite is one of the raw material in fertilizer industry, and it contains 4 to 7% K2O. And as per NMI data of IBM index, there are 2,662 million tons of glauconite recorded in the country, of which 78 million tons indicated and 1,076 million tons are inferred category. So there is a need of exploration to prove these resources into resources, and the geological aspect forms in this glauconite forms in a depth range of 50 to 300 meter depth on sea floor. Glauconite is known to form at shallow marine environmental condition in redox conditions such as wave agitator, estuaries and coastlines. Modern occurrences of glauconite is in long, deep shelf and slope regions. Glauconite occurs typically in the form of 60 mm to 1000 mm green clay aggregates in sedimentary rocks in age from late Proterozoic to Holocene. And deposit of glauconite is occurring in Precambrian, Vindhyans, UP, MP, Rajasthan, and Cretaceous and Eocene. And exploration and resource position. GSA carried out exploration of glauconite in number of localities and estimated resources. A total 14.56 million tons of recognized resources has been estimated with an average grade of 5.38. So there is a need of active exploration for glauconite because the resources are very less, and we have to do more exploration in the glauconite. And apatite, India don't have any apatite these mines, and we are fully dependent on the imports. Geological apatite is a group, calcium, chlorine, hydroxy minerals, and they are the apatite occurring in veins and lenses in pegmatite, and found as an accessory minerals in igneous and metamorphic rock, and it is used in manufacture of super phosphate and phosphorite compound used in fertilizers. And total resource and resources as per National Mineral Index database UNFC system, we have only 24.05 million tons, out of which only 0.03 million tons are proved resources and rest of them are reserves. So there is a need of conduct detailed exploration in the resources to convert them to resources. And in that major apatite are occurring in West Bengal 57%, followed by Jharkhand 30%, Meghalaya 5%. The remaining 8% resources are located in Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. Then, sir, can I continue? Pardon? No, glauconite we have not done any exploration. We have done exploration in phosphate and potash.
Sir, IBM done beneficiation from 2 blocks of Sindhi district. Mr. Kanungo from IBM. Khan sir.
Sir. Continuously we are talking about glauconite.
Sir.
Sir, better to talk, it is not glauconite we are not using, it is not being used in the industry. In the industry it is used glauconitic sandstone.
Glauconite sandstone, yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how much glauconite is there, that is the point.
Exactly.
So now thing is, huge resource has already been established. What is the use? Where people are using? People are telling yes, we will be using in the fertilizer, as a fertilizer in the fertilizer industry. Is there any data? Further, no. you are suggesting to go for coastal studies for glauconite. Sir, already in the land, huge resource has been established. Further, you are after glauconitic sandstone and glauconitic sand of coastal area.
Yes.
Why, sir? What is the logic behind it?
No, we are talking about the glauconite in the Vindhyans.
Sir, recently जो GSI ने 3-4 blocks में exploration किया मध्य प्रदेश में, and other also UP. For auction, GSI hand over to state government some 4-5 blocks,
Actually, sir, glauconite sandstone we can't use as a...
सर प्लीज सर ASP जो है ASP अभी तक नहीं थी ऑक्शन के लिए ऑलरेडी मध्य प्रदेश एंड यूपी गवर्नमेंट जो है एंड बिहार गवर्नमेंट ऑल्सो ऑक्शन करने जा रही है, लेकिन सम रिसर्च इज अवेलेबल इन वर्ल्ड और इंडिया ऑल्सो कि बेनिफिसेशन करके इसको हम यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं. ऑलरेडी भुवनेश्वर laboratory CSIR already done beneficiation study, and our IBM also done some beneficiation study, and Iran government also done, and Iran mostly utilized also gluconite sandstone and shale for fertilizers. So prospects हैं फ्यूचर में हम कैसे एक्सप्लोरेशन करेंगे, चैलेंजेस है नो डाउट. एंड जैसा आपने बताया कि R&D की ज़रूरत है, तो अभी सम जो हमारी CISR लैब हैं और अपना IBM के लैब हैं एंड GSI ऑल्सो, इनको ज़रूरत है कि हम बेनिफिसेशन के लिए इस पर काम करें और कैसे उसको यूटिलाइज करेंगे. डेफिनेटली रिसोर्स आर देयर इन इंडिया.
Sir, can I ask one? If you permit me, sir, for 1 minute. Sir, in Satipura sub-basin, GSI has already established resources of about 20 million ton with more than 8% potash.
Yes.
Now, solution mining is feasible or underground mining, or what will happen to the resource?
No.
What is the plan of MECL?
MECL actually, as a program manager.
एक्चुअली मैं आपको पता होगा एक MECL ने एक MOU किया है राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट के साथ.
Yes.
और उस पे जो है अभी सॉल्यूशन माइनिंग पोटास के लिए ओनली जर्मनी में होती है. उसमें भी 2 माइंस में जर्मनी में मतलब सॉल्यूशन माइन हो रही थी, उसमें से एक बंद है. ये कभी उनका भी ट्रायल बेसिस पे है ऑलरेडी, जो सेकंड वन है. और जर्मनी के साथ जो है कोलाबोरेशन MECL का एंड राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट का चल रहा है.
ट्राइपार्टाइट एग्रीमेंट है.
अभी रिसेंटली today also I think meeting going on.
We have actually MECL is nominated as a program manager.
Ministry of Mines officials also planning to go Germany and explore a possibility for solution mining.
Solution mining. Actually, we are already engaged a global partner to do this pilot fund and feasibility studies. Whether we can go for the solution mining or for conventional underground methods. Depends upon the solubility of the salt. Which salt we are want to take for potash exploration. Actually, for the sylvite and sylvanite, we can go for this solution mining, but that polyhalite, that cannot be soluble, so that cannot be extracted through solution mining. So we have to study so many parameters. First, we have to differentiate what are the type of this potash bearing halides are available, and based on that, we have to do the studies. Now the background data we have given to the global consultant, and they are studying it, and we are studying the main 2 basins in the Rajasthan, that is in Satipura as well as in Lakasar. And after studying, separate out this type of these halite minerals, we will have a conclusion which method we have to do adopt for this potash extraction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
After sufficient data collection and global study, then proper answer will be coming whether we can go for solution mining or conventional mining. It will take some time.
Okay,
thank you.
So, next speaker.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful insights. Now, our next speaker, Shri A.K. Talwar, Director, State Unit MP, Jabalpur, GSI. He is an expert in mineral exploration, and he has worked in Himalayan region and Mahakoshal region. He supervised 4 G2 blocks of Himalayan and Chakaria region which have been auctioned, and 3 G3 blocks of Mahakoshal region which are under progress. With this, and really it is highly commendable, sir. With this backdrop, we would like to invite Shri A.K. Talwar to the podium to share his views on the regional mineral targeting in Mahakoshal belt approach and challenges. Sir, please.
अभी जो भी स्पीकर बचे हैं काइंडली रिक्वेस्ट है कि थोड़ा रिस्ट्रिक्ट करेंगे अपना प्रेजेंटेशन फॉर 10 मिनट एंड 5 मिनट्स फॉर डिस्कशन.
Respected Chairman, sir, very good evening to all of you. Sir, I would be talking on the regional mineral targeting based in Mahakoshal belt. I would be particularly concentrating towards the western part of the Mahakoshal belt, because the eastern part my compatriot and colleague Dr. P.S. Mishra would be highlighting in the next lecture. So,
ये कैटरर प्लीज आप लोग थोड़ा साइलेंट रहिए. आप लोग थोड़ा काफी डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं सवेरे से.
Coming to the incidences of mineralization in Mahakoshal, we have incidences of, majority incidences are of gold, copper, manganese and iron ore. And besides this, some critical elements can also associated with this can also be extracted. Now if we see the map particularly, you see that there are so many incidences and blocks which have already been reported and worked upon. And these squares which you are seeing in between, these are the proposed blocks, because in the last few lectures also there have been a show of gap areas within this belt. So these gap areas we will be trying to fill up during this present RMT. This is an ongoing project. We have just completed the first year in this case, and will be moving from east to west of this belt. Now different models for mineralization have been reported, already reported. Greenstone hosted deposits, although it has been negated most, then BIF hosted, because BIF is also there. Then Carlin type of deposits have also been reported in this. AU-rich VMS models have also been reported in this. And this, basically, we are trying to, as Devrajan Saab has given an inclination of making prospectivity maps. So we will be trying to make a prospectivity map out of these different layers which we have generated, like phyllic alteration using the satellite data, argillic alteration using the satellite data, lineament map, and distribution of copper, lead, zinc based on the NGCM samples. Now, but the problem mostly is that imagery data, geophysical methods can assist with the geological understanding, but cannot directly detect loads, although they may define load-bearing rock volumes rich in pyrites, which are chargeable or conductive, magnetite or quartz, which are resistive. So improved integration of available data from all sources is more likely to provide the major advances, which culminates into making of prospectivity maps. But geologically study needs to be dovetailed with geochemistry, and indeed conventional drainage, soil and rock chip methods are also very effective in this particular type of. For our convenience and based on the lithologies which are exposed from west to east, we have divided it into three basic blocks, broad blocks, like phyllite, metabasalt, BIF dominated, which is the Siddhi area. Then this Himalaya area, which is carbonate dominated with BIF and metabasics, and towards the western, towards Narsimpur, where alluvium covered is more predominant. Sorry, this is incompatible. So this is a compiled geological map. These are the structural data which are not coming properly. I'm sorry for that. Now the workflow plan, what we are trying to do in this is that the survey of, this is the, we take this like the topo sheet from the MC division, then geological map 50,000, then NGCM data, NGPM data, aeromagnetic data, and whatever the PGRS data like ASTER, DEM, whatever is available, we make it into a digital layer, and then accordingly we go in for the data processing and preparation of evidence and factor maps, which ultimately culminate into a prospectivity map, which is knowledge-driven modeling and validation. But ultimately, we have to go down to the field to cross-check what we have gained in this. Now, these are the factor-based interpretation factors which we give. Basically, the geological factor contains the lithology, the stratigraphy, and then the structural factors are, the layer is prepared. Then in this, the buffering is given, particularly for the quartz veins, and then the shear zones which are marked in the map, then the faults which are marked in the map, and then the geochemical factors, like geochemical, in this particular zone, we are going in for copper, zinc, and lead. Then the ground geophysical gravity maps which are available. This is the prospectivity map which we have prepared particularly for the eastern part, and already this red mark is the most favorable areas and the yellow one is the favorable areas which have been shown in this. Now this red marks already this Baheria area where some base metal has already been reported. Besides, we are doing some G3 project on graphite which has been reported in this area. It has been proved up to 30 meters depth, graphite has been proved. So, and besides that, we have, but that does not mean that we are leaving this yellow part. We have cross-cut all the, we have taken traverse along all the yellow areas which are shown in this map. And ultimately we have sampled these areas all over and finally come to the conclusion, and these are some of the mineralizations which we have seen during this traverses. These are the mineralization in quartz vein, and most interesting thing what we have found in this is that in the Persoi area, most of the things, and which I think the northern region part has also reported, is that most of the mineralization in the Persoi area is related to the phyllites, whereas in Agori, even the metabasalts are having the metabasics are having the mineralization. Mostly it is structural controlled. There is no lithology control as such. So these are the some of the shows which are there, and this is one zone, the Barmani area, which we have demarcated, where we propose to take up the geophysics and drilling during the current field season, just to get the extension of the shows what we are getting and the values if we can consolidate into a zone. So now another important aspect what we found during this RMT and other investigations which we have taken up earlier was that the nanoparticulate population of AU is a significant factor in the formation of economic deposits as a refractory component locked inside the sulfides in secondary supergene enrichments and the formation of surface geochemical anomalies in formation of high-grade accumulations. So a better understanding and characterization of this nanoparticulate gold could unlock hidden resources in known deposits, though through easier beneficiation and processing, but also assist in the discovery of new deposits through advanced exploratory methods. So these are some of the BSE images which I am showing, and these are on the left side you can see the AU peaks which are available, and this is entirely disseminated within the chalcopyrite and arsenopyrite. These are the nanoparticles within the pyrite grains in Jungale volcanics which have been reported by the northern region, and these are the zircons. Along with the zircon also we are getting this. So hydrothermal pyrite contains significant amounts of minor and trace elements, including arsenic, lead, and other critical elements, which can be incorporated into nanoparticles. So nanoparticle bearing pyrite is most common in hydrothermal deposits, as in the case of Mahakoshal, and thus we would be also targeting these zones also, which we earlier used to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Talwar Sahab. Thank you. So any question from audience side? ठीक है जी
नियर सिद्धि सर बहेरा बहेरिया
borehole sir
What is the rock?
Rock is carbonaceous phyllite there.
Carbonaceous phyllite. Are you sure they are graphite?
Yes
It has been
Can you
proved-
show me some photomicrographs?
Not right now, sir, but we have.
Because
we have
graphite is an important metamorphic mineral, and grade is quite high. It's not a carbonaceous just things. It's a crystalline at this shape, minimum shape, and that tells about the almost granulite grade.
Sir, we have proved that thing by Raman spectroscopy.
Raman spectroscopy cannot say that is a graphite or anything. You have to see the petrography itself is enough. Second point is, airborne mineral survey had great work on the EM anomaly, aeromagnetic anomaly covering entire Mahakoshal. And we have been associated for years for ground evaluation of these geophysical anomalies. Are you taking into account all these
Yes,
things?
sir. Yes, sir.
Are you getting any help from that one?
Yes, sir, because our factor, we are giving a factor of aerogeophysical as well as ground, both.
True. Already there are a lot of geophysical data, though aero, but ground geophysical survey you are adding to it.
Sir, two blocks, what I was talking about, the blocks which have been given for the current field season for G4, that has been based basically on aerogeophysical, because they were giving a high magnetic.
Aerogeophysical,
Yes.
but what about the ground truth?
Ground we will be carrying out because it is a gap area. Even
Ground
LSM.
work you will be taking out later.
No, no.
Listen, aerogeophysical, our experience for over the years, the anomaly is due to many reasons other than the sulfide or the gold. Because gold directly is not yielding to any geophysical processes. Only associated sulfide yields to that one.
Sir, we will be doing the mapping first.
Yeah.
Then going in for the geophysics on grid basis.
Yeah.
Then only if we get some, we will be doing the sampling simultaneously. If we get some values and shows, then only we will be saying there is a zone. Otherwise, we won't. But it is important that we complete that area because it is a gap area. It needs to be, because even the LSM has not been completed in that area. So we will trying to complete that thing now.
Which scale of mapping?
1:12,500.
Okay, that is your departmental policy. So fine.
Biological mineralization.
Biological, sir.
I have seen in your presentation, sir, biological mineralization you have mentioned.
Biological तो I have not mentioned, sir.
है आपका जो slide?
Sir, मैं भी कहीं गलत रह गया होगा.
इसीलिए मैं पूछा.
नहीं सर, biological तो we don't. Sir, biological basically means biological is just a factor because it helps in concentration of a particular element in that particular environment. It may be helpful, but generally in Mahakoshal what we... sir, maybe in this particular slide you might have seen. Thank you.
Igneous hydrothermal, metamorphic hydrothermal, sedimentary hydrothermal.
We will be working on that, sir. We will be working because we have... Yes, that is the main thing. Genetic.
Refractory and or it is free-milling. Right now, why do you want to jump on this thing?
That is,
First,
sir.
you are supposed to get it in the analytical result.
Yes, sir.
What it may be in whatever form, but analysis will speak you that gold is there or not.
Yes, sir.
You first establish the zone. Then you think of the second step, that it is free-milling or it is a nanoparticle or it is in the refractory.
Sir,
So that
it
is
is,
different
it is
thing.
basically that we have seen certain elements in this EPMA and we have got these peaks. So we don't want to leave that part because generally it is a tendency. Yes, no, it is going simultaneously. I disagree with you in this point, sir, because earlier we had a tendency to leave the pyritifera zone. Now we will take care that even that is not left out.
Sir, actually,
Because generally it is considered, it is better associated with chalcopyrite and other associated mineral or sphalerite. Because in Himalaya particularly, we had experienced this thing. We were leaving the pyrites and we were concentrating on chalcopyrite. But once we got this BSc image, after that we even started sampling the pyrite. So we got a very good zone and a very good grade also, 1.54 gram.
Some more microscope, this is what you are showing those.
No, this is a BSc image, EPMA.
Those are quite impressive.
Yes. Thank you.
next.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking lecture. Next, our last speaker of this session is Shri P.S. Mishra, Director State Unit Rajasthan GSA Jaipur. He is an expert in mineral exploration, especially in gold, vanadium, graphite, RE, copper and geothermal studies. In 1993, he was awarded with 2 Educational Merit Awards, which are Professor M.R. Sahni Memorial Gold Medal and Srimati Shanti Devi Bhatia Memorial Gold Medal. And presently he is supervising the potash investigation in Rajasthan. With this overview, we welcome Shri P.S. Mishra to the podium to deliver his lecture on characteristics of gold mineralization in Eastern Mahakoshal Belt, Central Indian Tectonic Zone, India, status and scope. Sir, please.
So, Mishra Sahab, for 10 minutes, sir.
आप सभी को मेरा सादर प्रणाम. I'll be briefly sharing presentation. Yes. This is the regional map which is showing the location of the regional trend of the Mahakoshal belt and the location of our study area, that is the Eastern Mahakoshal belt. We know this belt has been thoroughly investigated for various communities and lot of mapping and investigation programs have occurred. But if we see the OGP map, then it is OGP block number 3 is confined to this belt. And if we see then in terms of the commodities and the grades and resources, then low-grade iron ore resources are there, low-grade andalusite resources are there, and some incidences of tungsten, RE, atomic minerals as well as base metals are there. But the most important commodity is the gold, for which exploration has been carried out and resources have also been established. But still, since we know our country is producing 2.5 tons of gold per year and the average consumption is around 2,700 tons, and this belt is promising one, so we need to have a relook or reappraisal of some of the prospects. Here we see the Sonarmada North Fault and South Fault, within which the Mahakoshal belt is confined, and the 3 formations, the Agori one, then Parsoi and Dudhmaniya are there, and lot of gold occurrences are existing tending west-northwest, east-southeast to
east, northeast, west, southwest. The three important prospects are Gurhar Pahad, Gulaldi and Sona Pahadi, and Sonkodwa is also there. Imalia and Chakariya block has been auctioned and Gurhar Pahad is in the process. If we see the aeromagnetic intensity map, then what we find is that the magnetic anomaly zone 1, that is confined mostly to the northern part and the central part, is the most promising one, as most of our occurrences are expected to lie in this belt. It is based on the amplitude, the gradient, the contour pattern, as well as the intensity. And in the south also, close to the south fault, there is a possibility. Interestingly, what we find is that below the Jhirgarandi Pluton also, there we are having a high magnetic anomaly. So perhaps Professor S.P. Singh may take some RLP program or some in collaboration with GSI to test what is causing this high magnetic anomaly. And if we see the gravity anomaly map, then there is a east, northeast, west, southwest tending high gravity anomaly, and towards the south also this gradient is there. Nosings are also there. So these two are the prospective areas. BIF and mafic intrusives are there. This is some photographs of the Agori formation where a litho package of BIF, volcanics and carbonate is there. Parsoi formation is dominantly monotonous variegated phyllite with carbonaceous phyllite and intrusive quartz veins. In Dudmania, we are having thin bands of BIF as well as chloride phyllite with charred bands which are prospective. Now, what we find that we are having two types of quartz vein. One is the smoky gray to grayish brown to grayish white, very thin. It is co-folded and is confined to the first generation of fold. And the second one is massive milky white to grayish white, which is also deformed. And gold mineralization is mostly with the type 1 type of quartz vein. And in the second type of quartz vein, we get mineralization in the fractures. And if though in the western part, Agori formation is the dominant formation which is hosting gold, but in the eastern part, Parsoi and Dudmania formations are the dominant formations, where we got gold mineralization associated with thin bands of arsenopyrite along with pyrrhotite, and it is sulfide mineralized hosted. And in the other type of mineralization, it is dominantly quartz vein or quartz carbonate type of mineralization is there, where we get the mineralization of arsenopyrite, pyrrhotite, pyrite as well as galena. Hydrothermal association is always there in the form of chloritization, ferritization and carbonatization, and two distinct mineral systems are there. One is gold associated with bismuth, telluride, bismuth telluride, alexite, and another one is gold associated with pyrrhotite, pyrite and galena, and arsenopyrite is common in both of them. So we have to see these two type of systems. And the characteristic mineralization of gold in all the three prospects is different. In Gurhar Pahad, it is dominantly in quartz vein and oxidized phyllite. And in these some of the old workings, in Gulaldi, it is dominantly in BIF and chloride phyllite with chert assemblage. Whereas in Sona Pahadi, it is in Graveke as well as quartzite, which are included by quartz veins. So all these three distinct type of control of mineralization is there. In some fractures, we can see the hydrated arsenate, which is hosting gold. This is a sample of scorodite, which is having arsenopyrite surrounded by a dark black rim and hosted by quartz vein. These are some of the manifestations of mineralization. The other important interesting part is this is an oblique section where we see a Boudinage lens of quartz vein hosting a gold of about 2 ppm, and in the adjoining oxidized phyllite portion the value is 1.5 to 1 ppm. So what we see that the mineralization is controlled by quartz vein that is occurring along the strike in the form of Boudinage lenses as well as down deep also. So there are chances of missing the mineralization loads. So what is required is the deeper drilling with proper structural mapping. And association we normally find is pyrrhotite, pyrite, arsenopyrite as well as chalcopyrite and galena, where arsenopyrite is replacing pyrite as well as pyrrhotite also, and in scorodite we get arsenopyrite. In galena as well as in arsenopyrite, we get the association of bismuth as well as bismuth telluride. And gold is also there in the fracture, bismuthenite is there. And these are some of the aspects of gold, so which we have identified in arsenopyrite. Till now, but the maximum value that has been recorded from the eastern part is 20 ppm of gold, and significant gold values are there which are having correlation with the high arsenic values as well as bismuth of 2.98 ppm. Incidentally, we also got some incidences of indium, germanium, molybdenum and beryllium in quartz vein that is carrying gold. So togetherness, we can investigate the areas, investigate for these critical minerals which are in high demand now. And we have made one exercise, we have plotted the values of Re as well as quartz vein, and we found that these quartz veins, the silica-rich flute, might have been through a process of devolatilization of the phyllite as well as schist rock, and it has contributed to the mineralized quartz veins. So the conclusions are that gold occurrences are following a trend of west-northwest to east-northeast, west-southwest foliation. So the earlier deformation fabric as well as the myelotic foliation has to be targeted, and we have to see the formational contacts, Agori Persoi as well as Persoi Dudhbania, and the intra-bastional fault, that is Obra OMC Geon fault. Proximity to these fault, we are having number of quartz veins, and it is certain that it holds the potential to deliver low-grade quartz vein. Only thing is we have to go for some reappraisals. The future thrust areas that come to our mind is the areas close to the Son-Narmada South Fault system, where we are having a shear zone of about 200 meter. Such discrete shear zones have to be mapped, and deeper drilling for third level intersection has to be planned, because in the deepest borehole that we have encountered in Mahakoshal eastern part is 619 meter, where the ore body has been intersected up to a depth of 200 to 225 meter with a value of 1.9 gram for a zone of 3 meter thickness. And still that zone is continuing, the down deep extension is open. The another possibility what Jire Saab has told and Talwar Saab has told, that we have to go for high magnetic, high gravity anomaly zones where detailed geophysical survey can be conducted and we can prove some prospects and deposits. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. So, any question from?
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate the lucid presentation which you have given for this Mahakoshal belt economic potential, especially for gold mining. Whatever data you have given here, will you please any recommendation for carrying out the higher degree of exploration like G3, G2?
G3, sir, already lot of G3 work has been done with a borehole spacing of more than 300 meter, 400 meter. Now the time is for closer interval at 50 meter spacing, because the quartz vein hosted mineralization is budinized and stretched. So there is likely possibility that we may miss mineralization if the vein system is in anaclon or down deep extension is also there and budinizing is there. Our borehole may pass through some intervening zone. So close spacing drilling is required in this area.
So how we can go ahead with that?
With close space grid specific geophysical surveys. We have to go for close space geospecific 250 meter or 500 meter geophysical grid pattern surveys, and then we can plan our drill holes.
Dr. Raju, can we do something under any funding? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Namaste.
Our people with you to know further details.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking lecture. Now, this is the time to felicitate the speakers of Technical Session 3. Now, I request all speakers of P. Tarafdar sir, A.K. Talwar sir, P. Ravindran Nair sir, and P.S. Mishra sir to come up on the dais. Now, I request Shri Hemraj Suryavanshi sir to felicitate Shri P. Tarafdar sir with a flower and memento. Now I request Shri P. Ravindran Nair, General Manager, Exploration, MECL, Nagpur. Now I request Shri A.K. Talwar, Director, GSI. Now I request P.S. Mishra, sir, Director, GSI. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Now, I would like to announce that there is a tea break only for 10 minutes. So I request all of you have a cup of tea and snacks and again regather after 10 minutes for attending a special and important technical session for MEMC and auction rules. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Hello, hello. I request all the participants to kindly occupy their seats. We are starting with the fourth session. May I please request all the participants to kindly occupy their seats. हाँ. हो गया? हाँ. May I please request everybody to kindly occupy their seats, please. We are starting with the presentations. आगे 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 सर ललित सर 5 मिनट है बोलो Thank you, sir. Now, may I please request Mr. Mirajuddin Khan to please join as rapporteur for this session. Now, time to start with the keynote address. The keynote address will be delivered by none other than Dr. Ranjit Rath on mineral exploration ecosystem for Indian geological milieu, transformational disruptions. Sir, please.
प्रेजेंटेशन चला है? Ready? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again. It's a pleasure being part of this entire event today. And again, thank you very much to Mr. Hemraj Suryavanshi and Dr. Sandeep Rai to having me here. And I'm sure you all have had an extensive deliberation on the exploration activities that has been done so far in Mahakoshal region and an exploration strategy also, because that's also my job to kind of summarize at the end. But now taking the session 3 ahead, see, basically what I see today is during the COVID time, lot of things happened on the desktop. And I'm very glad to inform to the House that all the team members that we had as part of the committee are here present today. And they would actually be sharing their thoughts about the extensive and excellent work that has been done for the mineral and mining sector. Now, if you look at it, the way the things were happening, and post 2015, there was a sudden drop. Because there was a change which was transformational in nature. And we were looking at possibilities of auction. The sector was not prepared, so it was a shock. Then slowly, there was a built-up which happened. But then, 5 years, we didn't see much of a traction. And we continued to work the way we were working. So when we looked at it incisively, we realized that it cannot be one size fits all. So we had to look at commodities per se, we had to look at basins per se, we had to look at strategies for exploration specific to commodities. And believe me, what a journey it was. As a geoscientist, probably one of the best satisfying exercise that we did. That is what I intend to share with you all today. So we are actually talking about a geological milieu which is witnessing a transformational disruption, and we should feel proud and privileged to be part of it, more from the younger generation purpose. Because the outlook of our geoscientists had to align with the new reality. It is the new normal. And that is very essential. So that's why we have conceived this particular session. And you would see the next speakers, they would all amalgamate on the same thought. So primarily the presentation is captured in 4 parts. We all are aware of this particular map. And we are talking about the central part of the country, that is Mahakoshal region, sliced between or within the central Indian. Now, the whole issue that we are talking about, if you look at the OGP area, how it is matching. Now, it does not mean that we are actually looking at the only possibilities within the OGP area. Now, first of all, is it something that we will restrict ourselves within the OGP? Or we will also look at the possibilities of finding REs or otherwise, which we did along with the youngsters in GSI TI during the peak COVID period for the REs and by identifying select basins. Now, when we talk about it, we are very clear about this particular split of areas. We all know 32 lakh square kilometer is the area that we are talking about, out of which our obvious geological potential I have stretched to the maximum possible as 8 lakh square kilometer. From GSI perspective, it is 5.5 stretched to 6.5 square kilometer. Now, are we sufficiently positioned in that? That's number 1 question. Number 2 question, is it all covered? Are we looking at a mature geology which has undergone extensive erosion during the transformation of the Gondwana land as we speak today of Indian geography? Have we done enough for our exploration coverage? Are we going to talk about only the basic geological mapping, or we ought to include our colleagues or the technological expertise that is available in terms of geophysics per se? Is it imperative to look at today the way our colleagues or geoscientists in other countries are working on this particular facet? The integration of all the sciences is the basic need. We have got flagship projects of NGCM, NGPM, but we have got miles to go, in completing those tasks, and not only completing, creating a baseline data for the auction regime. That's more important. Now, this is very close to heart for any geologist. Now, when we talk about the thought process that goes before a program is conceived, we must conceive the program in full scale. Integration of geophysics, basic geosciences, and 3D model as and when applicable. When we will go to the commodity specific, I'll give emphasis on it, because the stakeholders today are looking at auction and we need to give them a product which is sellable. If we attach or develop a estimated resources driven by a 3D model, then we get buyers. And from any open economy point of view, a single auction mode with maximum buyers is a need, not multiple times, because we don't have buyers actually. So it all depends how we conceive our reports and hand it over to our stakeholders in the state government. This is what actually adds value to any mining engineer. The moment we give any 3D model, it kickstarts the mining process. Unless we do it, there is a serious problem which our economic boost is required, because please believe me, our GDP and mining sector's contribution to GDP is in decimal percentage. And the target is 2.5%. It's a big and tall order ask. Unless we are clear that we are creating or carving out blocks, we are creating a structure or a 3D model, we won't have buyers. The responsibility is on us. Now, this is that critical slide which I would like to put emphasis on. Initially, we were actually targeting things on regional mineral, targeting G4 stage, G3 stage, G2 stage, and G1 stage. It is anybody's guess that as we go up from G4 to G1, we do not improve certainty. And I stand again repeating it. We reduce uncertainties. Two different things. So while we are reducing uncertainties, we are actually increasing the certainties, but it is always reduction of uncertainty. Now the question is, earlier Government of India has been funding the risk money to create something for the concessionaire to take it on first come first serve basis. And then this risk money was spent as per the timeline desired by us, not acceptable anymore. The risk money concept has to be focused only on high value, deep seated and concealed minerals. And even then it has to be fast tracked. The base, I will say the basic metals or the bedded deposits are to be explored or handed over through auction. There is no other way to fast track their production. The basic metals, iron ore, limestone, bauxite, these three primarily, which has got a huge impact on our economy. And as we talk about copper, lead, zinc, or precious metals like silver and gold, or diamond, then of course we need to look at G2 model. This is a fantastic block. We are all aware of UNFC classification, but this thing is very unique to our country. We are not talking only about E-axis, G-axis, and F-axis. As geoscientists, we get so obsessed with the G-axis that the E and F-axis stays at a back end. But as informed geoscientists, we must appreciate the commercial value of our work that we are doing. Therefore, all our blocks should have certain component of E and F attached to it. It brings up the value. Now the fourth dimension that I wanted to highlight today is the excellent relationship that today we have with the central government as a policy maker, and mineral being a state subject. The ownership lies with the state. The quasi-federal system is best displayed today in mines and mineral sector. The CGPB, the SGPB, CGPB interactions are actually the engine for these kind of deliberations and engagement in a later stage. So this is again a thrust that as geologists we must look at E and F critically. We just cannot say that it is not part of our delivery system. Now, while we prepared for the reforms, earlier we were looking at G2 level exploration. Now, as part of reforms, there is a kind of, I will not say confusion, lack of understanding. As part of reforms or the modified rules, the level of exploration or the requirement for exploration for each stage is not diluted. it has been maintained as it is. The only thing that has been done, the auction line, you could see the auction bar or axis of auction is shifted to the left. It is incumbent upon the concessionaire, basis the auction line position, to carry out the exploration as has been defined. Now, there is also an enabler created in the new rules. You need not wait till the complete exploration is done. Now today, IBM team, I have the IBM team here, are sensitized enough to start the production process by virtue of having part exploration and having a reserve available and approval is given. Believe me, the intent is to kickstart the mining sector with production. So coming back, we have the concept of National Mineral Inventory maintained by IBM. That is all part of baseline survey. The more detail we are going on is our actually commercial transactions. There are bidding parameters and there are reporting formats. So the earlier, whatever government was funding as part of risk money, today is intended to be funded by the commercial entity who wins the block. They carry the risk. It's their money. If they are successful, it is a huge windfall for them. So in summary, we have come to an understand, and this is the new normal which is going to stay. Auction is the only form of allocation of mineral blocks. And we are all aware of the fact that National Mineral Exploration Trust has been created, and an enabler for socio-economic development, we have DMF. Now, one pause on NMET. I am aware of the fact that NMET has been created to fund the exploration activities. Now, are we encouraging enough to see that, are we encouraging enough to see that the implementation is done on a fast forward basis? Are we looking at the proposals with the intent that let's have additional data, it would yield results, if not today, tomorrow? Are we counting the NMET allocations the way we are doing GSI projects 10 years ago? Time to think. The way we were doing 10 years ago GSI projects, funding, approach, scheme, decision making has to change if we are looking at NMET executions, because state governments are dependent for this. Another thing as part of this reform is now the state governments are the decision makers. They need not write to central government that I have a G3 block in Bhima Basin, there are takers of cement industries, can I do it in mining lease? No. The reforms allows them to take up that decision. If certain minerals are available in certain basins, in G3 they can do ML, and in G4 they can do composite license. For decision making and fast interaction, there are JWGs are in place. And I am aware of the fact our colleagues in GSI are playing a pioneering role in hand-holding with the state governments. And of course, I'm also aware that GSI is seriously pursuing creating a database which will actually be the engine of growth for the exploration landscape of the country. Another good thing that has happened by virtue of this is today we have very strong collaborative approach. MECL traditionally was having collaboration with CMPDIL. But in very recently, there has been a serious traction between MECL and GSI, and today MECL has joined hands with GSI to carry out baseline geoscience data collection. Simultaneously, there has been serious engagement happening with the state governments. Now, couple of basics. As commercial entities, exploration is supposed to be considered as an investment, not an expenses. This is very, very emphatic for every geoscientist in the country. Number two, आज we have a CSR mandate for the corporates or our mining companies who has not been pursuing the allocated lease. I take the opportunity of having IBM team here to highlight this. We should have a certain percentage mandate for the mining companies as part of their exploration investment. And of course, we are all aware that the risk-taking ability, which I had said in the morning and at the cost of repetition, we must inculcate a habit of geologists taking risk. That is so important today for enhancing and expediting exploration coverage. While doing it, we must allow them to fail and document those failures for the future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this informative lecture. The next lecture will be given by Shri Pradeep Singh, Director Tech, Ministry of Mines. Shri Pradeep Singh is Technical Advisor in Ministry of Mines. He is one of the eminent engineering geologists in our country. He was Director and Member Secretary of NMET. He will be talking on accreditation of private agencies by QCI and NABET. He will be joining us online. Sir, please.
Yes, thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello?
Are we audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I wanted to be actually physically present amongst you and speak from that dais, but my bad that because of some urgent presentation in the PMO at the last moment, myself and Jire Saab, we have to cancel our tickets and be in the ministry, be present in the ministry for that presentation, PMO's presentation. So I missed that sumptuous lunch and the dinner which will be held today, and particularly I missed meeting Dr. Abhinav Roy, my teacher during the field training center, Chitradurga, and also I miss meeting Tarafdar Saab, who was, we had very good time during when he was member of TCC and I was director NMET, and we just, NMET was just starting to grow and evolve. I was director NMET for 2 years. So anyway, I will actually discuss about in last 2 years or last 3 years, how this the entire landscape, exploration landscape has changed in the country. So as we know that after the MMDR was enacted, the regular policies, central government came out with regular national mineral policies, and the first policy was announced in 1993. And policy introduced for the first time the idea of encouraging private investment in exploration and mining. So this idea of involving private sector, it was right from the beginning, last 30, 40 years or so, and the central government was trying to evolve some mechanism. And then we know that Huda committee report also came out with some very good suggestions. And as per this Huda committee report, then the second mineral policy also was formulated, and in that a concept of large area prospecting license was introduced, where this prospecting license up to 5,000 square kilometer can be given to a single party. The total area given to the party should not exceed 10,000 square kilometer, and then the party will carry out some fast scanning of the area by aerogeophysical surveys and gradually reduce the area of the prospecting within 3 years to 25 square kilometer. That was kind of a very innovative idea which was introduced but could not take shape, could not be given legal framework because of some reason or the other. And then in 2016, 100% FDI was also allowed in this mining sector through automatic route. But in spite of that, the FDI flows have not been so encouraging, and also this we have the central government had given RP and PL licenses to the which we call as 10A2B, and which has now been extinguished. But that experience was also not very encouraging. Then this National Mineral Exploration Policy was introduced in 2016, which actually came out with the idea it introduced two concepts. One is that pre-competitive baseline geoscience data will be made available free of charge. And then that all the data which was there, GSI created its OCBIS portal, and the data is now housed in GSI's OCBIS portal in a shape of a window which is known as Mahakoshal. And then this National Mineral Exploration Policy also introduced a concept of some kind of incentive to the private sector participation in exploration within the existing legal framework. And it propounded the idea of some kind of incentive in terms of maybe some kind of reimbursement of the royalty, like that. And so these ideas were also not given any legal framework. So, but since GSI was this baseline geoscience data was to be disseminated to all these stakeholders freely, then GSI started with its campaign of building up the data, and we started several national programs. Like we had already completed systematic geological mapping by that time. 99.27% of the area was mapped on 1 in 50,000 scale, and those scales, the maps, our geological maps are world class. It's finest data which we have available with us. Then we started this National Geochemical Program, Geochemical Mapping Program also. We had already completed our OGP areas, and now we have extended this program to other than OGP areas. Similarly, geophysical mapping also, gravity and magnetic survey, we have completed OGP. Now we are going beyond the OGP. We are taking up some systematic thematic mapping projects also for basically with the idea to generate some spin-off items. And aerogeophysical mapping, as we know that we have started in 2017. Last 2 years there was a gap because the aircraft and the pilots could not come from New Zealand and South Africa also, but we have completed 40% of the OGP area. Now this program has restarted with a new vigor, and maybe within 2 years we intend to complete the OGP area, and we will have this magnetic and radiometric data, the entire OGP area with us. So why this change was required, and how we have slowly introduced these changes in the mining sector. So for that it is actually required to understand the concept of how the private investment in the mineral exploration sector is basically existing in the mining-rich countries of the world. So there is a concept called junior mining companies. They have typically team of 2 or 3 geoscientists who have a large experience in exploring a particular mineral commodity, say maybe base metals, and then these companies actually they focus on discovering new deposits which are of high demand, and they kind of generate the capital for that, because exploration is a highly risky activity, through various mechanisms. The various governments have developed various mechanisms, like in Canada, flow through shares is there, and in Australia also different kinds of incentives are there. Then after this, they have established the resources in the block for up to a certain level of confidence. They generally exit the block. And they raise a significant amount of capital multiple times, and then they exit the block, and then the further development, owners of development of the block, it is passed on to the senior mining company who actually takes up that block. So, but in India, we have to recognize that what works in Canada or Australia may not be practicable in our country. So, because there are several constraints, we have a very high density of population and democratic country, so a lot of constraints are there. And in 2015, we all know that we have introduced a transparent system of allocation of mineral concessions through auction route. And this auction route has to, because this is a basic structure of the entire that mineral auction, that allocation of mineral resources now. So the auction is the basic thing which will remain, and whatever we will have to work out, we will have to work out in the auction model only. So, and some changes have come now. India has introduced the auction regime, and then through the amendment 2021 MMDR amendment, we have now we have reduced the owner prescribed level of exploration for ML for bulk minerals from G2 to G3, and all the composite license can be given for all the commodities in G4. This we already know. Now, the landmark change which has taken place in 2021 is that we have now changed this section 4.1 of MMDR Act, and we have replaced this term that such entity that may be notified for this purpose by the central government, we have replaced with the other entities, including private entities, that may be notified for this purpose. And this has now opened the way for private sector participation in mineral exploration. Central government has now introduced a scheme for accreditation of private sector agencies. We have now that scheme, the scheme has been developed by QCI NABET, and the salient features of these schemes are that there are 2 categories of agencies which are accredited by QCI NABET. One is category A, which have an previous experience of exploration in bedded stratiform and tabular deposits, lenticular composite veins, gemstones, rare metal pegmatites, reef veins, pipes, float and placer deposits, and deep-seated deposits. And category B is agencies where only they have one regular employee as an exploration geologist, and rest of these other laboratory support, etc., for survey and even other remote sensing experts and other exploration experts, they can tie up with the other agencies, other firms existing in India. So this is a slightly relaxed criteria for basically bedded stratiform and tabular deposits. float and placer deposits. And these QCI NABET has a very good system of processing and examining the whatever this accreditation applications are filed with them. They have a system of even online desktop examination as well as on-site examination. So a well laid out criteria is there, and an accreditation certificate is given after that completion. The various committees of QCI NABET, they examines the application, and if the application is found to be satisfactory in all respect, then a certificate is given to the agency, and that certificate certificate is given, and then these agencies can apply to Ministry of Mines for notification, and subsequently Ministry of Mines then process for notification is done at the Ministry of Mines level. So this is the entire flow sheet. In that the accreditation is completed in a total time of 90 days, and right now 10 agencies have already been accredited, and out of this 9 agencies have been notified. 1 agency has already applied for notification and will be soon notified. So a total of 10 agencies will be notified, and 7 more agencies have submitted this accreditation request. So now we have also developed some models actually for incentivizing these involvement of these agencies through NMET, because NMET is the only instrument of funding available with the central government. And as we have studied several models, Canadian models and Australian models, and found that even in their case where the exploration is basically done by the private sector only, so the private sector tend to actually engage in more in brownfield explorations. And it is only that when you incentivize the private sector for and float some schemes for greenfields incentives, reduce the risk by incentivizing for greenfield exploration, they come forward for greenfield exploration. So like that, we have also devised this scheme for funding the private explorers. So this scheme is actually, there are 3 types of scheme. One is that these exploration agencies, they can actually, based on the whatever information is available on Bhukosh or with them, or maybe with other mining companies, or from whatever source, they can formulate the project. If they have an intention of formulating the project, they can apply to the state government. The state government will issue a in-principle approval to them, and then they will submit their scheme to the state government. The state government will in turn send that scheme to NMET.
I'm sorry to interject, but probably we'll have to speed up. You've got another 4-5 papers.
So this is actually involvement of private sector through NMET funding for carrying out the exploration. Here these private agencies will only act as a contractor. So, and then they will not be able to participate in the auction. And the other scheme is for, so this is the mechanism, and this other is, this is also the mechanism. Then the other scheme, very bold scheme that has been introduced is a lot of composite licenses have already been given. So, because part of the exploration, these licenses have to do themselves so that the block is converted into mining lease. So this is a scheme where a partial funding will be done by the central government. It is for only for certain strategic and deep-seated deposits, and the funding will be up to 4 crore rupees. Government will fund up to 4 crore in case they convert into their area into a mining lease. Then they will have to return this money within a period of 2 years. Otherwise, this if it turns out to be non-prospective, then at least up to 4 crore the loss will be absorbed by the central government. Now the similar scheme in Western Australia and in other countries, there is a exploration incentive scheme, and there are so many impact studies. Number of them you can find on internet. So it has been found that $1 spent by the government from the public funding, it generates expected net benefit to the state in terms of higher this flowing in of this money is $23.7 million. $1, $23.7. So like that. So these are only schemes which have been introduced few months back. So the full impact, and because they have not been that popularized so much also. So gradually now the awareness will be created, and we expect more and more participation that this schemes from private sector. And then we have to make change in the MEMC rules also, where any person can submit based on the baseline geoscience data. They can submit a proposal, and state government will float a composite license. And this is already started generating response. 5 mineral blocks from Odisha and 2 mineral blocks from Chhattisgarh have already been submitted. Requests have been submitted. So the whole purpose of introducing these schemes and this thing is that now these government exploration companies and Geological Survey of India will concentrate more and more on very high risk minerals, and gradually the role will change into the type of role which Geoscience Australia is playing or Natural Resource Canada is playing. So we will be more focused on fundamental studies, modeling, etc., and the more of the exploration risk and everything, and the exploration is risk as well as the finances will come from the private sector. So this is a snapshot of the exploration after this amendment in 2021. The pace of exploration was very slow, but we have seen now this exploration pace, the pace of auction was slow, but now it has picked up. As on now, 154 blocks, G2, G3 blocks have already been auctioned. And similarly, see, it was lot of apprehension was there when we were introducing this reform of composite license at G4. Even there was some kind of uncertainty and resistance from the state governments also. But now, after a lot of interaction with the state governments, a lot of blocks at G4 level have started going as composite license. Now, because for private party sees a business prospect and is ready to take that risk, so we are Geological Survey of India is now more and more focusing on carrying out G4 level exploration and giving submitting the blocks to the state government. And I would like to point out that Hemraj sir and his team has done a tremendous work. We have already submitted 202 information memorandums after these reforms have been introduced, and 50 more we will be submitting on 12th. So this is kind of a very, very big achievement for Geological Survey of India. It will lead to boost to the entire mineral economics of the country. And there are some, because of shortage of time, I think I would not be able to delve into so many things.
I think we will request you if you could kindly come to the conclusion.
This is my last slide.
Okay, excellent.
Last slide. So we have seen that in we are facing lot of issues in venturing into the forest areas for carrying out mineral exploration, even if the forest cover is not that much. So we have been engaging with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and now gradually we have been always insisting that mineral exploration is a temporary activity only for a few months period, and then after that we come out of the forest, and most of the mineral exploration do not lead up to composite license or mining lease. So now we have taken up with Ministry of forest, and maybe very soon we expect that the mineral exploration will, MOEFCC will address this issue, and mineral exploration will not be considered as a non-forestry activity, and it will not invite the provisions of Forest Conservation Act 2008. Thank you so much.
One second. Before we go to the next speaker, we have an important announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants of this workshop are invited for a hearty dinner after this event. So please stay back, have dinner with us. So there are a lot of things to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this lecture. Then our next speaker is Shri P.N. Sharma, IBM. Shri P.N. Sharma is Chief Controller of Mines, IBM. He is one of the person behind many amendment acts and policies, including MMDR acts. So I welcome Sir P.N. Sharma, sir, on the podium. Sir, please.
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone who is present here. And they have been through the grueling sessions, so far. When I'm going to address you, let me make a promise to all of you that this is good enough you have through, so I'll keep it very short and very straight. That's why I am here without any presentation. So I'll just going to lay a path for my future speakers, those who are my colleagues. Because I understand, one incident from my life when I was a student. One of the most boring things in my life were the geology, and the second thing is the worst was the legislation. And see the irony, today I am dealing with the worst part of the legislation. So this is it, but now I can understand that these two things have got a very important role to play. And we have been working together since last so many times, Himrajji, Bharat Sahab and everybody. So let me start it straightway. 2015 was one of the watershed years when the MMDR Act was amended. The tenets, the basic tenets of this amendment, there were few important aspects. Number one, as everybody has gone through, the entire first come and first serve regime was changed to the auction regime. The second thing is that the element of sustainable mining was introduced. Number three, the CSR activities, the social accreditation for the mining industry in some way was introduced through the Act. The exploration aspects were addressed at the beginning not in such a big way, which were gradually reformed, and we have come to this way. So the first and foremost thing was why it was done. क्यों इसको किया गया? Because it's always better if I change my medium of expression, which I feel very comfortable for everyone who is present here, and me as well. सबसे पहली और सबसे foremost चीज ये कि चेंजेस की जरूरत हम लोगों को इसलिए पड़ी क्योंकि इंटायरली हम लोगों ने ये देखा कि उस वक्त 60,000 से 90,000 मिनरल कंसेशंस ऐसे थे जो अलॉट नहीं किए गए थे, जिनके लिए एप्लीकेशंस आई हुई थी। ऐसी स्थिति के अंदर ये देखा गया कि पुराना सिस्टम जो है वो पूरी तरह काम नहीं कर रहा है और नए सिस्टम के अंदर हम लोग आए। 2015 से लगा के 2022 तक आज हम यहां आ गए हैं। करीब 186 ब्लॉक्स अभी ऑक्शन हो चुके हैं, जिसमें से 43 ब्लॉक्स जो हैं वो आज वर्किंग हैं, प्रोडक्शन में आ चुके हैं। मोस्ट ऑफ देम आर ब्राउन फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, ग्रीन फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स के साथ में और ट्रेवेस्टी है जो क्लियरेंसेस की है। सो सबसे पहला इंट्रोडक्शन जो था वो एक सेविंग क्लॉज था, जिसके अंदर जो ऑलरेडी ब्लॉक्स हम लोगों के यहाँ पे चाहे उनकी प्रायर परमिशन दे दी गई थी या ऑलरेडी उनका एक्सप्लोरेशन हो चुका था, उनको सेव किया गया था। लेटर स्टेज में जब हम अभी आ जाए तो उस चीज को भी समाप्त कर दिया गया है। इसके बाद ये देखा गया कि जो लीजेस नॉन वर्किंग हैं उनको भी स्ट्रीमलाइन करके प्रोडक्शन में लाया जाए। उसके लिए एक्ट में अमेंडमेंट करके जो 2 साल से ज्यादा नॉन वर्किंग लीजेस थी उनके लैप्सिंग होने का क्लॉज लेके आया गया। सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग के लिए एमसीडीआर के अंदर एक्ट के थ्रू ये इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया कि माइन को सस्टेनेबल वर्क करने के लिए किस तरह से रूल्स बनाए जाएं। इसके अलावा जो एक्ट है उसने एक चीज और प्रतिपादित की, जो ये थी कि ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम द पेपर वर्क एंड द ऑफिस फाइल्स, the entire system should be changed to the digital platform through a system of tenement which is online. And at the same time, with the change of the acts today, now we are seeing, as Mr. Pradeep Singh has already enumerated, कि हम लोगों ने पहले जहां पे सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज ही एक्सप्लोरेशन करने के लिए जिनको परमिशन थी, अब हम लोगों ने प्राइवेट एजेंसीज को भी लेके आना शुरू किया है। एनएमईटी से उनकी फंडिंग के बारे में भी किया है। इसके अलावा एक्ट के अंदर यह भी इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया है कि अगर कोई आदमी खुद आके किसी चीज को एक्सप्लोर करके प्राइवेट पर्सन देता है तो उसके लिए भी फैसिलिटीज क्रिएट की गई हैं, एक्ट के अंदर प्रोविजंस दिए गए हैं। मैं इनको इसलिए शॉर्ट में कह रहा हूं क्योंकि आगे आने वाले समय में मेरे दोनों स्पीकर इसके बारे में थोड़ा डिटेल के अंदर बात करेंगे। सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग के अंदर जो फ्रेमवर्क, जो स्टार रेटिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट लेके आया गया, वो सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग के फुटप्रिंट्स हैं। उसके अंदर न सिर्फ एक्सप्लोरेशन का पार्ट इंक्लूडेड है, न सिर्फ माइनिंग का पार्ट इंक्लूडेड है, बट सीएसआर एक्टिविटीज, ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग, सर्टिफिकेशन, इन सारी चीजों की भी अवधारणा को उसके अंदर सम्मिलित किया गया है। अभी रिसेंटली जहां तक माइनिंग का सवाल है, या अभी लेटेस्ट अगर मैं कहूं यहां पे जो पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन के लिए अभी और जो चेंजेस करने हैं, उसके अंदर इंपॉर्टेंट चेंजेस जो और एक्ट के अंदर किए जाने हैं, उनमें वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट यह है कि देयर वाज अ क्वेश्चन रॉयल्टी ऑन रॉयल्टी as far as the ASP is concerned, उसको एड्रेस किया गया है, उसको सेपरेट किया गया है। इसके बाद में अर्लियर सेक्शन 61A के अंदर परमिशन लेनी पड़ती थी, जिस समय भी एरिया इंक्रीज होता था। उस मसले में एरियाज फिक्स किए गए हैं मिनरल कमोडिटी वाइज। उन एरियाज का नोटिफिकेशन है ताकि बार बार आपको सरकार के पास में जाके परमिशंस नहीं लेनी पड़े। इसके अलावा जो अभी बात हो रही थी कि एक्सप्लोरेशन के लिए फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंसेस के नॉर्म्स, हालांकि अभी भी फॉरेस्ट एक्ट ये कहता है कि आपको क्लियरेंसेस लेनी है, बट उसके लिए भी एक जारी किया गया है कि एक्सप्लोरेशन के लिए आपको फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंसेस की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। इसके अलावा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट भी ऑक्शन कर सकती है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के अलावा इसके प्रोविजंस हैं। प्रीवियस अप्रूवल जो है जो कंपोजिट लाइसेंस के लिए ऑक्शन करने के लिए प्रीवियस अप्रूवल थी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की, उसको डिस्पेंस विद करने के लिए अभी कंसल्टेशन की जा रही है। इसके अलावा जो सबसे बड़ी चीज थी कैप्टिव और नॉन कैप्टिव का रिसेंटली जो एक भेद था उसको समाप्त किया गया है। और उसमें भी पहले यह था कि अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट पूरी करने के बाद 50% बेच सकते हैं, लेकिन उसको भी डू अवे विद करने का प्रस्ताव है। इसी तरह से जो पार्ट बी था हम लोगों का, उसके अंदर जो एटॉमिक मिनरल जिसके अंदर और दूसरे मिनरल प्रिस्क्राइब्ड थे, उसको अमेंड करके एक अनदर शेड्यूल क्रिएट करने की बात की गई है। सो कुल मिला के सारी चीजें पूरे प्रोसेस को, पूरे एक्ट को बिजनेस ट्रांजैक्शन के लिए, मिनरल प्रोडक्शन के लिए, क्लियरेंसेस के लिए इजी करने के लिए किया गया है। उनमें से एक पार्ट यह है जिसके अंदर ब्राउनफील्ड प्रोजेक्ट का जो ऑलरेडी क्लियरेंसेस हैं उनको ट्रांसफर करने की बात हुई है। इसके अलावा भी मैं आपको बहुत सी चीजें बता सकता हूं कि अभी भी कई पाइपलाइन में हैं, जिनमें से कि जैसे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए एमडीपीए का मसला है। मैं आपको इस चीज की सेंस दे सकता हूं कि इसके बारे में भी जरूर, क्योंकि ये कई बार सफोकेटिंग है, इसके बारे में भी अभी चर्चा चल रही है, वो आगे आने वाले समय में इसको भी ईज किया जाएगा। कुल मिला के फोकस एरिया ये है इस समय गवर्नमेंट का और गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसीज का कि किस तरह से एक इकोसिस्टम को डेवलप किया जाए जो कि सभी लोगों को पार्टिसिपेट करने का, अपनी तरफ से वैल्यू ऐड करने का और इस देश के विकास में भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने का मौका मिल सके। ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जो कि इन चेंजेस के मूल में है। और सबसे बड़ी चीज जो मैं, इससे पहले कि मैं अपना उद्बोधन समाप्त करूं, मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि फ्यूचर जो माइनिंग का है वो बेनिफिशिएशन और वैल्यू एडिशन के अंदर है। उससे कहीं ज्यादा जितना हम लोग नए डिपॉजिट एक्सप्लोर कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि अगर आप हिस्ट्री देखेंगे कि हमने किस समय लास्ट डिपॉजिट, नया डिपॉजिट ओपन किया था, सो आई डोंट वांट टू डिस्कस दैट। सो बहुत जरूरी है कि जो हम लोगों के लो ग्रेड, लीन ग्रेड डिपॉजिट्स हैं वो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। आज की तारीख में मैं आपको कॉन्फिडेंस से इस मंच से कह सकता हूं, इस बारे में भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की पॉलिसीज बहुत आगे स्तर तक गई हैं, क्योंकि वो अभी सामने नहीं आई हैं। इसलिए न सिर्फ एक्सप्लोरेशन को बट एट द सेम टाइम अपग्रेडेशन एंड बेनिफिशिएशन ऑफ द ओवर एंड लीन ग्रेड्स जो हैं, क्योंकि फ्यूचर बिलोंग्स टू दैट ओनली, उसके बारे में भी सरकार बहुत संवेदनशील है और पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ उस दिशा के अंदर भी कार्य किया गया है। उसकी रिपोर्ट्स और उसके डिसीजंस बहुत एडवांस स्टेज के अंदर आज की तारीख में हैं। सो कुल मिला के एक्ट के रिफॉर्म्स, रूल्स के रिफॉर्म्स जो लगता है बहुत तेजी के साथ में हुए हैं, कभी कभी शायद हम भी भूल जाते हैं कि कौन कौन सी चीज आ गई हैं। ये सब चीजें इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हैं और मैं इस मंच से एक विश्वास जाहिर करना चाहता हूं कि हम बिल्कुल सही दिशा में आगे जा रहे हैं। और किसी भी प्रकार से अगर किसी तरह का ये भ्रम है कि हम लोग डेफिनेटिव चीजों से नीचे उतर रहे हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जैसा रथ साहब ने कहा, सिर्फ लाइन शिफ्ट की गई है, नॉर्म्स कभी शिफ्ट नहीं किए गए हैं, जो आगे आने वाले स्पीकर्स आपको बताएंगे। सो कुल मिला के विद दीज रिफॉर्म्स, विद दिस गैदरिंग, वी कैन लुक फॉरवर्ड फॉर अ बेटर टुमारो। सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि मैं कभी भी अपने देश की स्थितियों को दूसरे देशों से बहुत ज्यादा कंपेयर करने में यकीन नहीं करता हूं, क्योंकि हमारा देश वो है जहां पे 3-4% ज्योग्राफिकल भाग के ऊपर कम से कम 17% पॉपुलेशन बसती है। हमारे यहाँ लैंड की कीमत क्या है, उसकी इंपॉर्टेंस क्या है, सस्टेनेंस हम लोगों की पॉपुलेशन, और आज की तारीख में वर्ल्ड को हम लोग अनाज दे रहे हैं, इट इज सो इंपॉर्टेंट। सो सारी चीजें हम लोगों को हमारे अपने देश की परिस्थितियों और अपनी देश के दृष्टिकोण से सोचनी बहुत जरूरी है। हमारी पॉलिसी, हमारे निर्णय, हमारे कदम जो हैं वो हमारी अपनी इस भारत देश की परिस्थितियों के हिसाब से होने चाहिए और हमें इसी दिशा के अंदर आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for this information. Our next topic is Minerals, Evidence of Mineral Content Rules 2015 and its Significance in Mineral Exploration. This lecture will be delivered by Shri S.K. Adhikari, IBM. Shri S.K. Adhikari is Chief Mining Geologist, IBM. He played major role in formulating many mineral policies, including MEMC rules and latest MMDR Amendment Act. He is also involved in policies related to mineral auctioning blocks. He is also the member of review committee of NMET TCC. Shri Adhikari, please. Sir, please.
Thank you, Madam, for this kind introduction. And as Chairman of this session, Dr. Ranjit Rath, the eminent geoscientist sitting over here in this August gathering. And we are actually reaching almost to the fag end of this program. This is the last but one presentation, I think so. And mine was actually the last presentation. I think so. It has been changed somehow. I don't know, for whatever reasons. The mineral evidence and mineral content rules has been put one step ahead, one step before the last presentation, that is the mineral auction rules. But this is the way the geoscientist is always treated throughout the country. As Sarmaji told, that is the worst subject that he ever thought of studying. Similarly, the exploration is also one of the last thing that we talk about in our country. So I'll go ahead with the presentation. Before that, I would like to thank Sri Suryavanshi sir and also the secretary of this entire organizing committee, that is Dr. Sandeep Roy, जिन्होंने कि ये समझा कि I could be a part of this seminar and present a small paper before you all. But the topic of the presentation is very relevant. I have written that mineral evidence and mineral content rules 2015 and its relevance to the geoscientists. तो इसका कुछ वजह है कि मैं इसमें ऐसा क्यों लिखा कि why it is the relevance of the rules to a geoscientist. Because as you all know, prior to 2015, I think so the geoscientific community of our country was not very much, you can say, they didn't have that much of awareness towards the rules and acts governing the mineral sector in our country. हम लोग अपना काम कर रहे थे, we are simply scientists, हम लोग अपने को अभी भी शायद जियो साइंटिस्ट ही कहते हैं, तो we are more into research and development, अपना काम करते थे, we had an annual program के हिसाब से हम जाके काम कर लेते थे, but we are not bothered कि whether that work whichever we are doing is going finally leading to the grant of a mineral concession or not. Prior to 2015, what was happening is that people used to come suo moto with an application, and the mineral they used to apply to the state government, and based on that, the concession has been granted. But 2015 saw a paradigm shift. We changed from fast come fast serve basis to a regime of auction. And to auction a deposit, what is the basic requirement? आप एक deposit को auction कैसे करें? कुछ तो minimum हमारे पास कुछ data होना चाहिए, कुछ basis होना चाहिए, जिसके basis में कि we can auction a deposit. So that is the reason why this mineral evidence and mineral contents rule came up. And we'll just have a, can I go to the next slide? So I'll just go through the sequence of my presentation. The first is why this terminology was coined actually, mineral evidence of mineral contents. This is a very peculiar terminology as you can all think over कि ऐसा कौन सा एक rule बनता है कि mineral evidence of mineral content rules, ऐसा कोई कहीं पे भी शायद इस टाइप का कोई रूल नहीं होगा जैसे कि हमारे यहाँ पे है. But this rule, I assure you कि यही है हमारा heart of this entire जो अभी जो आपका जितना भी amendments हुए हैं over the period of last 7 years, I think so this is the heart and soul of this entire amendments, जिसके बेसिस में ही कि हमारा सारे ऑक्शन प्रोसेस अभी चल रहा है. उसके बाद और एक मिनरल ऑक्शन रूल है, and these two are the major rules based on which all the auction process is happening in our country. Then this is the sequence of my presentation. We'll just first see what is the provision of mineral and evidence of mineral content rules in the act, जहाँ से कि ये लाया गया है. Then we'll go to the rules proper, जिसके बेसिस में हमारा mineral auctions हो रहे हैं for mining leases or the composite licenses. Then within this rule, a mineral classification system is inbuilt into this rule, जो कि हम बात करेंगे. इससे पहले 2015 से पहले भी हमारे यहाँ पे क्लासिफिकेशन सिस्टम्स थे, It was in 1979 or 80, I think so. GSI had a classification system. Prior to that, BIS also had a classification system, but they are not very closely linked to the Act. हमारे जो MMDR Act है, Act के साथ तो अच्छे से लिंक नहीं था. तो classification system तो थे. It was being based on that, the exploration was being carried out. But since in our country, there are so many agencies working on carrying out exploration. Like GSI is there, AMD is there, MECL is there, state government agencies are there, private sector is there. हर कोई है, हर कोई अपने अपने तरीका से exploration कर रहा था. So there was no standardization in your reporting system or in the way we are reporting our resources to the country. So this is one of the very important aspects ki in this rule we have tried to bring in or build a mineral classification system based on which we can carry out the exploration and also assess our resources. Then this mineral classification again has got a few parts. One is definitions, then the geological parameters of exploration, exploration norms at various stages of exploration. Then there is a template, standard template as to how to report your resources. बेसिकली ये भी एक बहुत जरूरी था क्योंकि हमारे कंट्री में जैसे मैंने पहले बोला कि एवरीवन वाज हैविंग हिज ओन वे ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग, तो वी ट्राइड टू ब्रिंग इन ए सिस्टम ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग ताकि एक ही टाइप का टेम्पलेट रहेगा एंड एवरीवन स्टार्ट्स रिपोर्टिंग हिज रिसोर्सेस और हिज एंटायर जियोलॉजिकल काम जो उन्होंने एक फेज में किया है उसको एक स्टैंडर्ड टेम्पलेट में रिपोर्ट करें सो दैट इट इज इजियर फॉर एवरीवन टू अंडरस्टैंड. देन लास्ट कम्स द प्री फिजिबिलिटी एंड फिजिबिलिटी रिपोर्ट. दैट मे नॉट बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट from our perspective क्योंकि ये जो है after assessing the resources once the deposit is auctioned and it is given to somebody else, the project proponent comes in, he actually carry out a reserve assessment through a pre-feasibility and feasibility report. So this is the basic scheme of presentation, and then we'll be going to how we okay. Now we are just going to bring in the terminology how this evidence to show the existence of mineral contents and from where it has flowed. Actually this is the section 5(2) of the Act. So this provision of the Act, that is where it is mentioned about the evidence to show the existence of mineral contents. Here you can see the actual provision earlier before the amendment was no mining lease shall be granted by the state government unless it is satisfied that there is evidence to show the next whichever is struck down, that portion was actually there previously prior to 2015. So let's first read what was prior to 2015 and what came later on. So prior to 2015 it was that the area for which the lease is applied for has been prospected earlier or the existence of the mineral content therein has been established otherwise than by means of prospecting. That means even if the area has not been prospected, then also a person could get a mining lease prior to 2015. But now, after 2015, what happened is that we introduced something new. The person was struck up and the other next person is the, which has been marked as hatch. The existence of mineral contents in the area for which an application for a mining lease has been made in accordance with the parameters that as may be prescribed for this purpose by the central government. So this is the basic reasoning why, based on which the mineral evidence and mineral content rules has been prescribed. तो इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि पैरामीटर्स में भी प्रेस्क्राइब, तो एक पैरामीटर्स प्रेस्क्राइब किया गया है जिसके बेसिस में आपको एक्सप्लोरेशन करना है. द स्टेजेस ऑफ एक्सप्लोरेशन बताया गया है जिसके बेसिस में आप ऑक्शन कर सकते हैं. देन द अदर सेक्शंस ऑफ द एक्ट व्हिच डील विद द सेम mineral evidence and mineral content rules and parameters to be prescribed, that is section 210B, based on which we are auctioning the mining leases. And the auction of the mining leases is carried out basically for notified minerals. That is, there are 4 notified minerals, that is bauxite, iron ore, limestone and manganese. And then section 11 also deals with the composite license as well as the mining leases, where it is written that for actually minerals which are not notified, for that you need to take the approval of the central government before actually auctioning those leases. Then we are going directly to the mineral evidence and mineral content rules. As you can see that it was notified in 17th April 2015. It has been subsequently amended on 18 June 2021 and next amendment came on 14 December 2021. Actually there was no flaws in the rules as such, but the government felt that we need to bring in more relaxation so that more and more players are able to join in and more and more blocks we are able to auction at a faster pace. And that is the reason why GSI has been given the responsibility to distribute the G4 level of blocks to the government so that the auction can take place at a faster pace. And secondly, what was happening, the main problem that we saw is that before this amendment, particularly before this 2021 amendment, what was happening was that the only two agencies, mainly GSI and MECL, were carrying out the exploration, and based on their reports only, the mineral blocks were being auctioned. So that was creating a lot of pressure, huge pressure on this GSI and MECL. So that is the reason why government thought that we need to relax the norms so that the exploration is carried out by the private sector. That is the reason why we have started auctioning composite license at G4 level, so that the private sector is given the scope and chance to carry out the further exploration, and they can bring in the best technology available. As you know, we are, as government employees or the government organizations, we are having our own limitations. Even to get, somebody was saying today in the morning that even to get technical experts, it is very difficult nowadays because the clause of Make in India is coming into play. So if you give it to the private sector, they will be able to get the best expertise, both technical people as well as the techniques, whatever techniques is available worldwide, that can be brought in very easily. And that is one of the reasons why government thought of relaxing the norms. Then this rules basically specifies the minimum level of exploration based on which you can auction a mining lease or a composite license. And composite license is nothing but basically it is a seamless transition from composite prospecting license to mining lease. This is the basic, earlier it was known as prospecting cum mining lease, now it has been renamed or reframed as composite licenses. Then as I told you, it has a mineral classification built into it, and I don't hesitate to say that the mineral classification system basically has been brought from our UNFC 1997 and CRISCO. It is basically a merger of both the systems, but has been suitably Indianized. ऐसा नहीं है कि इसमें we have just put in whatever was mentioned UNFC और in CRISCO, लेकिन हमारे requirement के हिसाब से हमने जो उसके definitions है हमने उसको suitably modify किए हैं as per to basically to see that it meets our requirements. Then next, the last part of this rule is that जियोलॉजिकल स्टडी रिपोर्ट, जो कि पहले इतना मायने नहीं रखता था, हमारा रिपोर्ट जो है इवन जीएसआई में जो रिपोर्ट था उसको भी ढूंढने में तकलीफ होता था, लेकिन आज के डेट में जियोलॉजिकल स्टडी रिपोर्ट दैट इज वन ऑफ द मैंडेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स फॉर कैरिंग आउट एनी ऑक्शन. तो हमारे लिए सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट मैंने इट हैज बिकम ए टाइप ऑफ ए बाइबल फॉर इवन द गवर्नमेंट, यू कैन से, क्योंकि कभी भी कुछ होता है तो भाई आप कितना जियोलॉजिकल रिपोर्ट हैंड ओवर कर रहे हो, गवर्नमेंट को ही इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया है आज के. एवरी डे यू टॉक कि भाई कितना रिपोर्ट सब जो गवर्नमेंट को दिए हैं सो दैट दे कैन ऑक्शन दोज डिपॉजिट्स. देन वी आर गोइंग टू द रूल्स डायरेक्टली कि जो इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोविजंस ऑफ द रूल है, रूल 1 to 4 इज नॉट दैट बेसिकली डेफिनेशन है एंड ऑल, बट रूल 5 से ही हमारा शुरू होता है. तो रूल 5 में जो ग्रीन में आप जो देख रहे हैं, दीज आर बेसिकली चेंजेस दैट हैव टेकन प्लेस सब्सिक्वेंटली, जो आपका अमेंडमेंट आया 2021 में वो है, और उससे पहले जो था वो ब्लैक में लिखा गया है. तो आप देख सकते हैं कि जो फर्स्ट रूल 5 बेसिकली डील्स विद एग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ मिनरल कंटेंट्स फॉर ऑक्शन ऑफ ए माइनिंग लीज. तो अर्लियर इट वाज बेसिकली कि आपको G2 लेवल में ही अगर एक्सप्लोरेशन हुआ है देन ओनली यू कैन ऑक्शन ए डिपॉजिट एज ए माइनिंग लीज. क्योंकि वाई G2 लेवल में क्यों ऑक्शन होना जरूरी था उसके पीछे भी मैं बताता हूं कि G2 लेवल में ऑक्शन होना इसीलिए जरूरी है क्योंकि G2 लेवल गिव्स यू द इंडिकेटेड मिनरल रिसोर्सेज, and for converting resources to reserves you require at least indicated or this measured mineral resources. These are the two categories which can be converted to mineral reserves, and for carrying out mining you require reserves. Without reserves you cannot actually carry out a mining operation. क्योंकि इसीलिए जो है आपको G2 level of exploration जरूरी था. And what changes have come now is that minimum G3 level of exploration can be taken as akin to G2 level. मतलब ये कि we have introduced a term that is akin, कि G3 level में अगर exploration हुआ भी है तो भी इसको जो है हम लोग G2 level में मान के उसको mining lease के लिए दिया जा सकता है. And there are certain categories of minerals that is जो कि Schedule 2 में दिया गया है mineral evidence and mineral content rules में, that you can see कि इसमें बहुत important चीज ये table जो बहुत मायने रखता है. We need to understand this table very carefully. देखिए इसमें कमोडिटीज तो 3 है, that is limestone, iron ore and bauxite, but the type of deposit is very important. Why you have mentioned that type of deposit? You can see that bedded stratiform and tabular deposits of homogeneous, regular sedimentary and metasedimentary basins without significant structural deformations. That means अगर simple type of deposits है उसी को ही हमको G3 level में exploration करके उसको ML stage में दे सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर complicated deposits है, there are multiple phases of holding and all, तो in that cases हमको जो है उसको G2 लेवल में ही लेके जाके ऑक्शन करना है. जस्ट टू गिव यू एन एग्जांपल ऑफ दिस, जैसे कि आप देखेंगे कि आयरन ओर जो है इसके बारे में बहुत सारे डिस्कशन हुआ था. इनफैक्ट आई वाज नॉट वेरी कंफर्टेबल विद दिस आयरन ओर टू बी इंक्लूडेड इन दिस कैटेगरी, बट स्टिल somehow or the other we introduced that. So but as you can very well understand, आज फील्ड जियोलॉजी जो लोग उड़ीसा में काम किए होंगे, तो उड़ीसा का डिपोजिट्स जो है 3 फेज फोल्डिंग हुआ है बहुत सारे जगह में. यू टेक द केस ऑफ जोड़ा ईस्ट जो है एवरी 10 मीटर्स दी फॉर्मेशन कीप्स ऑन चेंजिंग. तो वहां पे अगर हम लोग जो है 400 मीटर में ड्रिलिंग करके अगर उसको ऑक्शन करेंगे, आई डोंट थिंक सो विल बी गेटिंग एक्चुअली वैल्यू. एक्चुअली यू कैन नॉट एक्चुअली प्रॉपर्ली एसेस द रिसोर्सेज ऑफ दैट टाइप ऑफ डिपोजिट्स. तो ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है व्हाइल टेकिंग द डिसीजन कि वेदर वी कैन गो फॉर G3 लेवल ऑफ एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड ऑक्शन दैट डिपोजिट एज ML. तो यहाँ पे एक डिसीजन लेना पड़ेगा कि ये जो है इट इज ए सिंपल डिपोजिट और नॉट, एंड उसमें भी हमको स्ट्रक्चरल फीचर्स भी उसको ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा उसको. सिमिलरली बॉक्साइट में भी देखिए कि इट इज रेसिडुअल हाई लेवल टेबुलर डिपोजिट्स को हमने कंसीडर किया है. दैट मीन्स जो लो लेवल बॉक्साइट्स है जो कि पॉकेट टाइप ऑफ डिपोजिट्स, दे आर नॉट टेकन इनटू कंसीडरेशन फॉर दैट. तो ये सब चीजों को हमको आज जियोलॉजिस्ट इसको हमको ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा व्हाइल टेकिंग अप एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड व्हाइल हैंडिंग ओवर द डिपोजिट्स टू द गवर्नमेंट.
We would request you to quickly wrap it up.
Okay. But बहुत लंबा है.
You have to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. Then next rule is regarding grant of mining leases through auction in respect of mining leases after expiry of the mining leases. So this is this has got very little to do with us because as you all know कि now prior to 2015 the leases were mostly on a perpetuity basis. When you say perpetuity, the leases were mainly granted for 30 years. Then the leases were being continuously renewed for every 20 years. But now the government has fixed up the time limit that every lease will have a maximum time period of around 50 years. So after 50 years, the lease again goes for auction. So how are you going to auction that deposit? So it was decided that again here also you need to have minimum G2 level of exploration data available and resources available up to G2 level. And now again there has been a little bit of change in the rules. Here it has been mentioned that detailed reassessment of the deposit is not required if exploration data is available and resources are available in that deposit, and based on which auction can be carried out. Or else prior to 2021 it was that reassessment of the entire block has to be carried out fully. So now again there is a relaxation over here by the government so that the auction process can be taken care of. Then let us go to rule 7. This is one of the very important rules, and here only I think so GSI has already handed about 200 blocks to the central government, and as Dr. Pradeep Singh said ki many auctions have already taken at G4 level for composite licenses. Earlier it was G3 level, but now it has been changed that even at G4 level also you can go ahead with the auction of a deposit for composite licenses. Then another new insertion has been there, and this is also important, and Dr. Pradeep Singh also told about it, that any person who is intending to obtain a composite license can suo motu apply to the state government that I want this license and you please auction it. Of course, that doesn't go directly to him. There are other procedures how to grant but at least someone can come out from the public and say that, sir, please auction this deposit. I am having certain baseline data. He goes through your OCBIS portal, looks for the data, and based on that data, he can approach the state government saying that I feel that this area is having potential and this area can be auctioned, and based on that also, auction can take place. Then last, the rule 8 of the provision is relaxation. So depending upon the geological conditions and all, the central government can also relax the provisions of these rules, particularly the exploration norms, and with the approval of the central government, that can be taken care of. Then we are going to the mineral classification system. I think so we are all aware about this system, but still I will have little bit of insight into this entire classification system. First is the definitions. As you all know, the terminologies have been defined in these definitions. All sorts of terminology starting from resources, reserves, and what is indicated resource, what is inferred resource, what is measured resource, what are different categories of reserves, everything has been defined and suitably modified to suit our own requirements. Even in 2021 also we did a lot of changes into these definitions, and I would request that please go through these definitions. These are having important implications while carrying out the exploration. Then comes the exploration norms, geological parameters of exploration, that is part 2 of the schedule, and part 3 of the schedule is exploration norms at various stages of exploration. These two parts actually they are not available in any other classification system around the world. Neither CRISCO nor UNFC or nor any other classification, they specify these geological parameters of exploration or exploration norms for at various stages of exploration. This is only India specific, जो कि यहीं पे ही लागू हो रहा है और हम लोगों ने इसको इंट्रोड्यूस किया है for whatever reasons. तो ये दोनों चीज जो है very unique to our own classification system. Then the checklist and guidelines for reporting of minerals, as I suggested, कि एक standard template बनाना बहुत जरूरी था ताकि everyone is on the same page. जो भी हम reporting करते हैं वो एक ही तरीके का होना चाहिए, so that it is very easier for the others to understand the report. Then contents of a pre-feasibility and feasibility report, which is mainly applicable for the people who are taking the mineral block on auction. उनको जब mining plan बनाना रहता है तब they carry out a pre-feasibility and feasibility study, and based on that they actually convert your resources to reserves. So this is schedule part 1 definitions. I am not going into details क्योंकि time शायद थोड़ा सा और भी कम हो गया है. तो ये तो सारे डेफिनेशन से डिफरेंट टर्मिनोलॉजी जो हम यूज कर रहे हैं इन द एंटायर क्लासिफिकेशन सिस्टम, दे हैव बीन डिफाइंड. देन शेड्यूल पार्ट 2, ये एक चीज है, थोड़ा सा मैं इसमें 2 मिनट टाइम लूंगा. यू कैन सी दैट दीज आर द वेरियस पैरामीटर्स व्हिच आर बीइंग स्टैंडर्ड पैरामीटर्स जो कि हम लोग यूज करते हैं फॉर कैरिंग आउट एनी टाइप ऑफ एक्सप्लोरेशन. बट सम ऑफ दिस पैरामीटर्स आर मैंडेटरी एंड सम ऑफ दिस पैरामीटर्स आर नॉट मैंडेटरी. जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं कि एरियल रिकॉग्नाइजेशन इज नॉट ए मैंडेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट, इट इज प्राइमरी रिक्वायर्ड एट G4 स्टेज, जो कि जैसे कि हम लोग 100 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर 500 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर कोई ब्लॉक लेते हैं वहीं पे ही जरूरत है. एंड उसमें भी मैंडेटरी रिक्वायर्ड, वी आर नॉट स्पेसिफाइड what are the different types of geophysical surveys that you will be carrying out in that aerial reconnaissance, वो भी हमने नहीं बोला है. Similarly ground geophysical survey में भी it is आज में भी necessary, geochemical survey भी it may not be required at every stage. तो ये सब जो है आपका applicability को देखना है. एंड और एक चीज जो है इसमें इंपॉर्टेंट है कि bulk sampling and beneficiation studies, why I am emphasizing on that, कि ये भी बहुत बार ऐसे होता है कि हम GTO लेवल ऑफ अगर एक्सप्लोरेशन करते हैं तो हम बोलते हैं कि नहीं आपको bulk density study करना है. बट आई थिंक सो कि इट इज नॉट मैंडेटरी. रूल में कोई ऐसा मैंडेटरी नहीं है. इफ इट इज रिक्वायर्ड, इफ यू फील दैट इट इज रिक्वायर्ड, पर्टिकुलरली बेस मेटल्स एंड आपके जो प्रीशियस मेटल्स वो सब में तो डेफिनेटली bulk density study is required, sorry, this bulk sampling and beneficiation study is required. बट फॉर सिंपलर डिपोजिट्स जैसे कि लाइमस्टोन है, इफ यू नो दैट इज सीमेंट ग्रेड, तो फिर इसको जो है हमको बेनिफिशियल स्टडी करने के लिए कोई जरूरत नहीं है. बट इफ इट इज ए लो ग्रेड ऑफ आयरन ओर डिपोजिट, डेफिनेटली वी नीड टू कैरी आउट, क्योंकि अगर मान लीजिए थ्रेशोल्ड वैल्यू से नीचे हमारा रिसोर्स ग्रेड आ रहा है तो आई थिंक सो वी नीड टू गो फॉर ए डिटेल्ड बेनिफिशियल स्टडी वेदर इट इज बेनिफिशियबल और नॉट. ये एक बहुत जरूरी रिक्वायरमेंट है. Similarly,
can we wrap up in next 1 minute?
How many minutes?
2 minutes.
2
Is
minutes.
that okay?
Let me see.
Okay.
Then the environmental setting, ये भी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जो कि आई थिंक सो अभी तक जो आज जियो साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी उसके बारे में हम ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं देते थे. आई जस्ट स्किप दिस की. लेकिन एनवायरमेंटल सेटिंग में होता क्या है, हमको देखना क्या है कि आप जैसे जानते हैं कि कोई रिसोर्सेज को जब रिजर्व में कन्वर्ट करते हैं तो बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स को हमको फैक्टर इन करना पड़ता है. जैसे कि आपके मान लीजिए रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट है, आपका कहीं पे वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी है, कहीं पे ह्यूमन सेटलमेंट है, तो ये सब चीजों का, इवन रोड्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी अगर है तो वो भी हम लोगों को जब रिजर्व असेसमेंट करते हैं तो ये सब चीजों का हमको टेक केयर करना पड़ता है. वी ट्राई टू एक्चुअली डिप्लीट दोज रिसोर्सेज while calculating the reserves. तो इसीलिए एनवायरमेंटल सेटिंग जो है, जो उस सराउंडिंग में जो है उसको हमको एक रिपोर्ट में कंसीडर करना बहुत जरूरी है. देन द रिलेवेंट डाटा जैसे ग्राउंड वाटर, जियो टेक्निकल, जैसे कि आप लोगों को सबको पता है, जस्ट टुडे ओनली वी आर टॉकिंग कि सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड जो आजकल मैंडेटरी कर दिया कि यू नीड टू हैव ए ग्राउंड वाटर रिपोर्ट भी उनके पास होना बहुत जरूरी है जब भी आप कोई लीज ग्रांट होता है. तो ये भी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टडी है जो कि अगर जरूरत पड़े तो आपको वो भी करना पड़ सकता है. देन वी आर गोइंग टू द पार्ट 3 ऑफ द रिपोर्ट जो कि एक्सप्लोरेशन नॉर्म्स है. इसमें आज यू ऑल नो वी हैव डिवाइडेड आवर डिपॉजिट्स बेस्ड ऑन द मोड ऑफ ऑकरेंस एंड द मिनरलाइजेशन, स्टाइल ऑफ मिनरलाइजेशन, 4 कैटेगरीज, टाइप 1, टाइप 2, टाइप 3, टाइप 4 है. तो ये आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डिटेल. देन बेस्ड ऑन दैट एक्चुअली वी हैव डिसाइडेड द एक्सप्लोरेशन नॉर्म्स. टाइप 1, टाइप 2, टाइप 3 एंड टाइप 4 के लिए अलग अलग एक्सप्लोरेशन नॉर्म्स हैं कि उसका ग्रिड स्पेसिंग क्या होना चाहिए, या तो वेन टाइप ऑफ डिपॉजिट है तो उसका डिस्टेंस क्या होना चाहिए. बट उसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, आप बॉटम मोस्ट ये में अगर लाइन में जाएंगे What I mentioned is the grid spacing even above can be further close spaced depending upon the geological condition, local geological condition. I think so. ये जो हम लोग मिस करते हैं. आप अगर रूल को देखेंगे तो वहां पे लिखा हुआ है कि एटलीस्ट मतलब कहीं पे अगर 800 मीटर ग्रिड स्पेसिंग दिया है तो ये तो आपको करना ही करना है. लेकिन आपको अगर लोकल जियोलॉजिकल कंडीशन डिमांड करता है कि नहीं वी नीड टू क्लोज इन, और आपको लग रहा है कि यू आर नॉट एबल टू एक्चुअली कनेक्ट दी लोड्स और कहीं पे प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहे हैं, देन आई थिंक सो यू ऑलवेज हैव द स्कोप विथ गिविंग ड्यू जस्टिफिकेशन कि वी नीड टू हैव इंटरमीडिएट बोल और इन बिटवीन. तो वो बहुत जरूरी है. तो ये जो है जियो साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी को हमको आज ये सोचना चाहिए कि ये जो रूल में जो दिया गया है वहां पे देयर इज ए टर्म कॉल एटलीस्ट, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. देन गोइंग टू दी रिलैक्स नॉर्म जो है हमने 2021 में किया है फॉर ऑक्शन ऑफ कंपोजिट लाइसेंस G4 के लिए यू कैन से कि आपको एक्स्ट्रापोलेट करने के लिए बहुत स्कोप दे दिया गया है कि नॉट नेसेसरीली कि आपको हर जगह में जो है एक्सप्लोरेशन ही करेंगे, बट बेस्ड ऑन द एक्सप्लोरेटरी डाटा अवेलेबल फ्रॉम द नियर बाय एरियाज you can extrapolate that data to a nearby area, and that based on that also अगर सेम जियोलॉजिकल एनवायरमेंट है, सेम जियोलॉजिकल कंटिन्यूटी है, तो उसके बेसिस में भी लीजेस को ऑक्शन किया, एरियाज को ऑक्शन किया जा सकता है. दिस इज ए न्यू इंट्रोडक्शन इनटू दी दिस MEMC रूल्स. देन फॉर ऑक्शन ऑफ माइनिंग लीजेस एट G3 स्टेज, ये भी एक न्यू इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ है कि आप 3 बोरोल अगर है, 3 बोरोल एक पॉलीगन शेप में है और 5 बोरोल एक पॉलीगन शेप में है फॉर 100 हेक्टर्स एंड मोर देन 100 हेक्टर्स, उसके बेसिस में भी आप डिपॉजिट्स को ऑक्शन कर सकते हैं. देन लेट अस गो टू दी पार्ट 4 ऑफ द रिपोर्ट जो कि जियोलॉजिकल स्टडी रिपोर्ट है. इसमें आई थिंक सो आई नीड टू गो इनटू डिटेल्स, लेकिन कुछ चीजें जो है आज जियोलॉजिस्ट मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा सा हमको बताना चाहिए, हमको समझना चाहिए, बहुत जरूरी है. एंड एक प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल भी बोलता हूं कि आज ही आई वाज अटेंडिंग दिस जो हमारा TCC कमेटी का मीटिंग हो रहा था, वहाँ पे डिस्कशन के टाइम में ऐसा हुआ कि समवन टोल्ड कि भाई साहब हमने सारे सैंपल तो एनालिसिस कर लिया है, ओनली चेक सैंपलिंग करना बाकी है. तो आई थिंक सो दे शुड गो साइमल्टेनियसली. अगर आप पूरा एनालिसिस करने के बाद चेक सैंपलिंग करेंगे देन हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू ड्रॉ ए पैरेलल कि उसमें आपने जो काम किया है सही किया है कि गलत किया है. तो चेक सैंपलिंग का वजह क्या है, हम चेक सैंपलिंग करते क्यों है? चेक सैंपलिंग इसीलिए करते हैं कि एज ए जियोलॉजिस्ट आई एम बेसिकली रेस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर द एंटायर एक्सप्लोरेशन ऑफ ए डिपोजिट. अगर मैं जो काम कर रहा हूं, फॉर मी द केमिस्ट इज ए थर्ड पार्टी. केमिस्ट जो है ही इज नॉट टेकिंग द ओनर्स ऑफ द डिपोजिट और ओनर्स ऑफ द रिपोर्ट. तो केमिस्ट जो है वो ठीक से काम कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं, जो मैंने जो सैंपल दिया वो ठीक से वहां पे सैंपलिंग हो रहा है या द एरर्स आर बीइंग क्रिएटेड देयर. तो उसको ट्रैक रखने के लिए इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट हमारा जो सैंपल से साइमल्टेनियसली वी मस्ट सेंड सम ऑफ आवर सैंपल्स फॉर चेक सैंपलिंग, और जो सैंपलिंग हो रहा है वहां पे हम लोग रेफरेंस सैंपल्स एंड ब्लैंक सैंपल्स डालें. आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस आर डूइंग दैट, लेकिन ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि विदाउट द नॉलेज ऑफ द केमिस्ट we need to put in reference samples within the samples that we are sending to the laboratory to see that whatever we are sending to the laboratory it is being properly analyzed and proper justice is being done to our efforts. जो क्योंकि हम लोग तो फील्ड में 6-6 महीना रहते हैं, लेकिन केमिस्ट जो अल्टीमेट रिपोर्ट जो बनता है वो केमिस्ट के हिसाब से बनता है. तो केमिस्ट ठीक से काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है वो बहुत जरूरी है. एंड आई थिंक सो ये जो है एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है. छोटा सा चीज है लेकिन इसको बहुत बारीकी से ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. सेकेंडली जो हम लोग चेक सैंपलिंग कर ले, लास्ट स्लाइड ओके. सो दिस इज द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ द अमेंडमेंट्स ऑफ द MEMC रूल. जो MEMC रूल का अमेंडमेंट्स किए हमने क्यों किए एंड व्हाट आर द एक्चुअल इफेक्ट्स इन द फील्ड. आज आई टोल्ड यू फ्रॉम द वेरी बिगिनिंग कि ये जो amendments आए in 2021 particular there are 2 amendments. It was basically meant to faster the auction process. इसीलिए हमने G2 से G3 पे चले गए for mining lease and G3 से G4 पे चले गए for composite licenses. Then next I told that involvement of private exploration. आज I told कि अभी तक जो auctions हो रहे थे mostly based on the reports that were submitted by GSI, MECL and maybe some other exploration agencies जो notified है उनके basis में होता था. But now जो है अगर G4 में हम लोग auction करते हैं so the entire exploration will be carried out by the private sector. तो इसमें गवर्नमेंट का जो expenditure वो भी कम होता है, auction process faster हो जाता है and बेटर टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाता है. तो दिस इज अनदर एडवांटेज ऑफ दिस अमेंडमेंट्स. देन स्पीडियर एक्सप्लोरेशन जो है, जैसे कि मैंने बोला कि अगर प्राइवेट एजेंसी को देते हैं डेफिनेटली एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोसेस आपका फास्टर हो जाता है. देन यूज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, जैसे कि आप पहले भी कुछ वक्ताओं ने बोला कि GSI को दूसरे काम में ज़्यादा व्यस्त होना चाहिए rather than on these surfacial deposits, जैसे कि RE हो गया, lithium हो गया, बहुत तरह का अदर मिनरल कमोडिटीज है जिसमें कि the country is deficient in, and उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा काम नहीं हुआ है, and that is the area where GSI is focusing now. I think the last 2 years में they have taken up lot of deposits, and hopefully in years to come we'll be seeing some deposits which we on paper we are deficient in, and maybe कि कुछ दिनों के बाद, कुछ सालों के बाद हम जो है उसका माइनिंग कर रहे होंगे. So these are the 4 takeaways from the final amendment that have come in the MEMC rules. So this was my last slide as requested by Dr. Roth, and thank you all for your kind attention and giving me the opportunity to speak to you all. Thanks.
We will come back. We will come back. अभी ये ट्रेलर चल रहा है. अभी रुकिए. पहले अभी आप बैठ जाइए. Let's have Abhay first. Then we will get into the discussion mode. Abhay, it's your day.
Now our next talk is on mineral auction rules. This talk will be delivered by Shri Abhay Agarwal, IBM. Shri Abhay Agarwal is controller of mines, IBM. He's expert in mineral auctioning rules. He's involved in formulating many mineral policies. Sir, please.
Because topic is too vast, but I'll confine it. So, respected Rath Sir, President of this session and August gathering, as my predecessor Radhikari Sir, he told that why his sequence was reverted and his lecture was last, but it was taken at a second step, and the last lecture is mineral auction. So I would like to clear that it was on my request, because first mineral evidence is to be proved in the area, and then that area will be put for the auction. So in this priority, this was taken up in the Ministry of Mines as well in the year 2015 when we were working together with Sridharan Sir. And so I thought that it is in the right perspective that first that evidence of mineral content MEMC rule should be, lecture should be delivered on that, and then the auction rule. So I'll quickly go through the auction rules. So the schema of my presentation is what statutory provisions are given for the auctioning of the mineral deposits, why this auctioning, the need for auctioning of the deposits was felt, and what are the main features of the auction rule, how bidding goes on, what is the auction process, and what is the latest amendments being done in the auction rules. So first, the statutory provisions. In the year 2015, and it was felt necessary that there should be a transparent way of allocation of the mineral concessions. Why this situation arose? Because some rampant illegal mining issues were cropped up in the year 2010-11, and thereafter came the Shah Commission report. And the country was feeling that there should be a transparent way of allocation of the mineral concessions, which should be bias-free, and there should be minimum of the human intervention. So with this ideology in the mind, and Huda committee also in its report in the year 2006, they enumerated that wherever the deposits have been fully explored, such explored deposits should be given through the auction mode. So with this concept, the modality for the auctioning of the mineral resources was introduced in the 2015 in the MMDR Act, and consequently after promulgation of this MMDR Act on 28th March of 2015, there came MEMC rule, and followed by this MEMC rule in June 2015 came this mineral auction rules. So it was felt that to remove any discretion in the allocation of mineral resources and to introduce a fair and transparent mechanism for the allocation of mineral and to encourage the competition among the prospective bidders, and the most important, for getting a fair share of revenue for the state government, the ideology of auction was introduced. So these were the key pillars for auctioning of the mineral deposits, and to start with, it was thought of to auction the mining lease and the composite license. So composite license is a two-stage of mineral concession. That is, first is prospecting and then second is mining lease. So it is a seamless concession wherein first you carry out the prospecting operations in the area, you establish the mineral in the area, and then you apply for the ML. So everything is being done through the electronic platform wherein you bid for the deposit, and whosoever bids the highest, that becomes the final successful bidder. So now, what are the main features of this mineral auction rule? They are, one, the value of the estimated resources for the auction of block. How much resource is available in the block and what is the worth of that resource? Then comes the value of the mineral dispatched. I'll briefly touch all these terminologies in subsequent slide, but I am just giving you a sight of this because we have to understand that how deposit is auctioned and what is the bid premium. So to get into insight into this, we will go through all these definitions as given in the auction rule. Sale price of the mineral, that is another very important aspect. Based on that, the premium to the state government is decided in each month. Then comes our reserve price, auction prerequisites, upfront payments, performance security. These are all part of these mineral auction rules and the process of the mineral auctioning. And another very important part is mine development and production agreement. Once you take the deposit, it shouldn't be kept idle. It should be converted into developing mines as early as possible. For that, this ideology of mine development and production agreement was coined along with the mineral auction rules. So, what is the value of estimated resources? Value of estimated resource means how much resources are available in the block. That should be multiplied by the average sale price of that mineral commodity as declared by Indian Bureau of Mines for the previous 12 months from the month in which you are going to auction that deposit. So that gives the value of the estimated resources. Why it's important? Because based on this value of estimated resources, we prescribe the quantum of upfront payment and the performance security which is to be given to the state government by the successful bidder. Then comes the value of mineral dispatch. This is another very important term because this decides that how much premium a successful bidder has to give to to share to the state government. It is the total quantum of mineral dispatched in a month by a certain mines multiplied by the average sale price of that commodity for that state, which is again been published by Indian Bureau of Mines. Then comes the reserve price. It is the starting price for any deposit to be auctioned. So this reserve price is decided by the concerned state government, where from you give your price, and the final price comes in the form of FPO, final price offer, starting from the reserve price. Say if it is capped as 10%, so the starting point is 10%. And what is this 10%? It is the 10% of the value of the mineral dispatched. So you have to share some value. If suppose your value, you are selling a 1 ton of iron ore at 3,000 rupees and your reserve price is say 10%, that means the starting point for auction is 300 rupees you have to share with the state government. Now bidder quotes his bid price. Say if it goes up to 50%, that means 3,000 multiplied by 50%, 1,500 rupees per ton of the mineral dispatched from that mine will be shared with the state government. So this is the outcome of auctioning of the deposit, that state governments get a fair share of revenue of that mineral deposits, wherein in the earlier regime they were simply getting per ton of royalty of the mineral dispatched from that particular mine. So you will be surprised to know that after this auctioning of the deposit, successful auctioning of the deposit, this year Odisha accrued about 48,000 crore rupees as a bid premium. So this floor price, there are two stages of auctioning. Stage 1, stage 2. Stage 1, in the stage 1, some technical bids are offered, are sought from the interested parties. And stage 2 is the online bidding process. So this floor price is the outcome of stage 1 and final price is the outcome of your stage number 2. So this is a schematic diagram of the entire auction process. How it's start. State governments first float the notice inviting tender. Against this tender, the interested parties give their bids. The bids are technical bids and initial price offer. That initial price offer should be equal to or above the reserve price. So based on this, they segregate the qualified bidders who will go into this second round of auction. This second round of auction will be totally on the electronic platform in a forward auction mode. This is the entire auction process, stage 1 and stage 2. Technical bids are being sought by the interested parties in stage 1 with the initial price offer. And 50% of the technical qualified bidders, they goes to the stage number 2. They are known as, there are different terms, technical qualified bidders, then qualified bidders, then preferred bidders, and then finally successful bidder. So all these are depicted in this process, in this slide. So I'll just skipping it. Then auction process for grant of ML and CL, mining lease and your composite license. So this I have just summarized that earlier my pictorial views. First of all, technical bids and initial price offer are submitted. Then top 50% they go for the second round. And if the technically qualified bidders are less than 3, then the auction process is annulled. Otherwise, it goes for the second round. And the highest price of the first round becomes the floor price for the second round. So we started from the reserve price. We explored the highest price in the first round. And the highest price of first round become the floor price of the second round. That means the starting point for the second round. Now again bidders offer their bids in the second round, and whosoever gives the highest bid, which should be obviously above the floor price, will be the preferred bidder. And then once you declare somebody as preferred bidder, he has to comply certain conditions as given in the tender document and in the mineral auction rules, like getting all the clearances, getting approval of mining plans, submission of upfront payment, submission of performance security to the state government. After completing all these requirements, then state government execute a lease with the successful bidder. So this is how this process goes on. This is, I have written here grant of mining lease and grant of CL. What are the various steps? A preferred bidder has to give installments of upfront payments. 20% of the value of mineral resources, first installment, then 20% of the value of the estimated resources, second installment, and then 60% of the value of the resources. So that is why in the first slide I gave a description about the value of the estimated resources. So based on this, performance security and upfront payment is being decided. Now coming over to the special reference to latest amendments in the mineral auction rules. So the journey started from the year 2015, wherein in June 2015 these rules were notified. Then came some amendment in the year 2017, then in 2020, and then major changes were made in the 2021. So here again I would like to draw your kind attention that under the able chairmanship of Rath sir, a committee was constituted by Ministry of Mines, wherein our esteemed CCM sir was also a member of that committee, Suryavanshi sir was member, Adhikari sir and myself. So we together started this journey in December 2020, and we proposed some of the major changes which has came into the year 2021 in mineral auction rule as well as in MEMC rule. Purpose was to ease out the mineral sector and to quickly bring the blocks into the auctionable mode and then from auctionable mode to the production mode. So G4 level of exploration for auctioning of the CL was introduced in the auction rule as per the recommendation of our committee. In this, you will see that in the year 2021, estimated quantity of mineral resources as for the minerals specified under Schedule 2 of the MEMC rule. So in Schedule 2, iron ore, limestone and bauxite, they shall be arrived as per the mineral quantity estimated during the G4 exploration. So earlier for grant of ML, we were having G2 level of exploration and for grant of CL, G3 level of exploration. But now for easing out this, as sir had already, Rath Sahab has in his keynote address declared that we had shifted that axis for easing out, for ease of doing the business. Yeah, sir.
2 more minutes or 5 minutes?
Yeah, sir.
Okay.
Then another major change in the mineral auction rule was done that earlier the blocks were capped for the captive or the end use condition was there under rule number 6. That condition has now been dispensed with. Now the mineral block can be, there won't be any condition for using the mineral for captive use only. Then एक major change और इसमें हुआ है, वो है now the captive miners can also sell up to 50% of the mineral produced from their mines. In the earlier scenario, there was restrictive condition that captive mines will use the mineral produced 100% in their plant. So any excess production cannot be sold by the captive miner. That condition has also been dispensed with. Then comes the bid security. So bid security process, that was also क्या हो गया सर? So, because of paucity of time, I won't go much into this, but I have enumerated the entire journey from 2015 to 2021 in these 3-4 slides. So, you can, after this session, can have this lecture with you. And whatever changes that has been done in the mineral auction rule, they have been vividly prescribed all in these slides. So with this, I'll once again say that the intent of government is to ease out the process for grant of concessions and to bring out into the production stage as early as possible. So with these words, I once again say thank you to all of you and the organizers, and especially Suryavanshi Sahab and Sandeep sir for giving me an opportunity to deliver this lecture. Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Abhay Agarwal, Mr. Abhay, there is one question for you. No, I am asking you.
Wait. अभी करेंगे क्वेश्चन आंसर करेंगे जस्ट मिनट. हाँ हेमराज जी क्या प्लान है? पहले फेलिसिटेट करेंगे, देन वी विल हैव ए क्यू एंड सेशन. ठीक है, उनको करने के बाद फिर क्यू एंड ए करेंगे. ठीक है, करिए. हाँ शर्मा जी थोड़ी देर वेट कर लो. वी हैव सम सर्टेन रिचुअल्स. First we will felicitate the distinguished guests, then we will open the floor.
Thank you so much, sir, for this informative talk. Now is the time to felicitate our speakers. May I please call upon stage Shri P.N. Sharma, sir. Shri P.N. Sharma, sir. May I please request the chair to felicitate Shri P.N. Sharma, IBM. I request Shri Abhay Agrawal sir to please come on the dais. I request the chair to kindly felicitate sir. Thank you so much, sir. May I please request Shri S.K. Adhikari to come on the dais. Sir, please. I request Dr. Rath to kindly felicitate Shri Adhikari. Thank you so much, sir. Now I take the honor to invite Dr. Harbans Singh, ex-DG on the dais, and I request Shri Hemraj Suryavanshi sir, ADG NMS2, to kindly felicitate Dr. Harbans Singh. Sir, please. Thank you so much, sir. May I please call upon Shri P.N. Sharma sir on the dais. Sir, please. I request Dr. Rath and Shri Hemraj Suryavanshi sir to kindly felicitate Shri P.N. Sharma sir.
believe it in all my humility for the second time with two best of my friends, besides me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an excruciating but exciting day. I am sure all of you will agree with me. May I now request Dr. S. Raju, DG GSI, to kindly join me. So we have exactly half an hour to go before we all get into the dinner mode. So we have couple of questions which is already available with us. If someone has more questions, you can feel free to write it down, give it to us, or you can have the mics and ask questions. The first one I will take from Subrasuchi. Can we have somebody with the mic?
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to clarify some of my queries. Sir, firstly is regarding MMDR Act, Section 18A. Section 18A actually gives the notified explorers a freedom to take the samples in the forest area. But when we used to go everywhere, we have to take the permission from the local forest officers. This I have pursued through DGM, but then I came to know that actually there are some rules in forest which supersedes this section 18A. So my request is that, is there any scope that for OGP areas, section 18A can supersede all other rules? It will ease us to do at least minimum base level exploration in the forested area.
Okay, it's like this. This is an excellent suggestion, and this suggestion is actually under active consideration in MOEFC. So people are working on it. A DO letter has already been written by Secretary Mines to Secretary MOEF. So we are hopeful of finding a solution to this.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
इवन सर आज जो पीएमओ के साथ हमारी मीटिंग थी तो ऑलरेडी डीजी साहब ने एंड एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी साहब ने ऑलरेडी उनको ब्रीफ किया एडवाइजर को कि ये हमारा जो मतलब कांस्टेंट है इनको यदि दूर होते तो एक्सप्लोरेशन एक्टिविटी जो है मतलब इन्हांस होगी इन द कंट्री.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank HOD of Central Region to felicitate me. I think this is a good opportunity for me. Here I would like to say that the national seminar, I think this is a wonderful job done by him, because there are number of things, especially these amendments. And like this Mahakoshal group is a quite rich potential areas and belt. In this direction, I would like to suggest DGGSI, I think I would like to suggest DGGSI that he should organize such seminars in all the regions, especially keeping in view the potential mineral wealth of that particular region, so that the good results and the vision should come out with the work who is working in that area. That is more important. And the other things I would like to highlight, that all these reforms were initiated in 2015. And really at that time, there is a very hard time for GSI, MECL and IBM. And all three organizations were doing hard work, because as our one speaker told that whatever reserve we were working out in older days, that is own, there everybody was following their own system. But then this, after the amendment of this 2015 Act, MMDR Act, that UNFC classification was implemented, and accordingly the assignment was given to all these organizations to upgrade all the reports according to this, that your reserves according to the UNFC classification. That thousands of reports were done for digitization, and this MECL, IBM, GSI, they upgraded the report according to the UNFC code, and number of blocks we brought out for the auctions. And it was really a great job that year. In the same direction, that modification, number of modification as it come out and done by the government, really it is a very appreciable job. And I hope that our mineral industry definitely will flourish, and the new mines, as our speaker told, that out of 46 blocks, 42 blocks are already in operation. And I am come to my notice, number of blocks are going to be auctions, and I hope that new mines will come up in our country, and our industry and our mines will flourish, and it will help, as our country is facing unemployment. There are a lot of people will we get jobs in the mining industry, which is we are losing in the past. And I hope that will definitely help, definitely. Secondly, I would like to say for GSI, because what work we have left, I don't know that is going ahead or not. We did some OGP areas. Especially I would suggest that whatever OGP area we have done up to 20 or 21, and geophysical survey we have completed in that OGP area, and aerogeophysical. Now I don't know, there was a program to integrate that data. Until unless we don't integrate that data, we are unable to locate the concealed deposits. That is one thing. And there are certain areas that we look for. This is my calculative, because if you go the central crest line in the higher Himalaya, earlier that areas was inaccessible. We could not go, we could not map, but now we have the aerogeophysical mappings. There are a lot of resources of uranium and gold we are getting in Shivaliks as a placer deposits. If we go for the in situ deposit, definitely we may get a good results for uranium and gold in the central and upper Himalayas, and even in lower Himalaya. That is one part. That is my suggestions. I think GSI will take note of this. And thank you for the organization, to organize such a wonderful seminar. And we are enlightened with number of information. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you for coming here. And now, as I said in the morning, the Government of India, Ministry of Mines, asking GSI to conduct at least every 3 months one program like this. So today, the Director Atomic Mineral Division, he will be arranging one seminar in Chhattisgarh Basin in the coming within a 2 months' time. That we will be participating. And regarding the geophysical survey, because as I said that the aerogeophysical survey, we blocked out 22 blocks in the OGP area. So far we have completed only 5. And the remaining area which will be covered, which will be flight from October onwards. There are a lot of issues. Today also we discussed with the PMO advisor. The three things I told for GSA, how we have to move forward. One thing, because of making India problem, issues that the foreign players are not coming, one thing. And then we emphasize there are a lot of mineral deposit available in the forest area, that clearance has to be obtained from the Ministry of Forest and Environment. And the third thing I told, whatever the instrument we have in GSI, all are procured from the foreign soil only, if there is no Indian. So kindly exempt us from procuring this instrument, because like CSIR, the similar things you exempt us GSI. These are the three things, sir. You told about Himalaya, because I told in the meeting, I had been to Patna. Only 10% of the area is covered by the hot rock, and the remaining 90%. And the entire Chota Nagpur Naisi complex lies below that soil. So when we do the aerogeophysical survey, certainly we will get a lot of mineral deposit, we hope. And the Deccan which covers 5 lakh square kilometers in our country, below which we have a Dharwar and that kind of, when we are getting in Dharwar gold and other mineral deposit, definitely we will be having the more number of deposit. As I said, in the Thar Desert, GSA is already taken away a project under Uncover project for concealed deposit. Certainly, sir, the coming year, the future of GSA is bright. And which you told in the coming conclave on 12th July, GSA again will be handing over 50 G4 block and G2, G3, 9. And then we have several years we are doing for coal investigation, that again we are going to give 27 coal block to our minister in the July. This is the contribution of GSA, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. तरफदार साहब, आपका कुछ नहीं, पहले तरफदार जी को दीजिए, आप थोड़ा सा बैठ जाइए, पहले उनका बारी है.
I have already given my question to you. You meant at the same time Adhikari Sahab was there. I was agreeing with him with his presentation. All the points were okay. The point is, which is killing the geoscience, that is the extrapolation. On the basis of extrapolation of one area, that means result of one area, we are extrapolating in the other area without carrying out any geology, what is there in the subsurface. I am coming out with a resource figure and grade. On the basis of that, I am floating the block for auction. Possibly, sir, we are doing some injustice with the geoscience. That was my point. That's why I was asking him, why do you agree with this point?
No, it is a point, it's an observation or a question.
Sir,
No, एक second. Tarabdar sahab, it is a point, observation or a question.
Sir, I think that when this thing was being framed and further rectifications were there, definitely Adhikari Sahab was associated in different forums. That's why it was questioned to him.
No, that's fine.
But it's a question.
Yeah. Okay, I'll attempt. See, हाँ बोलिए, क्या बोलना चाहते हैं ना, वो उनको थोड़ा सा समय देंगे, कोई बात नहीं. It's like this. If you look at Goa today, in one day 88 licenses were suspended, and there are 55 blocks, expired mining leases are lying there. The economy of Goa today is at rock bottom. No mining since 2015, and 2 years of COVID, no tourism. How do you boost the economy of Goa? Let's ask these questions to ourselves. We have got a large area called Horseshoe Belt in Odisha. Lots of mining were done and left unattended. How do we bring in economic activities in those areas? So believe me, we had serious discussions before we agreed to this proposal. It is a device not applicable across the board, not applicable for all the minerals, not applicable for all the basins. It is applicable to the best of the judgment of the geologist concerned only for such bedded minerals, only with, not discrete, only with evidences seen at nala cuttings, slopes, and other studies which is available. Because certain amount of certainty has to be given. So only for some very specific cases we had done this. No problem. Exactly. What we did, what we did, the geologist today is empowered to take that critical decision, whether it is acceptable by best of his knowledge and ability to sign off a number, or if the geologist is convinced that it is not possible, it is not possible. Today the geologist is empowered. No problem. Nobody. तरफदार साहब, अगर आप कन्विंस नहीं है मत मानिए, क्योंकि वहां पे एक्सप्लोरेशन का प्रपोजल दीजिए. नहीं, आप सुन नहीं पाए. If it is acceptable to the concerned geologist, it is put up in auction. If the geologist is not convinced, then it is put up to exploration. What I'm trying to tell is, it is the discretion and the best of the judgment of the geologist to decide whether it goes for auction or it goes for exploration. It's an enabler.
So,
Okay,
sir,
okay,
can I just add on to that?
Yes, please.
Actually, जैसे कि तरफदार साहब, basically the question was to me, but I think so the chairman of the committee was Dr. Ranjit Rath. Okay. So while framing this entire rules, a lot of deliberations took place, and basic intent behind this extrapolation is that कि as you all know, there are a lot of basins, particularly आपका limestone का देख लीजिए, there are a lot of areas जहाँ पे कि आपको पता है कि limestone है यहाँ पे, तो बगल में कोई mining कर रहा है, and we know the depth of that deposit also.
Just a minute. Again, if you are going to a limestone basin, you know, continuously there will be the facet variation. Chemical changes will be there continuously. Sometimes you will be getting just to put one borehole here, and at a distance of 50 meter or 100 meter, you put another borehole. You will see that SMS grade limestone, cement grade limestone, how these are coming. So continuously, chemically, facet variation will be there.
No, I don't deny that there will not be variation. You see, we are 1 minute. We are auctioning the deposit as composite license so that someone else will take it up.
Sir, Adhikari Sahab, can I add something?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, please come in. Please come in.
ये इसमें जो अभय अग्रवाल साहब और अधिकारी साहब also because they were part of these rules. Sir, I am Director Technical Pradeep Singh. Sir, इसमें जो in case of composite license, this resources need not be calculated at the time of putting the block for composite license. Only the mineral potentiality of the block should be established, and the mineral auction rule, sub-rule number 19, performance security for composite license, it provides that in case of mineral blocks having such types of deposit as specified in serial number 1, 2, 3 and Part 3, Schedule 1 of Mineral Evidence and Mineral Content Rules, whose estimated quantity of mineral resources is not possible to be assessed for calculating the value of estimated resources under clause such and such, but the mining potentiality of the block has been identified based on the existing geoscience data. The performance security shall be 1 crore and 50 lakh rupees. It is only after completion of the prospecting operation that the value of estimated resources are established, not at the time of putting the block for CL. So this is particularly in case of those blocks where Based on the geoscience data, the potentiality of the block has been established, number one. And number two, since such blocks are now successfully going on auction, so the risk lies with the lessee. Risk does not, so why should we bother ourselves about...
सर वो कन्विंस हो गए सर, क्योंकि रिसोर्स उसमें है नहीं सर, इसलिए नो सर रिसोर्स सर
अरविंद कुमार जी का क्वेश्चन है.
अच्छा
या अरविंद जी, योर क्वेश्चन.
Good evening, everybody. The question is that blocks are auctioned at some premium price, as Mr. Abhay Agrawal said, कि Odisha government has earned 48,000 crore extra. So, what are the impact of this auction regime over the steel prices? Recently, just before the auction price of steel and after auction of the blocks. What is the percentage increase in the prices of steel?
You want to take the question or I will take it? ले लो, कोशिश करो.
Hello. Sir, as you will find, in case of say limestone, most of the blocks, they are being taken by the cement companies. Okay. So, first and foremost thing is that government is not compelling any bidder to, as I started, that there is a reserve price, then came the floor price, and then the final price offer. This final price offer is to be decided by the successful bidder based on their commercials. We are not compelling to go for say 50% of the 100% price. Number two, in case of cement companies, the end product is cement. So this price, they can very well imbibe into the cost of the cement. What will happen? The profit margin which they were earning per bag, say 25 rupees, it may reduce to say 20 rupees. So 5 rupees there may be another loading, but on the contrary, they are ensuring their persistent, consistent resources for another 50 years. So that is the major thing. Number two, say, take the example of iron ore. Jindal was importing for previously iron ore from other countries. And from Odisha, Paradip port, it was coming down to the Karnataka. So the cost of transportation and cost of import, that was something between say 4 to 5,000 rupees. If suppose today they are giving just a premium of say 1,000 rupees to the government, then still they are at a margin of say 3,000 rupees if their cost of import was 4,000 rupees. So the cost economics that is being decided by the bidders, and we don't feel that there in the country there has been a very big inflation in the prices of say commodities after the auctioning of mineral resources.
Any other questions? Yeah.
सर हम जीएसआई का पार्ट हैं और ऐसे एनएमएच2 हैं, फिर भी हमारा डीजी जीएसआई से कुछ सवाल हैं और कुलदीप सिंह साहब से कुछ सवाल हैं डायरेक्टर टैक्स से. जीएसआई ने जो है 16 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एनजीसीएम किया है और 10 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एनजीपीएम किया है. जीएसआई ने जब प्लानिंग फॉर्मुलेट की थी, तरफदार साहब जानते हैं प्लानिंग में थे, कि इन्होंने कहा था कि हम डिग्री सीट वाइज जो है एनजीसीएम को हम कंपाइल करेंगे, इंटीग्रेट करेंगे, 62 और 58 एलिमेंट्स जो भी है उसका करेंगे और एनोमली मैप प्रिपेयर करके और उसमें एक्सप्लोरेशन करेंगे. तो हम डीजी जीएसआई साहब से और यहाँ डीडीजी पीएसएस हैं, उनसे ये जानना चाहते हैं क्या कोई अभी आपने ऐसी टाइमलाइन फ्रेम की है जो कंट्री को बता सकें आप, और मिनिस्ट्री मतलब डायरेक्टर टैक्स से क्या आपकी कोई प्लानिंग है कि ऐसी टाइमलाइन फ्रेम करें आपकी, आप 3 साल में 4 साल में ऑल 16 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर डेटा को जो है जो आपके पास अवेलेबल है उसको डिग्री सीट वाइज और इंटीग्रेट करके जियोलॉजी के ऊपर और मिनरल एक्सप्लोरेशन और यूनिट सेल सैंपल जो उसमें जहां भी एनोमली आएंगी आपकी क्या यूनिट सेल सैंपल एनालिसिस कराने की कोई प्लानिंग है ऐसी जो कि आप हाउस को बता सकें? कुछ ऐसी आपने प्लानिंग तैयार की है क्या?
पहले प्रदीप सिंह के पूछना है हमको,
दोनों जन से सर, आप दोनों
Sir, you may aware that GSA started geochemical mapping in 2000. Nearly 22 years we have done geochemical mapping. We have collected sample, unit sample, and then we have analyzed. There are few places we got anomaly. We have mounted a G4 item based on that. Now we have asked all the region and state unit to compile all the topocity which they have covered in the respective state. They are preparing that geochemical mapping atlas with the 62 elements, whatever we analyzed. So now we expect that this work will be completed within 2 to 3 years time. This is the thing, sir.
Okay, I think Mr. Rao. Mr. Rao, you want to put your questions? Yeah, okay, please, go ahead.
Sir, I just want to interject before Mr. Rao asks his question. Sir, Raju Saab, DGGSI.
Yes, sir.
Raj Saab.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Yes. सर ये हमारा जो एनजीडीआर अभी बन रहा है, एनजीडीआर में प्रोविजन होगा कि जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं अपार्ट फ्रॉम जीएसआई, दे विल आल्सो populate that data, enter the data as per the standard template. And since GSI itself has now created so much humongous, voluminous data, NGPM program and NGCM program we intend to complete by 2025. And NAGPM, Aerogeophysical Survey, we intend to complete by 2026. So obviously the next step is to go for integration of data and applying mathematical modeling tools for maybe mineral targeting. Like in case of Australia, they have started one program which is known as downward looking telescope. China has already from since long time, they are carrying out Sinoprobe. And similarly, there is a program in Canada. And the integral elements of these programs are basically deep seismic reflection surveys and magnetotelluric surveys, whereby they are developing the crustal profiles, models up to 40 kilometer depth. So GSI has already started in RSAS. Some officers have been posted with Dr. Jire leading the team, where they have started building these kind of things. And in coming times, because we have also visited DGH data repository, National Data Repository, and they are also applying AI and machine learning tools in a big way for interpretation of the data, and we also intend to move in the same direction. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Rao, you have some questions.
First of all, I should thank organizers and everybody here to allowing me to speak. And this has been a very interesting day for me to listening from all of you. As a friend of this fraternity, though I'm a vendor to GSI and all of you, but at the same time, I'm also a friend of GSI, MECL or AMD. I have few observations going forward how the Indian mineral system and auctioning rule is happening. First observation is data dissemination. The data which is with GSI or for the matter MECL or for the matter AMD, which is not related to specific uranium, thorium or potassium, it should be disseminated in a very user-friendly manner, irrespective of who wants to use it and what for they want to use it, because many students can research on it and they can come out with new ideas. That's my first point of observation, which I feel Bhukosh has tried a level best, but still there is a lot of raw data which is not there, which can come in, not just the interpreted maps and full maps. So that's my first point of observation from the field.
I would like to answer this one, sir.
Sir, this is my observation. There is no questions about it.
Here also there is no question because
second point which I have been observing, we are talking about GSI giving 100 reports, 200 reports and things. But what I feel personally, what my observation is, what is lacking in this whole process is economic geologist assessing those reports before going to the states. Sir, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that there should be an economic geologist in GSI who will not only assess these reports as well as it will help GSI to plan future requirement of the country. That he should be part of GSI's team. That's my personal observation. Third one, which is specially related to how our young geologists who have service of next 15 to 20 years are groomed with respect to international practices. I would suggest, and this is with my personal experience of going to PDAC for more than 15 years, that we should encourage at least 15 to 20 geologists from the country to attend PDAC, IMRC, Endeavour year after year. And this could be, if not funded by government, should be funded by NMET as a scope of skill development. So that these 20 people year after year, when they go, they will get new bright ideas, they will get exposure and they will have a time to implement for the country. So these are my 3 suggestions and my thoughts. Thank you.
Sir, regarding the first question, now GS is developing National Geoscience Data Depository in which 52 organizations involved, including AMD. Today, the advisor to PMO asked the same question. So why not participating with the foreign? They have the expertise. So you know that Geoscience Australia working for the Uncover project, and we have for landslide project we have economic project only. This one we have Geoscience Australia, and the second thing. You know, all young people, they have joined last 2005 to, they have long way, up to 2040 they are going to retire. The seniors who has lot of experience in GSI, they almost gone from GSI. Now we have taken a decision that our geophysics, they will undergo training in ONCC and NGRI to interpret seismic and all other geophysical data. This one. What you have suggested that next NMT meeting we will discuss on that. So if it's possible, they definitely they will train them in this one. Sir, particularly the AMD, since Sinasab is not there, AMD only the organization which is not willing to share. The Director General Hydrocarbon, I discussed with them, I wrote a letter, now they are coming, they are ready to share the entire seismic data of 5 lakhs, more than 5 lakhs square kilometer area, the sedimentary basin, which they have done for 5 kilometer depth. So they are ready to share. Only the AMD, they have some reservation. And today that issue was raised with the advisor. This is also the sir. Definitely the training part which is lacking in GSA now because of the new incumbent. We will take care of that one, sir.
I just want to add, I have been talking to Geoscience Australia when you're talking about data management and data. And since GSI has got relationship with Geoscience Australia, they have developed a portal which is being used presently by Geoscience Australia, which is part of it is on open source and part of it is on Oracle platform. If we are planning for next generation of this portal, and I have spoken to the key people there, and they are ready to give the technology transfer to India. Only challenge which they found in this whole process is while implementation, they cannot give the people. So something, if we, because that's a ready-made cooked food, if we can bring it and try to, play with it and try to implement that in our system, it would cut short a lot of time and uniformity and ease of use would be there. That's my personal thought, nothing as a question. Thank you, sir.
Okay, point is very well noted. Any other questions?
Sir, this is regarding mineral auction rule, amendment 2021. It has been told that when VER cannot be calculated for G4CL block, in that case the company should have a net worth of 25 crores. Now, sir, in internationally, the G4 level of exploration is usually carried out by exploration juniors, and they are generally SMSC or small industries. So my request is that whether reconsideration or lowering of net worth of 25 crores as a eligibility for auction can be lowered to this August gathering, sir.
Okay, we have taken note of it. Any other? Yeah, that's why. Any other question before we formally close this session? Please, please.
Participant ने कुछ बोले थे. Actually, section 18A basically deals with entering into mining lease and composite license areas. उसमें कोई फॉरेस्ट में जाने की कोई उसके ऊपर ये नहीं है. That actually is coming up separately, जो कि आपका अभी कंसल्टेशन पेपर मूव हुआ है, जो कि डॉक्टर रंजीत रात ने कहे हैं, क्योंकि हाउ टू एंटर द फॉरेस्ट एरिया, वहाँ पे यू नीड नॉट हैव टू टेक परमिशन फ्रॉम द फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट एंड ऑल, और अगर लेना है तो फिर DFO से लेना है, वो सेपरेट है. बट सेक्शन 18A जो है आपका, जैसे कि पता होगा शायद, आई थिंक सो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा गेव सर्टन ब्लॉक्स जो कि माइनिंग लीज पहले था, एंड बट दे वर नॉन वर्किंग लीजेस. तो दोज लीजेस वर गिवन टू GSI टू कैरी आउट द एक्सप्लोरेशन. तो बेसिकली 18A जो डील करता है कि कोई भी माइनिंग लीज या कंपोजिट लाइसेंसेस अगर है, वहाँ पे अगर GSI चाहे तो वहाँ पे वो एंटर कर सकता है, बट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया विल हैव टू गिव द परमिशन फॉर दैट, और द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट विल हैव टू गिव द परमिशन. विदाउट दैट इट कैन डायरेक्टली एंटर इनटू एनी ऑफ द वर्किंग लीजेस. तो उसके बारे में 18A डील करता है. तो ये जस्ट मैं क्लैरिफिकेशन इशू कर रहा था ताकि आपको क्लैरिफिकेशन आ जाए.
I think we will close. You have one question. This is the last question we will take. Yes. Mike. Take mic.
Sir, while taking up exploration through ANMET funding, as per the schedule program or envisaged MEMC rules, NEAs are supposed to take up the exploration. While taking up the exploration, there are some constraints to go for analysis of the entire mineralized zone, though as on date, there must be, probably the particular cutoff is not meeting, but if technology improves, if you want to have the analytical data at that particular point of time, we are supposed to redrill the area. So it is better to give freedom to the NEAs to take up the analytical sampling and analysis. There should not be any compulsion if the particular block is meant for this particular 5% or 1% or 2% or 1 gram per ton or 2 gram per ton, like that. So have an idea about the mineralized zone. If you have the database, as and when required, even for modeling also, this will be a very good information for drawing some conclusions. And similarly, there should not be any restriction to go for certain elements only, because recently we are having ICP, MS and OES and all the things. We can analyze the sample for different elements. If we go for the different elements, most probably as on date, there will be economy in point of expenditure of the exploration. But this data will definitely useful in future if the science will.
I think the point is very well taken. We have two members of the current TCC committee present here, and I'm sure they would have taken note of it. Mr. Banerjee, now it's your job to put a vote of thanks.
Dr. Anjan Chatterjee. Yes, sir, it is a vote of thanks sort of thing. I would like to first of all thank Dr. Raju and Dr. Rath and Dr. D.K. Sinha and IBM head also. Because whenever our phone or any message goes, they immediately reciprocate. This is on behalf of the Gondwana Geological Society, sir. Any means, whenever we approach them, they are immediately reciprocative. We get a very positive response. And I would like to just announce that in January, I think 19th and 20th, we are organizing a seminar on national seminar on energy, non-conventional and conventional, and climate change also. So 19th and 20th tentative dates, sir. We'll approach you, and it is the Gondwana Geological Society that we are organizing it. So we'll request your active participation. Even if you are in Oil India, we'll be requesting you. It is energy, sir. It is energy. So we want your energy also there. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for a very active, exciting, and very intriguing interaction. So I would take the privilege of being part of the chairman of the session. Thank you, and now it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for all the interactive sessions. Now we have come to the end of this session. Now I would like to request Dr. P.B. Sarolkar, Secretary GGS, to please present vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good evening to everybody. Dr. S. Raju, Director General Geological Survey of India, Dr. Ranjit Rath, Chairman MECL, Sri Harban Singh, ex-DG and Sri Hemraj Suryavanshi, and my all other invited dignitaries and delegates. Vote of thanks is the active culmination of any event to acknowledge the efforts of the persons responsible for making the event a success. And that way, it also culminates into this assessing the successful completion of particular program, concluding it. So I am proposing the vote of thanks here on behalf of Gondwana Geological Society, as well as the three organizing organizations, Geological Survey of India, MEC, and GGS. I am actually the proposal for this Mahakoshal group of mineralization, and then this changes in other auction rules was decided sometime in March 1st or 2nd week, and I am thankful to the Director General Dr. S. Raju, who has immediately approved it, and to the Hemraj Suryavanshi, who HOD Central Region, who has immediately started taking action over it, and it's the efforts of these two, and also Dr. Ranjit Rath, who has actively and efficiently participated and guided this event to technically as well as financially by co-sponsoring the event for the successful completion of this event. I am thankful to Dr. Roy, Dr. D.K. Sinha, and Dr. Tarafdar, M.A. Khan, who have spared their time and come over here to share their experiences with us. I am thankful to Dr. Devarajan and G.S. Jire, who also have spared their time and they have participated and shared with us their experiences online. I am really thankful to Dr. Sri Pradeep Singh, Director Technical, Ministry of Mines, who has been with us online continuously. He has not only presented the relevant data regarding the mining action rules, etc., he has actively participated and he has tried to give the proper feedback to the questions by some of our delegates. I am really thankful to the delegates and the speakers who have come over here and who have been attending this particular seminar throughout the day. And it's really heartening to know, because I have a number of seminars I have attended, and particularly after the lunch, there is winning of the activity. But this particular seminar is really attended wholeheartedly, morning to evening. So I am thankful to all the delegates. I am thankful to Sri Radharayeshan, Sir Dr. Sandeep Roy, organizing secretary, who in spite of all his official assignments has taken up the responsibility as an organizing secretary, and within a short duration, with all the constraints, particularly of manpower initially, he has come up with a very successful event, and I am thankful for managing his organizing team. I will just mention one or two names for that, who are Niladri Rai Chaudhary, Tushar Meshram, etc., who form the part of the organizing committee, and their untiring effort have certainly made this event a very successful event. Any technical session or any technical event cannot go without the contribution of editors. We have received a very good contribution of abstracts. 29 abstracts we have received, and 16 to 17 presentations we have had here. Of these 29 abstracts, we have published an abstract volume in time. For this, particularly Sandeep Roy and Dr. Sumed Humne, they have taken untiring effort, burning midnight oil, to make that the abstract volume is up to mark. Technically, it is up to correct, and it is delivered in time. So I am thankful to Dr. Humne, Dr. Mrs. Humne, and Sandeep Roy for making the abstract volume a very good technical magazine, as well as making it successfully, publishing it in time and circulating at the time of inauguration. I am also thankful to the Sri Sakhre, who is HO of CR, for very ably making the fund availability for this seminar, because ultimately the whole event, any event, depends on the management of fund, and he has been very actively and very efficiently handling these funds and making it available. I am thankful to the printer Aishwarya Graphics Srikant, who also, along with Sandeep Roy, Dr. Sandeep Roy and Humne, has burnt midnight oil to make the abstract in time for release during the inauguration. I am really thankful to the chairman of different sessions, and particularly Dr. Ranjit Rath, for managing this last session, which is one of the most, I can say, vividly discussed session with different aspects of mining lease, then changes in the auction rules, and he has very ably tried to understand the people, the requirement of the recent changes in the auction rule, as well as the utility of these auction rules to the government of India and the public in general for the betterment of mining industry. I am thankful to Anand Dolas, who has been managing the online broadcasting facility, and because of his constant efforts, I think we have been able to get this online facility, where even Dr. Devarajan from Ghana, he also could be with us and present his technical contribution to us. Finally, I am thankful to the Tuli Imperial Management for giving us such a wonderful ambience, hall, and hospitality management. So, with all these things, the effort which started some 3 months back has ultimately culminated into one of the most successful event, and I am really thankful to all the concerned dignitaries for participating in it. I am thankful to Director General for giving us continuous support, and I am also thankful to Dr. Ranjit Rath, who has technically as well as other aspects also has continuously monitored and guided us, and Sri Hemraj Suryavanshi, who has been accepting various suggestions and who has been continuously monitoring this workshop, management of the workshop, organizing very minute different aspects of the workshop management, which has ultimately become a successful event. So I thank you all, and with this vote of thanks, I say that this particular event is concluded now. Thank you.
जब मैं आप लोगों को एक छोटा सा ये सरप्राइज एलिमेंट है, आप लोगों को पता होगा, सूर्यवंशी जी 30th of this month is superannuating. So I'm sure all of you in GSI would agree with me that such a affable and technically sound person, he's not leaving us, be rest assured. He will be with us. Something is being worked out. But from active service of a regular engagement from GSI, he will be leaving on 30th. So a huge round of applause I would request to each one of you.
So, on behalf of all of us and on behalf of Gondwana Geological Society also, I wish Sri Hemraj Suryavanshi a very happy, healthy, superannuated life. And now I invite all the delegates, all the guests here to come for the dinner, which is sponsored by the MECL. So, let us share the dinner together. Thank you all.